Yeah, there we go. I am live on the next link as well. So we have two streams going, and people are hearing me talk the same thing, but nobody hears you guys. So you can actually, before you leave here, if on your computers, you can actually go to that other one, pop in there, and there's Giles is already there. There you go. So we are now, Giles and I are streaming in two different streams. And as soon as Greg, you pop in there,
fading away.
there you go. So I am saying I am going to end this first stream right. I hope I end the right one. Everybody, Giles just dropped. There we go. Ending that stream. End stream. If you're watching this one, go over to the other stream where we all are right now. There we go. And we have one viewer already. So that will repopulate itself and everybody will come back. So there we go. Wow. Upload. I'm looking at the other stream and that like StreamYard backs everybody up. Upload local recordings. Nobody has completed their upload because everybody left already on the other stream. But so yeah, so we are here and it's populating. Don's already in. Edward's in. That's me. And Edward, yeah. So yeah, we're up to two viewers, guys. Our numbers just
sweet.
Yeah, dropped dramatically. So it's better to do it with the people I've been talking to than when you bring somebody new in and go, all right, we got two viewers. And then Paul's back. There we go. It still hasn't recognized. I have 3 people in the chat, but only 2 viewers. That's interesting. Yeah, 3. There it is. 4. There we go. 5. It's going to be a fun time. You want to count, guys? How high can you count, Giles?
It's many.
You got another hand. Oh, there you go. All right. Let's see.
Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Right on.
Why was your audio out, or you were just not talking?
I was just flipping some stuff around. I'm going to see if I can stream this out to my audience and pull them in and see if we can get them to.
You get more than 7 viewers? Yeah, sure.
Well, not usually.
Yeah, no.
It depends which of my channels I'm streaming from.
There you go.
My OF is pretty big with people who like to watch me eat spaghetti.
There you go. Oh my God. All right. I've been talking too long. Oh man, now I don't know how long I've been talking. The last one I was at, yeah, Ike's back in. I've only been talking now. Apparently I've only been streaming for 2 minutes. So that's depressing. My other one here. All right, let me actually end this one. I'm going to start a new one. 8 hours and 17 minutes I've been talking. Stop that. Because I'm also recording the audio over here too for, nostalgia purposes.
You gotta keep it for posterity.
Posterity, yeah. Well,
I was curious.
Backup. What's up?
I was curious how big the file was last time you did this stream. Did you have one solid file for it, or was it all just uploaded and?
Yeah, no, I just do. I do hear the audio through my my Rodecaster. So when I did them last year, I actually reproduced them and put the better audio in, mixed everything up, and I'm not doing that this year. That was a lot of work.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, it's for the stream. It's just going to be on YouTube. I don't know how large it is.
Oh, cool! I'm glad you don't have to deal with that in your computer.
Nope. Yeah, it saves right there, and but yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Oh, good. Oh, you were going to Facebook, Giles, Facebook now, and your YouTube.
Yes. Does it look like it's working? I think it's working.
It does. I see it on my side. It's linked and it's got the green check to it. So we're
right
good.
On. Cool. Yeah. I don't think I've got any thumbnails or anything for it, but it's all good. Hopefully some folks out there. Yeah. It looks like it's. Ooh, I got to turn the monetization on. What am I doing?
There you go.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, so for everybody on my channel that joins, if you guys don't know DJ from Brightside Home Theater, DJ is the man, a man and a half.
Yeah.
a true gentleman, a scholar of the home theaterly sciences.
See how he's straining to find compliments?
They flow forth.
They flow forth.
My wife says I'm full of all kinds of CRAP, just
flowing forth.
Yeah, it's all good. Cool. Yeah. So how do you feel now after 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 43 seconds?
Yeah, it's actually long. Yeah, it's actually 8
a little bit
hours,
more than
20 minutes. Yeah, 8:20. Yeah, so good. I feel really good. It's like I said, it's like I can't believe it's been over 8 hours. honestly. I'm a third of the way through, over a third of the way through.
So let's talk logistics for a minute, right? So
Sure.
do
I'm
you
in
do you
Douglas,
eat?
Massachusetts. What's that? Do I
Do,
eat?
yeah. So you
Not
got
really.
24. So is it like 24-hour diet going on as well? You just have like 2 gallons of water and you just chug through it or something?
Yeah, actually, I need more drink. I do have to pee. I need more drink. I don't eat much. I had a DoorDash from my wife and our friend Larissa. They dropped off donuts to me, so they've been sitting here on the seat. I've had a few bites of that, but I don't really eat a lot because it kind of just gets in the way of you just like chewing away. I've had it like people watching see me eat while you guys were talking, but I didn't really eat a lot last year either. I had all sorts of snacks lined up last year. I maybe touched the crackers like twice. I had some Cheez-Its and I was like, that's it. I just drink water. I have energy drinks and I'll have maybe 2 or 3 tops. They're like a monster. It is a monster, but it's a Rain energy drink and that's it. But like I was talking with Todd the other night about it and it's like, I just like endurance sports. I like this stuff and you don't do a lot for that either. So I'm used to it. If I'm working, I don't eat. Eating actually makes you tired too, because it takes energy away from you and you'll just be like, you get, like look at Thanksgiving. Everybody talks about, tryptophan and all that. Well, you eat all that, your body has to digest it and then you're going to get sleepy. So if I start eating, I'm
I
just
know.
going to be like,
I love that. My favorite thing to do in Thanksgiving is just be like,
yeah, yeah.
the whole day just
So I get like, if I sat here and be like, all right, everybody, I got to have my dinner. Like the rest of the show, I'd be like, I'll be asleep. It's just, yeah, I don't need to eat, and I'll eat tomorrow afternoon. I'll have a good dinner tomorrow afternoon.
like, I'll eat when I'm dead.
Yeah, well, I'll be eating when I'm dead, but no, yeah, I get your point.
That's true. We all turn into food.
Exactly. So no, yeah, it's like I just stand here. Well, right now I'm standing. I'll sit back down later. I go back and forth when I'm sitting and standing, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think being able to move into the standing position is going to be, because my back would start dying after a while sitting so long.
Yeah,
I'd have to, and I don't have a sit and stand desk, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I hadn't used it in a while. The stand part. So I was sitting here for like, it was almost 6 hours. I was sitting and then my back started hurting, my butt fell asleep, and I'm like, I gotta stand up, and I'm like, uh-oh, what if this thing doesn't work like it did, or everything unplugs?
Yeah,
right?
it just pulls it all apart.
So DJ, I've been on the live stream. Oh, where'd DJ go? But oh well. But no, it worked. So I'm up there standing away. So having fun.
Yeah, and I wonder who all is out in the audience right now. I saw Don was out there and Paul was out there.
Yep.
I can only see the people that have commented. And did you say Ike was out there too? And
Ike's out there.
Nice.
Yeah, Leor, 1973. Yeah, Edward. Giles is out there. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. What's up, folks? How you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, numbers slowly starting to cultivate back up to where it was before.
Yeah, it's painful that you have to bump everybody off like that, It would be cool if you could just do 24 hours straight and not.
Yeah, I'll talk to YouTube. I'm sure they'll accommodate me.
Yeah.
They'll only do 12. So I did the 8s just because that way you don't run into a hard out, like where you're like, oh my God, we're going to go away. It's like, just gives us some leeway. So
yeah, I would do the same. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, but it's all for fun. It's all for fun and raising money for Movember. And, got our Greg and I got our mustaches going. And you're just that way anyways.
Oh, is it No Shave November now? Oh.
Yeah, well, mustache.
I'm going to pause. I think this might be a shipment that I'm waiting on. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Please hold. So, all right. And he did. He put us, and he's still sitting right there. All right.
Not even a song while he leaves us? That's a shame.
No,
huh?
That's good. What have you watched in your home theater recently?
So I just finished, it's not exactly a home theater special, but I've been watching through Gene Wilder films, and I just started watching Stir Crazy.
Oh,
and that movie is funny.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I love Gene Wilder. He's ridiculous. He is ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
And Richard Pryor. He's fantastic.
Yeah. Stir Crazy. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I haven't
I'm only halfway through, but
Oh, okay. I won't spoil it for you.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
I barely even remember I just know that that's a Too Wild and Crazy Guys, all that.
Yeah.
That's from that. Yeah. And I remember that. I haven't seen that movie in forever, but yeah, it's classics. But that's what's fun about even having, like you said, it's not really home theater wise. But
Yeah.
when I saw it, I probably saw it on HBO when I was a kid on a 20-inch tube television in my parents' basement. And you're like, you're seeing it better than a lot of people. Even like you said, it's not home theater, but it's a great way to see the movies. So
Absolutely it is. Yeah. I have tons of fun with it. Even like my wife and I watch a lot of like the Survivor and Big Brother and the kind of dumpy reality TV shows. So we still watch that, and it's the living room, it's the home theater, and every now and then you put the lights down low and make it more cinematic, but
yeah.
we get a lot of use out of it.
Oh yeah.
Tons of fun.
Yeah. Oh, Paul's asking in the chat. He's like, have you seen Blazing Saddles?
Oh, I love Blazing. I was so sad. I almost said our cinema showcase apparently had a Blazing Saddles night where they played it in the. I'm not sure if it was in the X Plus theater, but they played it in the theater. I was like, that would have been the most fun thing to see in person in the theater. I'm really bummed I missed out on that opportunity.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing at home. And he said Three Amigos. But he meant
Never
Blazing
seen that.
Saddles.
It's Chevy Chase, right?
Oh my God, Three Amigos.
Yeah, Three Amigos is awesome.
It's awesome. That's same
Blazing
thing.
Saddles is good too. Yeah.
Yeah. But Three Amigos with the throwing the canteen away with the full of water. So great. Oh man, great movies. Great movies. Greg, in your in your living room setup, give me a scene that blew you away, like home theater wise.
It was definitely when everyone was raving about John Wick, and I watched the first one, and then I don't think I watched any of the rest of them, and I was like, you know what? I just installed the second sub. I'm gonna go through John Wick because I know it's got a lot of the gunshots and people rave about it. So I got is John Wick 4 the newest?
Yes.
When he beats up the sandbag, the punching bag
at the beginning.
Oh yeah, the punching bag thing. That's like thunderous.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I saw my subs coming towards me because I didn't realize that they're small for their size, I guess, and they're not heavy enough to sit still.
Oh,
so
they
started
were
like
walking.
Steve. Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Big time crawling towards me. Yeah.
Nice. Occasionally your equipment will try to kill you.
That's what I was wondering.
So you have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about that earlier today with John, and he has the PC 2000s, and it took us
the tube ones.
Yeah, the SVS PB PC 2000s, and he has two of them, and he's like trying to get them to sit. It took us weeks through the show of talking to people, different ideas on how to get these things because he has hardwood floors, and they were like dancing into the room and moving. He couldn't get them to sit still. It was funny. It was shortly after he got everything calibrated right and had good bass in his room. I think he is running a DSP and everything. He got it right. So these things are pumping out some serious bass, and now they start dancing around. He's like, now there's another problem. And it's like, it's a good problem to have if your subs are dancing, but it can be a pain in the butt.
SBS isolation feet helped me out.
We tried them. Didn't work.
Yeah. I went to Home Depot and I cut up a welcome mat with a rubber bottom, and that worked entirely. So that was good.
That's what that's what he ended up doing, putting mats underneath it. And then
you can buy there are industrial mounts, I don't know, rubber feet for lack of better terms, for like washing machines and stuff like that. And they're designed to just have something sit on it, but they're about this thick and they are really, really thick, nice rubber. So those are pretty good too.
Cool.
If you could just take the old feet off and then buy a whole bunch of those and put underneath it, and that's pretty decent too.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Neat. Instead of the cut up welcome mat with all the dog hair on it, that might look pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know, that dog hair, man. That's the dream. That's
that little fuzzy guy.
All right, I gotta run out. I am gonna pee.
Go to the bathroom. We got you handled.
You guys chat it up for a minute?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna open this box up and start talking through this thing anyway, right? So
what is it? You're gonna do that without me?
Just for giggles, right? I mean, just to have something to do. I got this new streamer, and straight. You know, when it comes in a box like this, you know it came straight from China, right? So
jeez.
straight. So no, it's Alpha Audio. So they're going to be competing with it's brand new, and they're going for Ever Solo and Hi-Fi Rose and those guys. So I'm gonna, I don't know, take it out of the box and look at it and see.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will be right back. You
Right
guys
on.
have fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, we got you covered. Go do your thing.
You have the con.
Take the long break if you need to.
No,
Say it.
I got to
We're
get
all
some
gonna be
drinks. I
counting
got to
minutes.
pee.
We'll see.
Take the
We'll
long
see if
break.
it's a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break. We'll know.
Yeah, exactly. Where did DJ go? Oh, God.
Mark the time, 12:31 p.m. Mountain Time. So Greg, where do you live at?
So I live about 30 minutes away from DJ, actually.
What city name is that, if you don't mind?
And no worries. Auburn, Massachusetts.
Auburn. Okay, right
Yeah.
on. That's cool. So are you guys like buddies outside of the show, maybe, since you're so close to each other, or did it just happen that you know you met each other through the show, but you live close together?
No, I married his daughter.
Okay, that's definitely one way to meet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, big time. I went to college with his daughter and married her. Yeah.
So how's that working out?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic.
She's over in the other room. She's like, you better say it's good.
No, she's sleeping. Yeah, so I can say whatever I want. Yeah, we're good.
Right on.
The night
Man, I
shift
want
nurse.
to go to sleep at 12:30 in the afternoon. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You're a good husband. Let her relax and get some rest. And then the father-in-law is all like, you have to come on my show. So that now I know why you're here, right? So
I'm amped to be here. I've already got such good recommendations. Watch the Three Amigos and turn off CEC and the rubber and the industrial
and the rubber feet thing. Yeah.
I've already gotten so much out of it.
Yeah. So what kind of movies are you into? I mean, I'm like a big sci-fi action guy, but occasionally, like, so he was asking what scene you liked. Well, there was a movie called Red Sparrow, like from 2018, and it's got Jennifer, whatever her name is. I can't think of her name. She was I don't know, she was the bow and arrow girl out of Hunger Games.
Yeah, I know
what's
exactly
her
what
name?
you're talking about.
Come on, everybody out in internet land, help us with the name of this actress. And then she was in the space movie where she got woken up by the guy who
Jennifer
was
Lawrence?
also in Guardians of the Galaxy. I can't ever remember anybody's names. So
Yeah.
Jennifer Lawrence. There we go. Lawrence. See, everybody. Yeah. If I
That
could put
helped
you up
out.
on screen, I'd put you up on screen right now. But she was in a movie called Red Sparrow. And there's a scene where she's like, it's some kind of, I can't remember if it's like a big church or if it's like a place where they're putting on a play, a big theater, but they were playing this kind of classical music in the background, and it showed her like walking down these stairs, and it was beautiful and it sounded amazing. So, kind of outside of my normal like whiz bang, he's back, is only like 2 minutes, so short trip. But that was kind of out of my normal, like, I love this scene, but man, it was so good. I just remember watching it. It was good.
That's
I don't know
awesome.
if that's the same scene I was thinking of, Don, or maybe Don, you're talking about DJ. That it makes more sense if he's talking about DJ. Hey, DJ, could you put up that last comment that Don just made talking about you? He's not even hearing us. Man,
good.
that just ruined the joke altogether.
So I was curious, Giles. So you review hardware, correct?
I do. I do all kinds of stuff. See, my problem is that I can't stay in my lane. But yes, I do hardware reviews for sure.
Oh, that's fun though. I was curious, like, as a hardware reviewer, you ever get something where it's not even that bad of a product, but just one thing on it frustrated you to a degree of you were just like, this is now useless because of this one little tiny thing?
Well, I don't know if there's been a review where I found that it was completely useless.
Mm-hmm.
But there have been a number of pieces of equipment
completely useless. You guys are talking about me behind my back.
Well, no,
here,
you just missed that.
Come on,
you
buddy.
just missed the comment that Don put on about you. It's like it's the one just above where he says Red Sparrow, and I said, what is your fondest thoughts of DJ? And then he wrote in with that comment. So
completely useless. Yeah, that's
No, not that. No, it's the one typed into the comments.
Oh, where is it?
Yeah, I mean,
who wrote it? What are you
Don.
saying? Don? Oh, totally naked.
He has it on a loop in his mind.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
But so I was saying that there have been many pieces of equipment
Poor
that
Don.
people have sent in, and they're like, "Oh, can you do a review of this?" And I was like, on surface, I'm like, sure, seems good, right? And smaller kind of companies and some big ones too.
Sure.
And I get the equipment and I start testing it, and it's just horrible.
Like, what were they thinking?
It's just and those things. I've made a conscious decision not to create this kind of cut down negative content where I get a piece and I'm like, ha ha, I finally got one that I can just tear to pieces. I'm gonna make this cut
I don't
down.
blame you.
No, so I just send it back. I'm
Yeah,
all like, I'm not
Fair
gonna
enough.
I'm not gonna make content about this. Here are the things that for me are complete showstoppers, and this is not good enough, and it's not either up to your typical quality, or as a new product and a new vendor, you don't want me to talk about this, right? Because it's just not good.
Yeah,
So
I respect that.
yeah, I just send that stuff back. But the amount of flack that I get from people about having that policy,
What? Really?
because they're all like, "Oh, this guy, all he does is sing praises of things," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, because the stuff I don't like, I don't cover because I don't
Yeah.
want to talk about it. I don't want to make a video where I say something sucks, right?
Yeah.
Other people,
Right.
I'll leave it to them. They can have it. They can make as
Yeah.
much of that as they want to.
That's an
But
easy
if I'm
dunk.
making a piece of content, the thing is at least average." At least an average piece of gear. It may not be the best, but it's at least average.
That's cool.
Yeah, and like this thing I'm taking out of the box now, I've heard it and at Toronto Audio Fest. So I think it's at least average, and it's supposed to be better than a lot of other stuff. But I won't know until I know, right?
What is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's alpha. I'm gonna show you. Oh, it's heavy as
cool.
a freaking rock too. It's a audio, a 2-channel music streamer. So
neat.
yeah. So look, they even put the alpha audio on the top.
Oh,
That's cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So this, if you're familiar with the Hi-Fi Rose streamers or the other one the Ever Solo streamers, like the A8, the A6, the A6 Master, and a bunch of those. These are 2-channel products, and they're just designed to connect into Qobuz or Tidal or Spotify or
Right.
a hard drive with a bunch of music at home. And
Right.
this is, the interface between that digital content and then your system.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. And I saw it and I listened to it. I thought it was cool. And they were like, "You want to make a video about it?" And I said, "Well, I'm happy to check it out and see if I want to make a video about it." And they're like, "Sure. So we'll send you one over that you can play with for a little while." And it just got here, and they were like, "What color do you like?" And I'm like, "I like red stuff." They're
Yeah,
like,
it does
"Red
look cool.
stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, red stuff." And so they made a red one, and
neat.
it didn't have the logo on top there either. And I said, "You know what would be cool is if it had the logo on top." And you know what?
Oh,
They
they
put the
did
logo
it.
on top.
Look
So
at you.
that's really awesome. I'm really excited. I mean, it's really cool that they, that I have the power. No, it's
Yeah.
just
Well,
because it was kind of this is a
Power
very
of
bland kind of
suggestion.
box, right?
yeah.
And I was like, "Mate, you can do something to spice it up a little bit. At least, I mean, put your logo on it somewhere where people can see it." And they
That's
did. And
nice.
they made it red.
Yeah.
So
Look
yeah,
at that.
that's exciting. So I'm looking forward to hooking this up and playing with it, because I don't only do 2-channel stuff. I do our multi-channel stuff. I do 2-channel, and
Neat.
man, my refrigerator and microwave reviews are there. Gangbusters.
Yeah?
They're going at it, man.
Did you review, seriously, didn't you review like your Samsung refrigerator?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Yeah,
I know, because you and I talked about it.
microwave.
Yeah. Because
Cool.
well, in the new house, I'm getting the Samsung with the digital front.
I hope you use my link.
No, I had already bought it. It's sitting in a warehouse somewhere right now. I'm sorry. I already bought it. No, but I'm going to use your link for the because you and I were talking about this too, is the frame. I want the Samsung
A
frame.
true gentleman right here, by the way. Yeah.
Right.
Over here. Yeah.
Right there, right next to you. Right.
Yeah,
next to you.
I run like a 2021 frame, I think. I've had it for a while now.
Yeah.
And man, we use that thing every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks really cool.
That's what I want over the fireplace for my display.
That'll be sweet.
Yeah.
Are you
and
going to
then
do a mantle mount that comes down, or are you just going to keep it fixed up there?
Nope, it's just going to be fixated up there. That way, and I want, like, when it's not being used, it'll look like a picture hanging on, or two pictures, however, because they can, I mean, it's pretty cool how they do it. That matting, you can put things in it, like family pictures,
Yeah, and then
matting,
you can even
Wow.
change the actual physical frame of the
yeah.
television too.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. And so then it's kind of discreet. Like, when it's not being used as a television, it just looks like a normal picture hanging on the wall or something like that.
Yeah, so
And
we have one in our little breakfast nook area, and that's like where we do most of our food consumption. And I mean, just that little tiny spot is funny. It gets most action of any place in the house. And somebody was over, I forget who it was, and they were walking through, and they were like, "Oh, and do you have any?" We were talking tech and stuff, and he's like, "What TVs do you have?" And I'm like, "Well, that one." And he looks, and he's like, "What?" And I turned down and said, "Oh, I thought that was a picture."
yeah. Oh yeah.
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 It's cool.
I mean, it's as far as, and everybody, like home theater people, be like, it's not that good of a display. It's like, it's not good. It doesn't do it. I'm not using it as a home theater display. I'm using it as a, as a living room, just something to hang on the wall or something. It's a piece of art for all intents and purposes. Literally
So
what it
DJ,
is.
do you think people, to comment on your comment there, do you think people just get too critical about stuff sometimes?
Absolutely.
They're all like, "Oh, I would never have that thing. It's, 4 points of contrast off of the so and so."
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we see it all the time. You see it, of course. It's like, it's in your comment section. It's in the, it's like people get like, and they miss the original purpose of what they're commenting on, actually, right? And it's like, no, it's not meant for that. Or it's one of the, I got a review. Somebody wrote like a bad comment about the steel, STIHL,
Still,
steel. So it was their lawn vacuum thing, right? And it's like, it can convert from a leaf blower to a lawn vacuum, and the bag goes over your shoulder, and it's like this.
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. I love it. Right. And Steel's great product anyways. I mean,
Good
it's
brand.
like bulletproof, great stuff. Greg knows from, construction. It's like, that's like pro grade stuff. Right. So one of the reviews on it was like, whoever wrote the review was like, it's horrible. The bag fills too fast. Well, because they're trying to pick up their whole lawn with this thing. And it's like trying to use a dust. Yeah. They're like, it
works too well.
Yeah, it works. It fills too fast. It's like too many, like, you can't pick up a lot of I'm like, it's like complaining about a dustbuster not vacuuming your entire living room floor, right? Because like, you're using it for the wrong thing, you idiot. And so I wrote my review on it because I hated this donkey. And I'm like, I wrote my review, and Steele wrote back to me. They had to take it down. They're like, well, yeah, we don't, as negative as the reviews are, we don't like people disparaging the reviews. I was like,
that's
okay.
funny.
I was trying to stick up for you, but all right. But yeah, you know what I mean? So I was like, they wouldn't even let my review go up because I was reviewing the reviewer. But yes, people can be.
Because you're so mean.
Yeah, typically I am. Right. But I find like it's the age-old thing, right? Most criticisms based in ignorance. They have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, that's, like, oh, that thing, it won't pick up my whole lawn. Well, it wasn't meant to. Sorry. That's not what
Empty
it was for.
the bag. Start over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is ridiculous. It fills too fast. So it did its job really quickly. Yep. Sounds like a bad review to me. Like, I'd never buy that. It was awesome.
Yeah. And, sometimes I just wonder if maybe my standards are just not as high as other people. And, I'm like, no, I know what's good and what's bad. And people are just like overcritical about stuff, because I think we're living in the golden age for people who want to watch televisions. You can get humongous TVs that have pretty darn good pictures for, you get like $2,000 for a 9800-inch TV, and the picture's pretty darn good.
That's a 98 or 100 inch, not a 9800 inch television.
Oh, right. Not 9,800 inches. Yeah, that
You
would be awesome.
misplaced the comma there, Giles, buddy.
Yeah, 98 or 100 inch
100
in
inch.
that size, 100-inch class TV.
Right. Everyone's like, where do I get a 9800 inch television?
Yeah,
But $2,000.
The pictures are pretty darn good, and they're like, oh, I could never have that TV because my 65-inch OLED is so much better, and I would. I don't know, man. I'm just in the awe of the big screen. I'm like, oh, look at that panel. This is so good.
Yeah, but that was the idea, right? And that's the advice I've given to everybody when buying. It's like when you're first getting into it, it's like, what TV should I get? Well, as big as you can. Well, what about quality?
Perfect.
You don't know the difference yet. Don't worry about it. Get the biggest you can get. Once you know the quality, then we'll work back from there. But and even to the person like my 65-inch OLED is so much better. Yeah, but it's still only 65 inches.
That's right. It looks like a postage stamp. It's like when you go to see the Mona Lisa and you realize it's only like that big, really. You're like, oh,
I mean, there's something to be said for that. Your monitoring display, the calibration displays and all that. They're all smaller.
Oh, that's different.
That's different. And even a 65-inch OLED. I have a 55-inch OLED in my living room. It looks fantastic. But it's not it's not the movie theater experience, the giant screen.
I learned something that I didn't know this year.
It's usually what happens when you learn, but okay.
I learned something I didn't know. And I guess I learned something new. I guess that new is also
I learned
unneeded.
something today I've always known.
I learned something this year. And I should have realized this, but I did not. So, when you think about just think about the best available OLED on the market, right? Whatever it might happen to be at the moment, right? The most perfect, beautiful picture ever. Well, that screen is merely a consumer grade screen. And compared to the pro stuff is a big old turd.
Yeah.
And I had no idea how good mastering screens are.
Oh my God. Where did you learn this? Did you talk to my buddy John?
No, I saw it with my eyes.
Oh, okay. You experienced it.
I experienced it. Yeah, I had heard it before, but it never really sunk in. I'm like, how big can the difference be? So Sony at Cedia, they had their really good OLED, and then they were showing it compared to their mastering panels.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's
the mastering panels are only like this big, right? They're small. But it's beautiful.
Perfect. So John Thompson, who listens to the show, talks to him. He's over in England. He's works for Hollywood, works as a producer. He does all of this stuff. We've had arguments. Him and I argued for 4 hours about this very subject. About DJ, you don't know how good this is crap. He was telling me this, physical media isn't good or this isn't good. And I'm like, he goes, this is so much better. And we went back and he's great about it. I mean, it's civil, right? It's a discussion. This is how you learn this stuff, right? And then I realized what he was talking about, and he was talking about what they do, the mastering stuff.
On the back end, the production stuff.
Yeah. And he goes, and I was like, he goes, the stuff you're seeing isn't as good. He goes, it could be so much better. I'm like, no, it can't. And like I said, back and forth for 4 hours. And I was like, wait a minute, you're talking about something. He goes, yeah, that's not open to the public. This is just what we see. I go, then this is just physical media or kaleidoscope. That is the best. He goes, no, this is the best. I go, that's not available. It's it's not an option. We don't have that. But that is how good it could be.
I wish everybody could
that's
see
not
it
mass
just so they
produced.
can know.
Yeah.
Because I mean they were showing the scene and it's a really hard to reproduce scene. So it's in a desert, and then there's some really dark colors up front, and then it's the sun is directly in the frame, and it's super bright. And on just your normal OLED, the sun is it's not super defined, but on their display, it's you could see the edge of the sun. There is just so no white crush at all, no black crush at all, just perfection.
Yeah, and
so
it's
good.
Yeah, and then but doesn't that kind of ruin you? like you go back now and you're like, never mind, it ruins an OLED. Never mind what it's going to do to like your or projector or anything below an OLED or something like
Yeah.
that. You're like,
It doesn't hit me like that, honestly. I can be just as happy with, just normal kind of stuff. That's why I said maybe my standards are kind of low, because I've seen and I've been to, on the audio side, I've been to mastering studios, right? And you walk into the room and, it's like a completely treated room, like treated in a way that you would never treat like a home theater, or at least none of the ones that I've ever been in. And I've been in some pretty nice ones. And when you go in and you just talk to people, everybody sounds like Barry White in there. You're like, hey, how you doing? You're like, my God, you sound good. And then they start playing the stuff and you're like, oh my God, it sounds good. Right. And I talked to the audio engineers, and they don't set anything up like we set up in home theater, right? So, like in home theater, everybody's like, okay, you got to cut, all your bass off and all your channels at 80 hertz or 60 or whatever it is for your
Right.
system. And then you pump it all to your subwoofers and you have to do all, and anybody's like, well, if you ever play any of your channels full range, that's wrong and blah, blah, blah. Well, on their side, they're like, every channel has to be full range. We do not, we do not mix any of our channel space with the LFE channel. That is discrete. So it's like a different methodology that they use to design those rooms for mastering, or at least where I was at. Maybe other places do it differently, but this is how they did it there. It was just amazing. So good.
Yeah.
So good.
And what we're trying to, like, when we do what we're doing, we're trying to recreate what I was going to say is the environment of a movie theater. At least from my perspective, right? There are people that like, they want that on their wall. They want as close as they can get to like the mastering image, or even the audio side of it. We're trying to recreate the environment of a movie theater of like when we went, and I want the bangs and the booms and stuff to be recreated that way. And it's, so, and I've had listeners tell me like, oh man, I've had my projector calibrated and it looks so great. It's too good. I don't like it. And they actually back it off because it's too good, too close to being like an OLED. And they want, a little bit more subdued, like when you go to a movie theater. So that's why, like, when I asked, like, does it ruin it for you and stuff? And like you said, going into the audio studio, and it's like, they're trying to do their thing to master these things so that everybody can get as much out of this, whatever they're producing in those studios. Everybody has the option to, you want everything available to the customer or viewer or listener. But on our side, tuned to taste, whatever you want. And it's like, that's like when I saw, what was it, The Wall or whatever, the Sony Wall, when I came to you afterwards, I go, all right, you were right, the wall's good.
So that was the one thing that really hurt me. So the pro stuff, I know it's not really available, right? But at Cedia, in that Sony room with their wall and so it's a big LED wall, and then who's the sound in there? Oh,
who was the sound?
Wisdom Audio. I think it was Wisdom Audio did the speakers in that room. That's the one thing that really broke my heart and just makes me pine away for something. That LED wall that they had implemented there, that's the experience that I want to have every time that I watch something now. And I don't have anything like that at all. I don't know if anybody that does. It's just
insane.
It's so good.
Travis, how you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Hey, Giles.
Welcome, man.
Greg. How's it going?
Greg, that's my son-in-law, Greg. I heard when I went upstairs. Yeah, I heard Giles interviewing Greg when I just went and took a quick pee break, and I'm upstairs and they got it on in the living room. And Giles like, so how did you meet DJ? Greg's like, I married his daughter. Well, that's one way to do it. So there you go.
How many daughters you got, DJ? We can count your friends.
Just good. Giles are like me and you, buddy. Me and you. I was just gonna say I only got one daughter. So yeah, I got a son. He's already engaged, so he's getting married soon. So I'm tapped out for kids. That's it.
Right now, well, I got two boys, 15 and 13, so they're not quite ready yet, but they'll be looking for some ladies here one of these days.
Hey, there was a time you could marry them off right now. There was a time and a place for that.
Back in the good old days.
Yeah.
The good old days where the kids left the house early.
That's right. We could combine our empires.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah,
I'm
Greg's
merging
like,
of the
what
monarchy.
empire did I come into? What the hell?
The dark
It's like-
side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Are your kids into this? Well, DJ, obviously your kids are, but like I have an 18-year-old and I've got a 65-inch QLED upstairs that I'm trying to offload. And he just moved into his first apartment. He just started college. I'm like, you want that? He's like, no, it's too big.
What?
Yeah, both my boys, they are super happy with their cell phones and some headphones.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
they will occasionally use an iPad. They could come down and watch 65 or a 98 or a projector or 120, and I got all this shit around the house, right? But they don't want it at all. They don't care.
He loves watching movies in the theater here, but like for his apartment, he doesn't have much space. And it's more important for him to have his 20-inch tube TV for his retro gaming habit than it is for him to have a big screen to watch a movie on.
Heck yeah.
Oh. Greg's upstairs. You're upstairs, right, Greg? In your
I am, yes.
Your version of a podcast studio, and
Yeah.
you got quite the set. You had a whole rig set up there for like what was from like Ready Player One, right? Like
Yeah,
you had
my VR
headgear,
setup.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
like.
look at the.
I mean,
If I drag it over here.
Yeah, he's got a
while
whole.
he's dragging the stuff over, I'll show my new toy.
Uh-oh. Is this appropriate?
So this is totally appropriate.
Oh,
I haven't even opened it up yet. The MetaQuest 3S.
Oh, okay.
The new guy. I gotta make a video about it before.
There
the
he
holiday
goes.
season.
Yeah, see, Greg, we can't see his head, but yeah, he's got.
he's
got a
wandering through.
rig.
I'm in space now.
Yeah, but
Oh.
he actually ran like so he can walk around the room and still be connected to this thing. There it is. And he had this whole. I'm like, what the heck?
Which headset is it? We couldn't see.
It's the Steam Valve Index.
Oh, nice. Right on. That's super cool.
Yeah,
I know just enough to know what that is, and not enough to ever.
Yeah,
really. I'm not a gamer. I was an Atari 2600 kid.
Yep.
Cool.
And I loved it. And I had my Intellivision, and I loved my Intellivision. And then
Intellivision was insane.
I picked up a guitar and started doing that. And by the time I got picked up a video game again, it was the NES, and there were too many buttons. Like, give me like a joystick and one or two, maybe two buttons.
Yeah,
that's all I can handle. And I haven't been into it ever since. My gaming extent now is like playing, Spider Solitaire on my phone, or I have a few of the Apple TV games that we play on rare occasions, but I bought a controller to use for that. But
dude,
cool.
Clash Royale on the cell phone, that's my jam right now.
Oh my God.
Now let me some Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't played any of those. I haven't played any games in
I'm an Apex guy still on my PC.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a fun game.
Yeah, my boys are big into Valorant, but it's just too twitchy for me. I go somewhere and I'm dead like in 15 seconds. I'm like, oh, I didn't even see anybody, and they're all like doing this stuff, and the screen it just flashes. They're moving so fast because they'll pop out and shoot and then come back. It's like, and then I got him, and I'm like, I can't even see it. They're like, that's because you're old and slow, Dad.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, I guess so.
They have the crazy mouse settings where like you move the mouse like this much and the character's doing like a 360 because they just like that precise.
Yeah,
they're like surgeons. It's incredible.
My boys argue about that. So what is it, like high dot pitch versus low dot pitch or something like that? Yeah. And like my younger son, if I remember correctly, he likes to have the lower resolution so that he has to move further. Right. And then my older son, literally just like a micro, and he spins around in a whole circle, like just and I'm all like, I don't have that fine motion, but he'll play with snipers all the time, and even for like close up stuff, right? And he's always like popping around the corner, shooting and coming back. So he's just like, crow. It's like, that's like a whole thing. Just like, I don't know, I can't do it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I tried to play some video games when my son Joe went to college, and he was at college, and I was trying to play. I forget which first person shooter it was, But I used to be really good at it. That's what I used to do years and years ago. I'd be up to like 3 in the morning.
Playing
me and
Doom.
my buddies.
It was
Yeah.
Doom.
Yeah. And any of them, like they were games like, yeah, it's so much more advanced now. Obviously everything's so much better, but I'd go to bed at like 3 or 4 and I'd be all wired, like hyped up, like, oh my God, I was just in the woods hunting this guy, you know, I'd be like, but I tried to get online and play with him and I was like crying laughing because I couldn't do anything right. And then like he's dying laughing because he's watching my character like run around the screen and jump and everything. And I got no weapons. I don't know what to do. I think we had a parachute in. I forgot to pull my chute, so I just splatted on the ground. He was like, Dad, you're embarrassing me. This is a group thing.
Yeah.
That's
like,
fun.
Hey, you get old. So
Yeah, my little guy's making videos. He just started his channel, so he
No
hasn't
way.
gotten up the nerve to put his face on screen yet. But he did a little bit of voiceover narration for a video that he did. So
oh wow.
that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's wicked cool.
Yeah. He hasn't gotten up the nerve to put his face on video yet. That's funny.
Yeah,
It is.
he's getting there. He's getting there.
Yeah. That's like when
I
John
made some-
and I when John and
I made
first-
little Lego videos with my kid when he was younger, and he would come up with these stories and build the characters, and we made these little 2 or 3 minute short films, and I put them on my Vimeo. And then like last year when he's in high school, his friends came across them because he has a unique name, and it was kind of easier to find him.
him,
So
Yeah.
they came across him, and he's like, "Can you take those down?" I'm like,
Nope.
"No."
Yeah. You're gonna live with that. That's great.
Yeah.
That is fun.
It's I was just gonna say, like, it's funny that kids are they're getting exposed to this earlier, so it's easier for them, right? So like even like your son's like, I don't want to put my face on, but he will eventually, you know, it's just easier.
Yeah,
And-
he's got like 59 subscribers now, so he's all excited.
Ooh,
I
that's awesome.
put the link in the notes, everybody, or in the comments. Go subscribe to him. Let's get him 5 or
There
6
you go.
subs.
At Red Mouse.
At
Yeah,
Red 2
YouTube
Mouse.
/ Red 2 Mouse. There you
Red
go.
2 Mouse. Yeah.
But yeah, when John and I first started doing this, like podcasting, I didn't start on YouTube. I started audio only podcast, and we'd record and we were nervous. Like we're
Yeah.
not even talking to anybody except ourselves. And we'd be like, okay, as soon as you hit that red button and you know you're being recorded, you immediately just like freeze up. And
Yeah.
the two of us were like, what do we hit like play, like record. And then we just stared at each other like, shut it off, start again, shut it off. So we had all these, we had all these 1 minute audio recordings of dead air because neither of us knew what to say because you're just getting so nervous to do it. And we're like, what are we nervous about? Nobody's here. It's like, you don't have to put it out. It's like, you
Yeah.
can't screw up. But it's just the mental part of it. And then I think when I went to YouTube, Steve and John will tell you all the time, like I forgot to tell them we were live because I started recording the videos and then I'd put them out later, and then one day I just found a way for us to go live. They're like, oh, by the way, guys, we're live right now. They're like, what? Oh wow.
I think live is sometimes easier for me, at least,
Yeah.
than pre-recorded stuff,
Oh, yeah.
because you know it when it's done, it's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't go back and you're like, I need to edit this and make it perfect. You know, you just
Right.
know that it's not going to be perfect, and it's okay.
Wait, you're saying my show isn't perfect?
Oh no, your show is. I'm talking about myself. I can never
Oh, okay.
achieve your level of performance.
Yeah.
You are peak male live streaming performance. You are the one.
You got to watch more content, buddy.
You are the one.
The
No,
one.
dude, your show is awesome. What are you talking about? Don't
okay.
belittle yourself.
Yeah, I know there's plenty of people to do that. Don't you
Yeah,
do it too?
folks for that thing. You got it
It's
covered.
like, you should see the comments. Why would you watch Brightside? Oh, no.
Oh, I think, dude, I love your show.
Thank you.
Shane Lee loves it too.
Yes. Oh, there he is.
You
Shane,
see?
how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, it was $200, dude, not $199. Come on.
What's he saying? $2 or 200 entry fee to stream with you.
Because we
Email
have to
me.
pay you to come on
I
your show for pop. You know, it's like advertising fees.
Yeah, it's funny. I did email him. Where I swear I emailed him already. This happened last time. I think he just does this to make fun of me. Let me see. Where is it? Text me the email you want it sent to, because I texted to Shane's listen. I'm like, I texted it to you too, buddy. Where is it? It's Shane. Doop, doop. This is what happens during it. And I got other people to add to. I thought I already did send it to him. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there we go. Oh, is that? No, yesterday I sent it. So you can't do it from your text?
So this is like a baseball play-by-play.
Yeah, exactly. You guys carry on. I'm going to get this over to him.
Yeah, Shane's like, joke went over his head. I know when I have to explain the jokes to you, DJ, maybe you do need coffee.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm trying to run this thing. I'm afraid he can't get on. I mean, you can't make a joke that you need something and tell me, and I'm in the middle of trying to get everybody that thing, like the link. So, okay. I just texted him. What email? Now he's probably dying left. At least he's awake, right, Shane? You're awake. You're paying attention. Last time he was on the show, he made a comment, and then he's like, "Yeah, usually I fall asleep watching your show." He didn't mean it that way, but that's what he did. He's like, really appreciate that, Shane. Thanks, buddy.
Travis, that's a pretty cool art piece next to you there. With the orange, yellow, and
this
black.
one?
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, those are okay. So those are acoustic panels they're just ATS panels off of Amazon. But we went and we found online, just like an indie artist that was selling his digital artwork. And I reached out, and I think I paid him like $75 for a high-res digital copy of this piece. And I had it printed on fabric and split. I split it down the middle across two panels, and it worked out really, really well.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it looks great.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
I wish I could remember the artist's name. I've got it way deep in my email somewhere.
All right. So do you want me to tell this story right now, DJ, about the TCL QM7?
Absolutely. I've got another, 20 hours to go.
All
Sure.
Right. So this is a tale of woe and despair and it's not finished yet.
This story is coming from Don, who with the $5 super chat. So I really appreciate it. So why don't you read the question, Giles, and then tell the story? So
Don says,
once upon
Giles,
a time,
how did you like the 98-inch TCL QM7? I'm looking at buying the QM8. So here's the story. So in my theater, I am revamping everything as I get ready to hopefully in the future do some LED wall reviews and that kind of thing, right? Because like I said, that Sony display that we saw at CEDIA kind of ruined me, right? And I want to dig more into that and understand what that's like from a consumer's point of view, because it's different technology than a TV or a projector. A TV projector, you kind of just plug in a HDMI cable, all kind of just works, right? Some work better than others, but it's just one cable. Well, LED walls have controllers and this, that, and the other, and so there's a little bit more to it. The install is a little bit more rigorous too. Well, as a first step though, I wanted to do some large form factor television reviews in the room, right? Before I get into the LED wall, because once I take the TV mount down for LED wall, it gets a little more difficult to do that kind of stuff down there. So the first one is going to be the 98-inch TCL QM7. So it's not their top of the line unit, QM8. So if you're going to be in a room with light, ambient light, then you want the QM8 for sure. The QM7 I thought would be really good for a room that's light controlled to a certain extent. I mean, you can still have like your lights on and that kind of thing, but if you got like super bright lights coming from outside, maybe it's not the most perfect. The QM8 would be better because it's brighter. So I talked to TCL. I'm like, all right, let's do this thing. And they're like, great. And so, I like ripped down my projector and my screen, and then I put this black slat wall stuff up on the wall, and, putting in new seating and the whole deal. Right. And so, they deliver this QM7. It's great. I get a buddy to come over, and we lug it downstairs. And in the box, it's like 230 pounds. So it is not lightweight, right? And it's humongous. I mean, these things are massive. And I get it down to the basement, unbox it. And I do a whole unboxing video, right? And that's published right now. Once it's unboxed and that video is all done, then, I wait a couple of days, and I'm going to plug it in and check it out and start doing the setup on it. So I can start, I'm going to hang it and all that kind of stuff, plug it in. And it's like shattered in like 4 places. And it's just, it is completely destroyed. Right. And I'm all like, dang, what do I do now? Right. So, I'm all like, hey, TCL, this thing's destroyed, and sent pictures and went around with them a little bit. And they're like, okay, we'll pick it up and send you another one. I'm like, awesome. All right. So they pick it up and send another one. And I'm all like, okay, because I felt kind of bad. I'm like, oh, I knew there's no way that I did it because it's like shattered on the top. So like something hit it like 2 or 3 times on top and shattered. Or maybe somebody put like a tie down on it and like really ratcheted it up and just shattered the glass on top with that or something. So I'm like, okay, there's no way I did it, but I still felt kind of self-conscious. Like maybe they're like, oh, this guy broke the TV. And so I'm like, okay, you just send another one and then just have your guys unbox it and test it. So they sent another one. They had their guys unbox it and test it. It is broken. It's shattered. So now we're on 2. And there's a third one coming this coming Friday. That's that call that I took. That was the shipping company.
That's what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah. So as long as they're not shattered, I'm sure it'll be awesome. And TCL has been an absolute joy to work with on this stuff. It isn't, and it's out of their control, right? The shipping companies are just destroying these things, right? But that's one of the challenges of these larger form factor televisions, right? There's more opportunity for damage, right? Because they are big and they are heavy and they are hard to move around. So, they're great and it's the right form factor and the right size. I mean, 100 inch is really nice in most homes, but I've been super unlucky.
Yeah, what about the idea? Like, just off of that, I think you could solve the problem by going to the store, buying one yourself, if you could, right? But how do you get that home? Because who was it that I was listening to the other day talking about the size and like the size of truck you would need to get these things home in a box? I might have been an AV rant if I remember right. Like, how do you do that? But then when you get it home and it's cracked or damaged, maybe it was done during shipping to the store. Maybe
you never know.
You never know. So it's almost like you have to buy these things. You cannot go into the store and buy these things based off of like this kind of information, because by the time you get it home, it could be a huge issue, right? And it's like, well, they could blame you did it or this or that, and it's like that's a great part of the review though. As funny a story or a sad a story as that is, that's actually a pretty big part of the review that I think people overlook, right?
Yeah, the whole getting it there definitely is a thing. It's a lot more challenging, and I'm going to talk about the challenge of the shipping and all that kind of stuff in the video. Obviously, really, the video is to talk about the room changes and that kind of stuff, but I think for a owner, they need to, know that piece, right? Because it's not the same as buying a 65-inch TV. Those are easy to deal with.
And Don adds in the chat, he says you can rent a truck from Home Depot for $19.99.
Yeah, I would want to rent a box truck though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they do have those too as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like you could get a U-Haul, but you can do whatever. But think about the logistics you have to go through to buy a television. Right? It's like, and now you get it home and it's cracked and you just rented the truck and you're like, oh, now I got to pack it back up, put it back in the truck and get it home. And it's
you got to back. You got to do that all at the same time, right? So you got to be ready. So you can't just buy it and then park it.
Right.
Yeah, I would not buy anything, any 100-inch TV and buy it and put it and store it for any amount of time.
No.
As soon as you get it, unbox it, test it, and make sure it's okay. Because you don't want to wait 2 weeks.
Right.
And then be like, oh, so don't buy one of these for Christmas in October
and wrap it,
put it under your tree.
Yeah. 100-inch under your tree. How big's your tree?
Yeah. You put your TV in front of, or your tree in front of it. Yeah. Don't do that. Just take it out of the box and check it out. Yeah, and if it all works, then you put a little red bow on it and you set it to the side, don't turn it on. But that is the one thing that I've learned, other than, dude, it's impressively big. They are impressively big. And even with the how it all turns like blue and green and everything when you have a shattered LCD, it looks really cool. It's super sad, but you're like, man, this is gonna be awesome. So, I'm excited.
It's exciting, but I'm man, I kind of feel bad for the consumers now for people that are going to do this, because
I am sure that my experience is not representative.
It doesn't. I'm sure it isn't, but I'm just thinking of the legit. Like, I know when I've gone and bought a new display, going all the way back to like when I got my Sony Trinitron 32-inch Trinitron, and how excited you were to get that home and everything. And it's like, and put it onto the the home theater whatever you want to call it, or that I had to fit it into, your cabinet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta the
furniture.
logistics you go through to set up for this new piece, right? You're all excited. I'm getting a 100-inch screen. So you take down the old 65. You got here it is. It's Amazon shipping it today. You've rearranged your entire wall of your room. You open the box and you're like, there's oh my God. It's like,
It's not cool.
no, but it's not a simple thing. It's like, now I got to put the other TV back up, and now I got to do this. It's disappointing.
Or you just let the room sit idle for 3 weeks while there's no display there, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not. I've already taken the projection screen down and moved it upstairs and mounted it, so it's not coming back.
Right.
So for me, when I think about the future of large form factor displays in the home, really, this is a driving reason why I think that the LED wall, when the technology becomes more available to consumers, will be the right way to go, because you get away from, okay, I'm trying to ship these huge panels, because they're all like 600 millimeters by something like that, right? So they're like this big, right? So it's just a whole bunch of small panels. You just slap them up there, and if one goes bad, you just swap that one out, right? Or if one's damaged in shipping, it's not like the whole thing's bad, and you could even watch it with that one panel missing if you wanted to, right? So you can still go through the setup and get everything ready, and then just add that last one in later. So I think it would be absolutely. It's absolutely the way to go, and we just got to get there. So Don was saying, use it as a tabletop. Did you use the stand or a mount? I didn't get to the point where I mounted the TV. I took it out of the box and I stuck the feet on it so it could sit by itself, and I didn't actually realize that it was broken until I fired it up. So if you watch my unboxing video, you can't really tell until you fire it up, and then you're like, oh my God. But it was, it's destroyed so badly. I think if I took the plastic film off, chunks of glass would come out.
Oh, yeah.
It's really messed up.
Yeah.
This was not a minor little thing. I mean, something just got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's my sad story of woe, and my cautionary tale. If you buy a big TV, if you buy any TV, open it up pretty quickly. Don't let it sit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's dangerous. Well, not dangerous, but Travis.
Yo,
what are you doing, buddy?
I'm just looking to see if my game is on here at 12:30. Put it on my phone over here. No, I'm actually, speaking of TVs, I am looking for we rarely watch our TV. And when I'm replacing the 65-inch TV upstairs with a huge piece of furniture to hold my vinyl collection for the 2-channel system. So I'm just looking for a decent 42-inch TV for the bedroom, and you can't find them anymore.
Yeah.
55 and up is where the 90% of the selection is. There are some really good ones. I don't really care to spend $1,000 on a 40-inch TV for the bedroom that we're going to watch once, twice a month.
Yeah, with your eyes closed.
Yeah. So to me, I have no interest in these 9800 and up TVs. I honestly have no interest in a video wall. Watching a big even watching our 65-inch TV upstairs is fatiguing on my eyes if I try to watch a movie on it. Yeah. I don't like it shining at me. I like it being reflected in front of me.
Yes, off of the projector screen, the feel that you're in the same camp as me, and that's what Giles and I go back and forth all the time. Yeah. He's been saying video wall we've been busting each other on it for a while. Yeah. But seeing that video wall, I'm like, when I saw it this year, it is super, super impressive.
Oh yeah, I did a project for a client earlier this fall down in San Diego where I was editing content for a conference that was going on, the huge video wall behind it. And the image is fantastic, but anytime I've ever tried to watch a movie anymore, like lately in the last 10 years, if I try to watch a movie on a display like that, my eyes get really, really sore and tired, and I'm ready for bed by the end of it. When we moved, there was 6 months or so before we were able to get everything up down here in the theater, and we were having to use the TV upstairs every night for watching whatever we wanted to watch, and it was just painful for me. No one else in the house seemed to be bothered by it, but for me, I don't know. I'm old.
You can also
I know about being old.
yeah, got that. You can calibrate that down though. You could back that off.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Or do you think the reflective part is actually a big thing? Like, do you think that's like a real thing?
I do.
Me too.
I honestly do. I think it's less. It requires less energy, whether it's dialed down or not. I feel like it's like looking into a flashlight,
right?
Versus looking at a painting on the wall that's lit. And to me, it's just like, I don't want to say stressful, but for my eyes, it is. It's a stressor to watch a TV anymore.
Yeah. It's I'm not saying like
and being
it's a stress to me, but I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And being in in the video industry, the video production business, I spend a lot of time looking at screens, and the last thing I want to do is do that again at night when I want to just chill out and watch a movie.
Right. For me, and what I've said, like when we've gone back and forth, when Giles and I have gone back and forth about this, and I only use Giles because one, he's sitting here, but even when he's not here, that's what I say, because you are such a proponent of.
Oh, I'm the poster boy for sure, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's completely the way of the future. Yep. And projection is going to be the vinyl of home theater in 30 years.
Right, and that's why
so it's going to be making a huge comeback.
Yeah,
yeah. So it's going to fail.
People are tired of the
there are going to be
video
like a handful of people who think it's cool.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's. I mean, we bust each other on it and stuff like that. And but I do agree with you that it is going to be the future, and I think that the projector will be like the vinyl, because it'll be that part where I said, like, I always want that light behind me when I'm watching them. I want that. The only thing missing in our theaters, right, Travis, is the sound of the reel coming up, right? That's that's what I need next, which now that I think of it, I'm probably going to add in a recording and it'll fade out at the end.
That would be cool.
You laugh, and Greg's laughing because he knows, he's going to do it. Trust me, he's going to do it. It's like, and then Greg's going to be like, I know what I'm getting him for Christmas. Like, here's a recording.
Get him a bike tire and a pack of baseball cards, and he can just spin it quick every time you walk in to watch a movie. And get
there you go. See, and there's the noise. There you go.
Yep.
That's how we start our segments. It's like, that's the noise that we grow. All right, the movie's starting and the light came on. But it's that idea, that feel of the light shooting over your head. And Giles, of all people, it just hit me. Of all people, how do you not see a projector in your future when we're in Sound Room 4, Brett's getting all misty-eyed. We're in like a multi-million-dollar theater, and Giles is in the front row making like animals on the screen while Brett's trying to talk. We're all in there. This is supposed to be like the big event. Like all of these people, what do we have? Like 12, 15 people for private screening. Nice. Yeah. So it's a private screening. Brett's trying to thank everybody. He's literally getting not visually emotional, but emotional he's proud to have been brought all these people together. He looks over and Giles is like, he's making dinosaur things. He like smacks him and goes, "Would you stop? I'm trying to talk here." I was like, when do I get a chance to do this with the Christie?
Yeah, you never get that chance, right?
No.
It's not, and I got to. Like, it was like a $200,000 Christie projector, and I got to make little things. It was really awesome.
Right. And it's like but my point is, like, that's the fun. The lights shooting over your head. It's like it's being reflected off the wall. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with
it. I think it's awesome too. It's great.
Yeah, clearly.
Right. I just think it's gonna die. Right.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
And if I, I'll just take the contrarian view to Travis. For me, in that Sony LED wall that you saw, that's a much closer experience to perfection for me than than any of the $250,000 and up projectors I've seen. You sit me down in a $2 million home theater with a projector. It's awesome. It'll blow you away, right? But I'd still rather watch that Sony display.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah. So I mean, it's all preference.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you can have a wonderful experience with both of them. So I'm not trying to disparage.
Yeah, I mean,
it's great.
The important thing is people watch what they want to watch, and
absolutely,
and keep consuming the content. And if you enjoy it, then it's the greatest thing ever.
For sure.
I just come from, we're probably about the same age, but I come from, like, I've been in this industry since I was 18 and, working on production. I work with cameras on a daily basis and lenses and stuff like that. And so I'm just like, I'm full Quentin Tarantino mode when it comes to this stuff. I like the classic vibe of everything and the feel. And, if I could put a 35 millimeter projector in here and get content for it, better believe I'd try it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Well, if they're going to re-release Interstellar on 70 mil here pretty soon, I heard, and I'm dying to see that somewhere. There's just no place close to me anymore where you can go watch that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, where am I in here?
Are you okay, DJ? DJ's like, I see the ghosts. I see them. They're here.
Yeah. No. I'm over. I got too many windows open here trying to run this thing. And I was like, and I just went, yeah. And I see myself say it, but I'm the only one in the room. Like, where'd everybody go? It's the old StreamYard one. That's funny. Oh, well. Sorry, guys.
Fair warning. I think all hell's about to break loose here because I think our puppy's about to get out of the bathtub.
Uh-oh. That's why they invented the mute button. No. No. Yeah, sorry about that. I got distracted. I don't know. Leave and open. Oh, searching. I'm gonna shut that off. It's not easy to do this behind whatever.
Ow.
We just went sideways. Even Giles, are you frozen or are you just standing still?
I don't know.
There we go. He's moving. Thank you. You're scaring me. I don't know what's going on. Crap. Our pets' heads are falling off. All right. Where were we? Sorry about that. Sorry, everybody.
we were figuring out how we were going to get Sony to send over a 200-inch LED wall for me to review.
Yeah,
never going to happen.
Send over.
Just send one over. I can't even imagine how the logistics of that, because it is not a simple thing to throw one of those bad boys up.
Well, what if you order a piece, DJ will request a piece, and then everybody can request a piece, and eventually you'll have a wall.
We need like 25 people.
Okay, yeah, it can happen.
We can do
All
this.
Right. If you're in the chat, email Sony at. No, what did they say? It was like 200,000, right?
Yeah,
for that 200-inch.
Like
they had a 200-inch. What was it, like a 195 or something like that? 195 inch.
Yeah, and they
showroom
even admitted
in Florida,
that they had
$200,000.
Yeah, and they admitted that they dialed it up super freaking bright, right?
Yeah.
They were like, nobody will use it at this level in their home, but they were just trying to, and they were very effective in showing what it can do. And I mean, just the
SPF 30, just if you're sitting in the front row.
They showed a image like from a helicopter or up in the sky of a skyline of a big metropolitan city with the high rises at nighttime. So you get the complete black of the night, and then the pinpoint white, super bright of the lights inside of the buildings. Yeah. And it was just miraculous.
It was insane. The detail and this is HDR. Right, the drop off, like you were saying, from the brightest brights to the blackest blacks, and how accurate. It's just it was like lifelike. You felt like, it was like, that's what passive 3D, no glasses needed. It's just, it looked that good.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, but I still
out of
prefer
reach
that
for me
projector.
I want it, but I can't have it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're like, this is amazing. Then they tell you the price. And I'm like, okay, back to the projector again. Love my projector. Love my.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anything over 100 inches, you are solidly in projector land right now for affordability. There's no question. Right.
Yeah.
But dude, the times are changing. And
They're
when we do this in 2026, 7 or 8 or something,
You think
I bet even at that point we're going to see a big difference in cost.
3 or 4 years?
I'm still waiting for my
Yeah.
roll-up OLED panel that you just roll up, put it under your, take it on the bike and take it over to your neighbor's place and unroll it on their wall to watch the game.
That would be cool too. I'd love it. Yeah.
10 years ago, that was what was going to kill projectors.
Yeah.
What's it going to be 10 years from now?
Yeah.
I just don't buy it. I don't think they talk about how the price on this is really expensive now, but it's going to get cheap, and it never does. And then they move on to the next thing. And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. The one thing is, like you're the proponent for this. One of the things that hurts this, there isn't a lot of this. It's not a huge market for that size, right? So how does it end?
Well, projection exists,
right? But it's still fairly expensive. I mean, even projection to get a good quality, it's like most people don't. You know, there are lower end projectors to get even close to this wall. You're talking. I mean, look at that. You know, look at that the Christie projectors cost that projector that we saw in that room cost as much as this wall, right?
Well, here's the thing, right? So it's right now the manufacturers are sucking the money out of the commercial market, right? They do this not for us, they do it for them, right?
Yep.
So you could take a 65-inch OLED television, produce it without a bezel at all, right? You could take 4 of those, slap together, and have a 130-inch diagonal 16:9 screen with a picture that is better than any projector that you could buy up to $250,000, right?
Yep.
And you could do that with technology that exists today. The manufacturers just need to actually do that. You'd have to have an outboard controller, right? So just call those, I don't know, $2,500 a panel for like super top end, right? Well, maybe not super top end, but really good. So you're at 10 grand and then 2 grand for. So for 12 grand, less than a JVC projector, you could do 130-inch if they wanted to today with existing technology, and it would be stunning, absolutely amazing.
Wow.
So it's just people got to, the companies have to want to do it, but they could if they wanted to.
Right, and that's my point.
Yeah,
And Eddie's saying in the chat, Eddie Churches, who was on earlier with the giveaways, says from January to today, micro LED fell 35% in price, and what's driving that is people are buying it. The micro LED, the smaller displays. It's like what's hard for this though is like at 98 inches and above or anything like that. How many people are actually willing to purchase this to get us to the point where it could be mass produced and people are going to, and that's like what Travis is saying. It's like, all right, we have this roll up OLED, it's like OLED that nobody cared. So it never really got, nobody had the idea like, all right, how many people want this? Hello, nobody, crickets, right? And you get nothing. So that's what's hard about that. Like in the projector world, there are people like that want those projectors, and it did trickle down to us in smaller size. Like you can get a really good entry level 4K projector with great HDR, great, 4K, great image, but it's still going to be $5, $6, $7 grand. And people, it's not the $100,000 or $200,000 Christie. You can tell the difference between the two. But that technology did trickle down to us, and the lower end is getting better, but it's still not as good as that $200,000. How do you do that with these? Well, like, do you have because all the tech is putting these things together. Can you have a lesser quality, wall version that's not as bright, that's not as, I don't know. I don't know if that tech can.
You can, and it really comes down to pixel pitch, and that's what drives the cost. So, for most average size screens, you'd want a pixel pitch of like P0.7-ish or something like that. If you're far enough away, you can do a P1.0 or P1.2 or something like that. And it's still pretty good. And the P1.2s, if you buy directly from the manufacturer in China rather than a reseller in the United States, which more than triples the price, you can get like a 120-inch screen for like 15 grand or something like that right now. So, if you're brave enough to go direct and you know what you're doing, and none of us know what we're doing, that's one of the problems, right? you can buy this stuff, and for less than a really good JVC projector, you can put in an LED wall right now that would be stunning and blow you away. But it is not accessible to the normal consumer. It's not a easy thing to do. It's out there, and I'm talking to some companies right now, and I might do some of those, right? Just get their stuff and then do it myself and show people what can be done. And I want to do that, but it's not easy. It's way easier to go out and buy your Epson new version projector for $5,000, slap it up and put a screen up and have a wonderful experience.
Yeah,
that's way easier.
Yeah, it's way easy. Obviously, ease of use, everything, entry into it. That's what I think. Like what Travis and I are saying is like how hard it is to get to that next level and do those panels or anything like that. And will that market ever, come?
I feel solidly. I do believe that market is gonna make it. Like the roll up OLED, I never thought that would make it, and I always thought that was hype. I mean, you still see those things at shows every once in a while. LG will be like, "Ooh, here's our roll up OLED," right? And, they have the screen that kind of comes up out, right, and it unrolls, and they're like, "Oh, we can put it around our wrist and have a phone." That's that's kind of janky stuff. No, well, not janky. That's not the right term. I think it's niche technology that will never in any reasonable amount of time have practical application. The difference between that and LED wall is that LED wall has significant practical application today, right? But you see it mostly in commercial signage. Right. And so there's slightly different. And now that they have chip on board, which is much better than the older technologies, it's it's of a quality that can compete in the home theater realm. And now it's just figuring out how people can have the correct sales and installation channels. So I think it can happen. And I'm not saying that just because I want it to. I say it because I see people trying to sell me this stuff every day, right? I have 15 different companies that have sent me quotes of varying amounts of money for home theater grade LED walls. That's all direct manufacture in China that they would ship over in a container that I can install. But there's no sales or support channel in the United States for it right now. So it exists, but it's not ready for, I don't know. And to Travis's point, maybe it never will make it. Might not, right? But the equipment exists already to do it. It's just there's no good way to get into people's hands and homes.
Yeah, but like you said, maybe it will, maybe it won't. The market will dictate that, and that's the good part for us as the consumer. It's like, if we want it, it's gonna be there. It might be pricey because there's not enough other people that want it, but at the same time, these options are there, and that's what kind of like what we like to see as
if
the
you
home
want
theater fan.
If you want it and you got money, you can have it right now for sure. Just video walls. We'll come and install one for you in 20 days. It just costs a lot, but it will blow you away, and it's amazing. It's out there, but that is not mass market at all.
No,
not in no way is that mass market.
Do you see anything?
My opinion would be that if rear projection is going to be gone in 15 years, I would say that the vast majority, the large percentage of those of us using rear projection would probably opt for an improved ultra short throw than a video wall. When we built this, if a UST had been available that could really do constant image height, I was really thinking about doing that and building this room the other direction. It just didn't exist. Still doesn't.
Yeah, no, it would be cool to have a really good constant image height UST. I've got the Hisense PX3 Pro upstairs right now that I'm going to do a review on, and it's pretty good. The blacks aren't super awesome, but it's more designed to be a gaming projector and a general use projector. But in that context, it's pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah,
because you can get really big with it. Right? You do 150 inches on that bad boy, and it doesn't cost a lot.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to rebuild a room to use one.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You walk it in, you set it down, you use a screen, you don't use a screen, you can take it outside and put it on your garage door for the summer night.
They're super cool. I
so
agree.
much with it. I just feel like there would be a lot more use cases for something like that, or not even use cases, but desire or demand.
Yeah, it comes down to what do people really want. And it comes down to, you know, some people won't know the difference in the picture quality, so it won't make any difference, right? You know, they won't care. But you know, I've just my appetite has been whet for the whatever the right term is for the for that LED wall experience with the HDR stuff. Oh God, it's so good. But yeah, no, ultra short throw. I used to poo-poo ultra short throw to a certain extent, but I've really gotten on board a lot more with the use case for ultra short throw.
Yes.
Because the quality really is there now, and for many uses, it can totally take the place of rear projection.
Yeah. Depending on usage, but like they did the shootout a couple of years ago, and where they compared a bunch of projectors, and they had ultra short throws and they had conventional projectors, and they were doing like I don't know if it was out of 10 or out of 5, but they had some ultra short throws that were like it's a 10. And then this, you know, like the JVC, whatever, and the Sony top end, they would get a 10 or whatever. Or their higher end, $30,000 conventional projector was getting a rank to a 10. And people were misinterpreting that and saying then why spend $30,000 on that when this ultra short throw was getting a 10 rating out of this shootout, right?
They're not relative.
No, their image quality is not the same. And that's where that kind of got exposed because of that. Because people were like, oh, no. In this category, the UST was a 10. In this category, these projectors were a 10. Neither the two shall meet because they're not, image quality isn't the same. But to your point, Giles, it's like they are getting up there. It's kind of like streaming versus physical media. They're both good. They're both really good. But a conventional projector still is, like, if you're talking image quality, that's the way to go if you care about that. If you don't really see the difference, absolutely, because it is an easier way. Like John has one in his living room. He's got a 123-inch screen in his living room with an ultra short throw. You can't do that necessarily with it. Well, you could, but you know, the aesthetics committee is going to be like, what the hell is that hanging from the ceiling? Like, what are we doing here?
I think the maybe a more direct conversation when you're talking about long throw projection. You know, the people that want the LED walls, they're going to go that way. The people that want the UST, they're probably going to go that way. But there are new competitors, direct competitors in the long throw projection market, like the new Valerian stuff that's coming out.
Yeah.
So you're getting these smaller form factor, triple laser displays, projectors that are pretty darn good, that are just dirt cheap in comparison, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of action as the Sonys and the Epsons and the JVCs of the world have to compete with these new ones. Like, so AWOL Vision, they're behind the Valerian stuff, right? And you know, they're doing really well in the UST market. And so the Valerian stuff is now their
John has.
Yeah, their foray into the long throw projection. And I did a review of one of the more entry level Valerians. Man, it was really good for a lifestyle projector. It's outstanding, right? If you're not looking for like the top end kind of cinema experience, and you just want a freaking big ass screen that you don't have to have even an external streamer, you can just use the Google TV included. It's amazing for less than $2,000. And you can even listen to the speakers built into it. And it's not like multi-channel surround sound or whatever, but you know, it's all right.
Right. But again,
and that's at a price point in a lot more people's budget than even a video wall at a quarter of the price. 5 years from now. And when you think about the age groups, like our age group of home theater enthusiasts is aging out.
Yeah.
But you know, we're the ones who in 10 years might be able to afford that $50,000 video wall versus, you know, the mass of 20, 30 somethings who are buying the $300 Amazon projectors that are, you know, the lifestyle projectors, the ultra short throw stuff.
Yep.
And you know, where is their growth in the hobby going to take them? Is it going to take them to a video wall, or is it going to take them from a lifestyle to an UST to what? Like, where will the next step be at that point in time? What will, you know, maybe it'll be that the Valerian long throw AWOL Vision.
I could see that definitely being a gateway drug into home theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Along with the USTs too, right?
Yep.
And for many people, that would be the final stop into home theater, right? Because they're good.
Yep.
They're good.
They're real good.
Is there ever a final stop though? Because there's
Oh,
always
well,
technology
remember,
coming along.
we're not normal.
No, we are not normal.
We just got to remember we live in this echo chamber world of all these folks that are like after the newest and best and the most perfect, right? And that is not the rest of humanity and the vast majority of humanity. So I think for a lot of people, it definitely is a getting off. Our trains just never. There's no final station. I think for mere mortals, there are final stations for them.
Yeah, but
I'm hitting mine
to this stuff. Our shows. Giles, are there people listening to our shows, reading AV Nirvana, watching Brightside Home Theater, or listening to us? It's not our community. I really don't think it is. It's like, who gets into this? And then there's an end game. Like, okay, I'm done. I'm out. It's always
Travis is like, that's me. I'm here.
Really?
I am literally, I've been in this for, since I was 20 or whatever, 21. So 30 years. And I am getting to the point where a couple more upgrades and I have hit a point like these speakers that I have in here. I've had them in here for what's it been, 2 or 3 years now. I don't find myself thinking, I wonder if I could upgrade this. Like there are things that I've added that have really even I definitely need. I'm still on a 4K E-Shift JVC, so I want to buy one more projector. I've got these speakers. I'm probably going to need to replace my processor at some point, just because it's also 6 years old. But I'm looking at last projector purchase. My next one is going to be the last one, because then I've got 10, 12 more years before I retire. There's not 8K. There's not realistically 8K content coming.
It's not coming.
I'm going to get one of the probably one of this generation JVC, and then I'm done. And then when we retire, we're going to be living on a beach somewhere, and I'm not going to, it will be good enough. I'll be able to load some new movies, and that's all I'm going to care about.
Yeah, that's what Paul's saying in the chat. Good enough is the goal for most people.
Yeah,
but
I'm well past good enough.
Oh yeah, you're already way past good enough.
To me, it's amazing that I've gotten to a point where I've never even thought, I wonder what those speakers would sound like in here. I just don't, because these are lacking nothing.
Right.
They're
lacking nothing you could afford. Right. There's also that part.
A what?
That you could afford. Right.
I honestly don't. These speakers. I've done the Cedia thing several years, many years. I've worked with Grimani and with Ascendo, and demoed all of the rooms. This sounds just as good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I also toured as a musician for 3 years, so my hearing is not quite 100% or even remotely close to it. Maybe not even 50%. But quite frankly, I still, when I leave Cedia, like all of us do, we come home and we play all those same clips in our room and we compare. This room sounds to me like the Storm Seymour Ascendo room from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I have zero complaints with how my room sounds or looks.
Right. And that's what I felt like last year at Cedia, my first Cedia. And it's like, I'm like, my room is really close to these $1 million rooms. And it's like, and you and I were talking when we were there, it's like, where the money goes for this is in the size of the room, right?
Yeah.
You need a more expensive projector the further away you get. You need more expensive
light
speakers
for a bigger screen.
And it's like you need more expensive speakers and amplification for the larger room so that everybody in the room can experience the same thing. That's where the money goes. When you shrink down to our size, you don't need to spend that kind of money, and you're getting sometimes a better environment because it's that much more intimate. It's like for everybody that listens to our shows, listens to us, it's like, trust me, you're there. and Mike Schramm, who went this year, because Brett, had his little, giveaway. Little, I said it's huge. It was like a once in a lifetime. And Mike came away from it thinking the same thing. He's like, "Oh my God, that's my room," and he has an open space basement theater.
Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm very close."
Good enough.
I mean,
yeah, good enough.
yeah, it's like it's we're limited by our environment. Our limitations are the room itself in a lot of cases,
Yeah.
but we're still 98, 99% there compared to these $1 million rooms. And you're right. It's like, but my thing is, but we never stop trying. Right. It's like the good enough is never there because we never say, Travis, you say you're like, I just want to get there, but you won't, buddy. You'll be sitting there. I mean, it'll take you like 2 months to go, I got to do something.
I disagree. I
Really?
disagree. You know what I want to upgrade? Maybe the size of my Kaleidoscape server. I've got the 48 and a 6.
I'm jealous. I wish I had a 48. I'm so jealous of you right now. I'm so jealous of you right now. Oh my God.
It's about halfway full. And the only I love when I have a lull in my review schedule so that I can just come down here and enjoy movies. That's what it's all about for me, is watching the movies. And I don't, when I'm watching a bad movie that I'm not engaged with, that's when I start looking around at my room and go, I wonder what would this sound like? Wonder what if I did this? But even now, when I put on a bad movie, I look around and I think, there's not anything. I know I want a laser projector that's going to have a longer life, some more output. But other than that, I put the Lumagen in a year and a half ago, and that's like one of those things that it's, you put that in. Oh, now I have really high quality tone mapping and, better control for the scope screen. It's like, okay, I can wait longer for the projector before I, decide what I'm going to upgrade. Because I was literally sitting there thinking, all right, do I get an NZ7 or 8 or do I get the Lumagen? And I got the Lumagen.
I think you made the right choice. Yeah.
That's
cool.
Has carried me still through, almost 2 years now. Obviously looking and watching the new projectors, but I'm just waiting for the timing to be right, the price point to hit the right spot. There's a projector I could buy today. Actually, it's not quite out yet, but there's a projector on the market today that could be my last projector. I have no doubt. And it's not because this one looks bad. It's because I do want to get a little bit more output, but it's more just about the longevity.
Yeah. Hey man, I gotta peace out. My clock is ticked down to 0.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I told you I'd last longer.
Yes, you made it. You did it. But I'll if you don't mind, maybe I'll jump back in later today.
Absolutely. You got the links, right, buddy?
Yeah.
Anytime. Cool. Pop back in. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, Travis, good to see you. Greg, nice to meet you.
You too.
Nice to meet you too. I'm actually gonna head out as well.
All right. Cool.
And then there were
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for hanging in. The future of home theater right there. And the past. Giles, the past of home theater is leaving, and the future of home theater.
The experience. All right. See you guys.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Later, Greg. Thanks you very much. Talk to you, buddy. Bye. There we go. And Giles is gone. I'm trying to drop them out, and they're dropping themselves out. All right. Finally, Travis, we're alone. No.
Hey now.
Hey now.
So I haven't heard back from Chris. I don't know if he's going to pop in now or if he might pop in later. But
did you send him the link?
I did.
Send him the link. Okay. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
I know he has a busy weekend, but he thought that maybe tonight after his daughter's asleep, he could pop on for a while. So it'll more likely be later if he can.
Okay. Did I send you all the links? Did I send you the other link? Okay. So he knows which ones to use. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. That'd be fun to see him pop in. That's how we did it last year too. He just popped in. Like, hey, look who's here. Yeah. Awesome. What's your latest review?
I just reviewed the Sofa Baton X1S remote.
Wow. That's funny. Greg just left. He's using a earlier Sofa Baton that he wasn't crazy about. Or he
Yeah.
loves it, but he has to. It's finicky, so he has to play with it. He loves playing
Mm.
with it, but he doesn't love that he has to play with it.
Yeah. I find like the way the Anthem processor works, it doesn't have direct commands for input 6, input 9, input 1. You have to cycle through the list because they're all virtual inputs. You build your inputs. Like, okay, input 1 is going to be HDMI input 4 with optical audio 2, and you build and this speaker profile, this sound room correction profile, you build your own virtual inputs. So they don't line up just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Sofa Baton got out of sync with that. But other than that, which is really kind of an Anthem thing, it had you put in what your input list was, what's on now, what happens when you power it off and power it back on, and then when you select a different input, it like click 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 to the one. It cycles through the input up to get to where you want to be. And that frequently got out of sync. But other than that, I found the code to be really, really good. It's the ergonomics on that, where the bottom half is the remote for the device that you're controlling, and then the top half is like the remote for the remote. There's, the back button and the scroll wheel and the screen that's not a touch screen. But I would love to see Sofa Baton put out like a more premium hardware with their code, put a touch screen on it, get rid of the scroll wheel, use something other than plastic to for the body of the remote. And I think it'd be fantastic. I think they've got a good thing going there.
Nice. Yeah. So would you use it all the time though?
No.
Well,
I mean, would I, if they came out with that premium one, I'd consider it.
Yeah.
I really like my unfolded circle remote too. I really like it. But it's not like I own the company and that's all I'm ever going to use. If something better comes along, I will absolutely use it. The Sofa Baton, the one that they sent me, was not it, but I think there's potential there for that to be a solid contender going forward. I also have the Alanis remote. Have you heard of this one?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't.
They're sending me one for review here coming up relatively soon, so I'll be interested to see what that looks like, feels like, acts like. It's much more of like the unfolded circle. It's much more of a control system than just a universal remote. The Sofa Baton, I think, is still a universal remote.
Okay.
Whereas the unfolded circle gets more into the Control 4 type territory, like Crestron. Like, it's more of a control system. It's more powerful. It's two-way. It knows what your devices are set to and can work from that rather than just sending out a command and crossing its fingers.
Exactly. Like that, like what was nice, especially with the Kaleidoscape, where you can it'll tell you on the screen what you want to, you can pull up scenes from the control from like you said, it's a two-way street. So have you seen this one, the Ava, the one we're giving away?
The Ava?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one, the hardware on that one looks really nice. Like the Alanis, I believe it's Android based.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Eddie on earlier. Did you hear that one? We had Eddie on earlier about.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, we're giving 2 of these away.
Nice.
So Eddie donated them to the show for this month, and we're giving them away for if you're interested in one, you just email me and you're in. That's one entry, and every $10 you donate to the charity Movember, and the links are in the show notes and stuff. And we've been talking about that, how you do it. But every $10 gets you an entry. So we're giving 2 of these away. But yeah, they look really, really cool. He was demonstrating it on the stream too. But
have you had one of these in your hand yet?
No.
And that's from what I understand, that colored wheel is like a glass material, and they do look really, really nice. I'd love to test one of these.
Yeah. Exactly. I'd love to like just watching Eddie use it. I'm like, I want to play with this thing. I'm like, like you just like having the buttons there, like that top screen is like one full screen, and you can, program it, whatever. And he said, and the way he said it is he's going to show, if you win it, he'll unlock it. So basically it's like a Harmony remote. You can do whatever you want with it. You can play with it. You don't need a dealer to install it. Hey Shane, how you doing, buddy?
Hey Shane.
Hey, what's up, guys?
He's like, I'm on. Oh, and he's on.
Oh, there you go.
He's shy. Oh, and Jim. I think
Drive
Jim's
by
popping in.
Shane.
Yeah, let me pull this down now. Remove. And there's Jim.
So,
Jim.
hey Jim.
How you doing? Jim Peterson from
Good.
Lumagen just dropped in. Shane just dropped in. Shane Lee from Spare Change. He dropped in and then dropped out after saying hi. So something's going on there. But Jim,
We were just talking
Travis
about Lumagens.
Okay, well, hopefully good things.
Always. I commonly say that my Lumagen is the one piece in my theater I wish I had bought 10 years ago.
Great. Yeah, it was here 10 years ago.
I know. That's why I could still be using the same one.
There you go. Yeah, Shane's back.
I'm
you get
back.
Shy, Shane?
I had to log in.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. All right. Shane, Jim Peterson, Travis.
What's up, Jim?
myself.
Tried to get you on a couple months ago. Guess you were out.
Yeah, I think I had the link didn't come to me. It came to spam and I didn't get it or something.
Bummer.
It's not that I should have forgotten that I was supposed to be there, but
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said to me, he's like, send me the email so that you're sending it from, because all of us go to spam.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for being here, Jim. And Shane, thanks for dropping in.
Yeah. What's going on? How's streaming been going?
Good. I've been I don't even know how many hours I'm up to now. My counter has changed. I started at 6, so 10 hours, just over 10 hours, guys. I've been going. So good time. It's flying by, believe it or not. It's crazy.
When you're
Crazy.
having fun.
Yes, I am.
Not to rub it in, but I got up and went and had breakfast at my record store, picked up the new Cure album, cup of coffee.
I've been sitting here chatting away home theater. We had a huge talk earlier today about, I had 3 listeners on and talking, and they all had Kaleidoscapes and Lumagens.
Yes.
2 of them had Lumagens. Did you hear that one, Shane? Were you listening then?
I was probably sleeping.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, because you started listening.
All right.
No, and we were talking Lumagen and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, man, this is going to be great when Jim comes on. And Travis, you've got a Lumagen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start off with the Kaleidoscape and the Shane, did you get the V yet? Strato V?
No, because kind of no point. I don't use it on my TV, so I just have the regular Strato S.
Okay, that's what I have. A Strato. I have a C with and I did get the V, but I haven't connected it yet. And do you have a video processor, Shane?
I have one of the Lumagens.
no.
There you
Cool.
go.
Hey, we're a family here.
Here we go. So if you have the Lumagen, Jim, tell them what you told me at CEDIA about why you want to try that. Get the Dolby Vision into your projector through your Lumagen and all that stuff. Because I was going to use my V up in my living room that has Dolby Vision, but then talking with Jim and even Chris and getting Dolby Vision into my, sorry Shane, Sony projector, that getting the Dolby Vision to that projector and how it's like you'd be able to test that out and see the difference. So, Jim, tell everybody how that works, because you're much smarter than than I am.
Well, I'd be happy to talk about that. There's lots of little details about Dolby Vision, and it turns out that the players weren't implementing certain things right, and so if I might step back a half a step. There's two parts of Dolby Vision and multiple versions of the Dolby Vision standard, and I don't even understand all those all the versions that are available. But there's typically one that's used for streamers, and that's I think what Strato's currently using. And there's two portions. When Dolby wanted to do Dolby Vision initially, I think it was Samsung didn't want to pay a fee, and so they worked out this thing called HDR10 that we're all familiar with. HDR10 is a 10-bit standard, 10,000 nits HDR standard. Dolby Vision's also 10,000 nits. But what they came up with is the DVD actually, I guess whatever the Blu-ray consortium, I guess, said basically they're going to force all discs to have a base layer of HDR10. So when you buy a disc that's HDR10, that's the base layer, and then if you buy a disc that also has Dolby Vision, there's a second layer. The base layer in Dolby, is this too technical?
No,
I don't know. Okay.
Go.
Okay. I thought some people glass over when I start talking like this.
Okay.
So the base layer is called the MEL layer. It's 10 bits. It's basically HDR10, but it has already embedded is the metadata for Dolby Vision. So you can have a disc that only has that, and it has the metadata, and that metadata can actually improve the quality of the 10-bit picture. But the gravy, the best you can get out of Dolby Vision is adding the FEL layer. That's an extra layer that has data to take the 10-bit HDR to 12 bits. It can. It turns out there's ways they can, and they don't have to, but it really can take it to 422 instead of 420. So half a step back, 420 is quarter resolution chroma, so chroma red, chroma blue at quarter res of the standard luminance values, which would be 4K. And then 422 is half res chroma. So every line has its own chroma, but it's only half horizontal res for chroma resolution. Chroma, you can only see about 1/9, and that's why they decided to have this 420. It's actually a very good trade-off, one of the better ones that they did. But 422 is going to be an even better quality image. So let me pop back up to where we were, is if you have a disc player, like an Oppo or a Panasonic 9000, they can play discs that have the FEL layer and have more data and give you a better picture. If you got a really good projector, you're going to be able to see that difference, I believe. Now, the problem you get is streamers typically use only the 10-bit MEL layer, and it turns out that, from what I understand, the current Strato V is only using that MEL layer, so it's only 10 bits. So then there's a discussion of, well, there's still metadata. Can that metadata make it look better enough that you can see that improvement over HDR10? On the flip side, there are some player issues creating that Dolby Vision LLDV. We support now LLDV. That's different. That's basically player led instead of television led, display led. Okay. And so the player has to do all this. And in the players, there's two aspects. There appears to be a slight issue in the Dolby Vision SDK, the development software that they give to vendors, and they all have a raised black level. So you're contending with the raised black level if you're watching Dolby Vision. We have put some stuff in to allow you to undo that raised black level. So for like the Oppo, I think the base black is, I think it's 72. Some of them I think are 69. Some of them are 72 levels, and 64 is supposed to be black. So we're basically taking it down, and then some of them actually truncate it so that the 64 to 72 is just gone. The Oppo doesn't truncate it; it raises it if you set the level in the Lumagen correctly. I'm getting down into too many nits, I think, but the net is if you only have the MEL layer, got to keep them straight. There's very little difference between HDR10 and Dolby Vision, and there's a negative in the players at this time, where they can't do true black, and you can actually, in that case, you get better blacks straight out of the chute with HDR10. But we have the way you can go in and you can adjust for that in the Lumagen, so we can fix that. But when you fix it, you're basically back to a 10-bit equivalent of HDR10 minus this metadata. Now, I've not really been able to see the difference. I have a Strato V, I have a Strato C, and actually, I'm not really doing A to B much, but my friend John Thompson, who was probably going to be here, maybe he'll be on later, was actually, he has all the right equipment. Yeah, he said he couldn't make it at this time. So he's been doing all this testing because he's really into getting all this stuff as good as it can be. And he's actually talked to Panasonic about the couple of little things they had some issues with. They couldn't, when you set the Dolby Vision level for LLDV, you tell the player how bright your display is. And because we do all the tone mapping, we really want them to set it to 10,000 nits.
Right.
But with Panasonic, if you did that, bad things happened. And now we're seeing some issues in the Oppo 203, where if you set it above 1,000, some things happen where it's not quite as good, but then it's doing some tone mapping. And so the thing is, at this point, there are some issues with Dolby Vision LLDV all around the industry. You know, people who've done testing for Dolby say that we've done it right, but the players need to do some fixing. And then I think there's a thing that Dolby has to actually fix in the SDK. So right now, there is not a huge reason to do with streamers or even with the Strato V. There's not a lot of advantage to doing Dolby Vision. So a lot of people are saying, Chris Deering has been doing some testing. He says, just play HDR10. Not going to argue with that, but there is work being done to get the fell layer. And if you have discs, and there's a number of movies that have this really excellent extra data for fell, that you will be able to see an improvement if you've got a good projector.
See, now I am not, let's go right here. Van Gool saying in the chat, I think everyone here understands tech. I agree. Talk about getting into the weeds, Jim. I love this stuff. And I know, even if I, Shane, I think you and Travis probably understand this far more than I do. You probably got way more, like, actually comprehended exactly what Jim was saying more than I have. But what I like about that, and for anybody listening, is like, this is the complication that goes into getting that image onto our screen, right? And it's not as simple as, you know, like, oh, this great image here, and how did I do this, and why did my black levels get, but why does my projector seem like it's brighter and darker all of a sudden when it's the same exact projector, but all I did was add in a video processor like the Lumagen in line? How did my black levels get better? And then hearing, like, Jim, what you're saying is like, well, it's got a raised black level here. It's like, that I comprehended. And it's like, it might be a little, I mean, you can't get too into the weeds for me personally. I actually love this stuff. I don't know about you, Shane. How much of that did you get? Like,
well, when I put the Lumagen in, maybe it was a placebo effect, but I thought the image was cleaner looking for sure. But then again, I think the default settings that Jim had out of the box was kind of brightening up the image. I don't know what setting it is. Again, I haven't dug into it in a couple of weeks, but you know, after I had to mess around with the tone mapping, I think the gamma, or maybe it was like the black level setting or something, I did have to mess with that because it was kind of clipping some highlights, so I had to bring that down a little bit to get all that back. But you know, jumping back and forth between just the regular JVC tone mapping and the Lumagen, I did notice a pretty big difference between those two. I mean, I could still bring down the Lumagen dim enough to make it look more like the JVC if I wanted to, but I was like, oh well, you can squeak out some more definitely with a video processor. So I wouldn't have it any other way without one.
So what Shane is talking about, I think for Dolby Vision, I believe that's what you were talking about, is what we've done now is the latest release we just put up this week actually has separate black and gamma levels. You have to be in service mode to set them, but you can set separate black and gamma levels for Dolby Vision, because there's some slight variance in, I think, the decoding that's going on. Certainly there's that black level error that you can fix in the Lumagen, and then the gamma ends up being maybe slightly different. It's up to your desires, but I mean, just looking at it, it looks really good. I haven't really gone in there and played with it as much. Currently, I'm actually still with my Strato C. I actually like the covers look a little better on the Strato C, and I need to talk to Kaleidoscape. I've been on their beta for the Strato V, so I've been playing with it, but I've been mostly trying to break it, not have a picture and stuff like that. I haven't been doing the kind of evaluation. John Thompson, I know, has a Strato V. A lot of people around now have Strato Vs, actually. So if you have that Strato V, you should be looking at, well, do I like the Dolby Vision? Do I like the HDR10? You may find that they're not enough different and just stick with HDR10. I'm hoping, I don't know, but I'm hoping that the Strato V it's a programmable device. I'm pretty sure that they have that, and they might be able to improve and add more bits to their data. That was what I've been pressing them for years, is I don't need 8K, but give me better 4K. That's what I want, and more bits. And whether it's Dolby Vision or just more bits, 422, 420, you can still do with, if you had 12 bits, you can get better content, higher bit rate, so that there's still limits on the bit rates that you're putting on this content. So it's not studio reference quality, because you are doing a lot of compression. Give me more bits.
I asked them, I said, listen, since you guys aren't limited to file size, which means they could, theoretically, they can go higher than 100 gigs, which is like the disk limit, but yet most of their movies are limited to essentially the same as the disk size. So I was like, why don't you just keep it at minimum 100 gigs per file? If you want to go a bit bigger for those 4-hour movies or whatever, go higher, but why not just give us the max bit rate? And they were saying that you won't tell a difference between a larger file size with higher bit rate than what we're doing. I was like, I know that's not true, because I edit videos all the time.
I think it's a matter of perspective, because some people, it won't. We have people that don't see differences. Some of us are like, well, of course it's there. Don't you see it? So there's different people. If you're a lot of casual people are going to be great with HDR10. It's going to look amazing. And then you get the people that really want to take that last ounce of performance and squeeze it out, are going to want to do that extra bit rate. And you need to have a really good projector. We're using you can actually see it behind me, an RS4100 from JVC. It's excellent projector. We do the tone mapping, auto aspect, all that kind of stuff. But that's the level of projector you need to be able to differentiate between 10 and 12 bits and 420 and 422. And you're not going to see it on all content. Also, you're not going to see it if you're bit rate limited, because you're going to do more compression. And that was my argument against content at 8K. I don't have any disagreement with having an 8K projector, because we can upscale, or they can upscale. And but the content, you got the compression algorithms and you're bit limited. So if you limit the bits and try to compress higher resolution, either in Chroma or Luma, you're going to get bit starved for trying to get that extra performance, and you may not see anything. So you need to have those extra bits. What Shane was just saying, 100 megabits, maybe, and my understanding is they can go higher than 100 megabits. Maybe they need to do some content at 200 megabits. I even foolishly said, I'll pay extra for a 200 megabit stream. Rather than they're charging retail, charge me a premium for the better content. For a lot of movies, I won't. I don't. It's just a basic movie. But if it's like Lord of the Rings or some major movie, I'll pay extra to get that last ounce of performance, because I believe I'll see it in my theater.
Yeah, I remember seeing a DCI version of Maverick on a Barco, and I was like, wow, this is amazing 4K. And they were like, no, this is only 1080p. I was like, there's no way this is 1080p. I was like, we've been getting shortchanged all these years.
Yeah.
Because of the higher bit rate and the less compression and all that. It's just fantastic looking.
Yeah, and we did early on in the 4K time, we had a true 4K projector with a true 4K movie and its Blu-ray version. This was before HDR. And so we actually, we didn't do it. One of our dealers did. And he did a comparison. the Blu-ray upscaled by the Lumigen versus the 4K direct, and basically said no one could tell. No one could tell the difference. But
Yeah.
there is color depth, and color depth is going to make an improvement. And 420 is typically very, very good because chroma is about 1/9 the resolution. However, that chroma data affects the luminance. So it's mostly the luminance, the Y value and the YCBCR, if we were getting technical here, the luminance value, the chrominance actually affects that luminance value. So you're getting more luminance resolution when you increase the resolution of the chroma. Are you going to see that in everything? No, you're not going to see it in everything, but you're going to see it in some things. And so you're getting the very, very best you can get. So I would love to see Kaleidoscape do 200 megabit versions of these movies in Dolby Vision 12-bit, or there's different versions of Dolby Vision. There's versions for streamers that aren't dual layer like they are on the disc. And the disc, I think, is dual layer only because they couldn't get everybody on board to sign up for Dolby Vision. Otherwise, there would just be Dolby Vision and then maybe versions of that. So there are versions of the streaming that are not dual layer that are 12 bits. And so you don't really have Melfell layers in that case. And that's, I'm hoping that we can convince, and I think it's up to the customers for Kaleidoscape to call them and say, I want this, I want better content. And, you know, people can argue all day, you can't see it, but some people do see it. I know, talking to John, in their studio, they have a Dolby Cinema, and he looks at the 10-bit FEL versus the 10-bit FEL plus the MEL, the other way, the 10-bit MEL plus the FEL layer on some content on disc players. And he definitely says people walk in and say, you know, amazing difference on that. So there is definitely going to be people who can see that if that data is actually there. You need that FEL layer on the current disk. You need that FEL layer to have a fairly high bit rate. I'm not sure, maybe it's like 8 megabits is kind of what people are saying is a decent level for that extra data. And that is, and I'm actually going for what people are telling me. So this is secondhand, but that's actually a difference layer through the 12-bit data. So it's taking that 10-bit data and adding and subtracting to it to get to 12 bits and a 422. And they have this extra metadata, and I don't understand the details, but that metadata can help improve the quality of the image beyond what you would just get with 12 bits.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just took a sip. I wasn't ready. The idea, though, of what you were saying, you need to have the display. You need to have a projector to pull this out to be able to see all this. People, you know, the bigger you get, the better quality you need. But the idea of the 1080, and like you were saying, Shane, like that, there's no way that's a 1080p image, right? It was so good. But the pixel size that's what we get hung up on, that part, and it doesn't matter. Depending on how close you're sitting to it, right? And at 1080, even when you're talking about this kind of quality, if you're sitting back, you could actually save a lot, couldn't you? Of bit rate, of file space and everything by doing a 1080 at 100 instead of a 4K at 200. And it's everything you're saying about the chroma and the image and all of the brightness, that's the most important part. It's not the resolution, the pixel size. It's just.
Well, my view of that is 4K, one screen width is about right, because your eyes, I had the honor to work with some perception physicists back in the day, and they're 50th of 1 degree of arc. And if you had a 4K projector at one screen width, you're sitting with slightly less than that for your luminance resolution. So that gives you a little bit of oversampling. So what we can actually do is get into the concept of, is oversampling effective, just like it is in audio? You oversample audio, you take 24 kilohertz or 48 kilohertz and you upsample it to make it sound better. Can you do that with video? And I think the answer is yes. There is some, it's very, in many cases, very subtle. I can tell the difference between a 4K and a 2K source at viewing distance on a really good projector, but not on all content. A lot of content, you have the edges where we're able to interpolate those so they look like they're 4K edges. It becomes in the fine detail that you can, and fine detail at 1080, it's not going to be as good as fine detail at 4K if you have an adequate bit rate, which 100 megabits is pretty good for 4K.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now that's 100 megabits. You're talking like the whole. Oh, that's 100 megabit bit rate. What was it? Oh, I got that confused. See, you guys are spinning my head, but I'm loving it. It's because I'll like wake up in the middle of the night and start to comprehend half of this. Like, now I see what he's talking about. I've done this part where you're in the middle of doing something in my theater, and all of a sudden this will like resonate with me. I'll be tweaking something, or I'll go in and hit a setting on my Lumagen and go, "Oh, this is what Jim was talking about. I got it here. There we go." It's like, Travis, do you have any you've had your Lumagen for like a year now, year and a half?
A year and a half now. Do I have questions? No. Chris Deering set it up, but it just works. I haven't downloaded it. What's in the firmware that was just released this week? I haven't updated that to that yet. Is that that's these fine tuning of like the that's the fine tuning.
The LLDB improvements where you can do a separate black and a gamma for HDR10 versus LLDB. So we're really trying to be a set and forget. So before people are saying, well, I can dial in my LLDB, but it's slightly different than what I want to dial in for my HDR10. And so we put in the ability. You have to be in service mode because we don't want everyone to be messing with these controls. So service mode, you can actually set your black level different now. We also had a bug with our Stewart masking control that we fixed. A couple other bug fixes, some tuning. There's always some below the hood tuning going on that Patrick's doing to make certain things work better. We try to make all the HDMI stuff work as good as we can. We're stuck with HDMI. That's what I'll just say today. I won't get too negative. The thing is it's really difficult. So we actually, are trying, and John Thompson is a friend of the company. He does this gratis because he loves the product. He loves the best video. He's using the Lumagen in his posts and his dailies. And in fact, he said another company saw what he was doing and borrowed his gear so that they could do it on an upcoming movie, a very big budget upcoming movie. They're using it for dailies. So we're all about studio reference quality. So what he does, every release, he puts on this Tektronix test gear to make sure that everything is working well. And he runs it through bunches of content. He does more time testing the Lumagen outputs than I do. So we're getting this benefit, but we're really, really trying to get that last ounce, and that's kind of stuff we don't even talk about it. Other bug fixes is what it gets reported as. Sure. So or improvements or whatever. So we're always trying to under the hood do that. We're very hopeful that this will become a production release. We haven't had a production release now for a year and a half because every time we were thinking, okay, we go to production. No, we want to do this too. So we just kept it. They're good releases that just we want to get to the production. We hope, and if this lasts for a few weeks without any major bugs, this probably will become a production release because it is so good. Sure.
Cool. Nice. I'm still waiting on my my Seymour masking control system so I can trigger that with the Lumagen. But we talked about that on email a little bit because I'm also already using my Lumagen's 232 port for Home Assistant control. But you seem to think that it's not going to be an issue at all for me to split the 232 and go off the two devices.
Yeah, that's really down in the nits. But yeah, so basically we run a 9600 baud for control. The Seymour runs at, I think, 119K baud. The two don't talk to each other. So if you send your control system 119K baud screen masking commands, they're just going to ignore them. At least that's true in theory. So.
So I
Nice.
had this. I didn't get a chance to ask you this at Cedia, and the question about masking control. So Kaleidoscape has been doing it with flags. I know that. So
Mhm.
you know, a scene, you know, movie comes on that's 2:35. The flag is sent, and your masking system, but it has to go through a Control 4 system or a Crestron or something. You have to have that system available for this flag to trigger your masking system. The new, like through Lumigen, as you that was just came up this summer. You came up with this.
Yes. Uh-huh.
It Yep, and it triggers the masking, and we saw it at CD in Sound Room 4, and it's like, wow, it was just like boop, back and forth. I mean, you can't do it in movie, but between movies, it was
Yes.
they
Mhm.
did a great example. Basically, they showed everything, including the Snyder cut to get you to that, you know, the what
4x3.
4:3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So all the different four-way masking we got an example of. Fantastic. Here's my question. Now, obviously, we were running. They were running the Kaleidoscape there. D- does the Lumigen still pull it out of if I'm watching Netflix? Is it going to grab it off of Netflix as well? Like if I change the channel and I go to
Mhm.
a 235 and then go back to a hockey game, is my masking gonna on a, you know? And now I'm 16:9. Is my masking gonna? I don't have it yet, but I would like that
Mhm.
someday. Is it gonna
Yeah.
trigger that?
So we actually go from the video, even if you got a Kaleidoscape, because we support a lot more aspect ratios than the Kaleidoscape does.
Right.
So, you know, we support like even 276 we added for Seymour because that's a big thing that they want for their masking to be able to support that. So 276 is now supported. We basically just look at the video, and Patrick is a really good engineer. I'll just brag on him because in a single frame, between the time that frame finally gets in and a vertical blanking time later, the software has to decide what that aspect ratio is. So we do that we call it instant. It's less than 1/10 of a second. And so you get that off of the video. So we're going to control the masking. Now with the masking control, I actually suggest people maybe set that to half a second so that we have on a movie, we have 12 frames before we would make a change. 12 frames of, oh yes, this is a new aspect. Then we make the change, but it works very well with the instant. But it's totally done in the Lumigen based on the video. It will work with any source device that you have.
So you can actually if the masking could move fast enough, you could actually have that triggered to do like a Top Gun Maverick. It would actually the Lumigen would do it. We just don't have
Right.
masking that could move fast enough. That's what you're
Right.
saying?
Right. The masking won't move fast enough. So we have a timing in the Seymour and on the Stewart where we won't move the mask more than once every X number of seconds because
Okay.
the Seymour guys I think are upfront saying their motors are not designed to be moving a
Right.
lot, and
Right.
so
Right.
they want time between movements. And I for one hate screen aspect ratio changes in the movie. So on
Yeah.
Top Gun, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to either select 2.4 or disable auto aspect, and you'll watch the whole movie that way. It looks better. You don't have, to me, it takes me right out of the movie when that aspect ratio changes. It's just like you're taking something that in IMAX is supposed to be bigger, making it smaller. I really wish they would pick in IMAX, do all the movies as 1.9. That's fine. I'm
Yeah.
happy to watch movies at 1.9. I just don't want them to change or pick
Yeah.
2.4. Do them all that way. So I'm on that. We do instant auto aspect. We really didn't do it for that feature, but people wanted it, so we do it. It's like nonlinear stretch. I don't like nonlinear stretch, but we do it. But my recommendation, of course, with masking, you don't have a choice really because it's just way too slow, way too distracting to change in the movie. Start if it's a 2.40 movie like Top Gun Maverick, select 2.40, temporarily disabling auto aspect. The end of the movie, the vertical rate changes. We see it's the end of the movie. We re-enable the auto aspect for you automatically.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and Deej, if you did go with a scope screen and let it switch in Top Gun, it is instant enough with the Lumigen switching that unless even me, unless I'm like looking for when that switch is, it's quick enough. It happens almost imperceptibly on a cut when it cuts from, you know, when the scene cuts from scope to
Right.
IMAX. It's, unless you're watching for it, you almost don't notice it, you know, unless of course your masking is closed down to the 1.9, but it, you know, it is really quick. It's impressive.
Right.
What kind of screen are you
And
going
one thing
for in
you
your new
can
theater?
do.
Oh, there.
Me? Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
I'm
asking DJ.
16.9. 16.9. And that's like the way I'm running that. It's the width of the room. I'm probably end up at about 150-inch screen, and that's going to get me almost to the ceiling. And then I have about maybe 18 inches, maybe under that, between 12 and 18 inches on each side of the screen before the walls. So it's really
Yeah.
taking up the whole front
Whole
wall.
wall.
And then, and that to me is like, that's like, you know, and Travis and I have argued about this. Like, I mean, all the time. I mean, sometimes we just do it just to have fun, but it's like the aspect ratio to me is more about the room than the choice, right? Like,
Yeah.
so to me, it's like if you went with like a 235 screen, but you have all this negative space above and below your screen, you're wasting wall real estate, right? For the sake of saying, I've got a really wide screen, but you could have had a 16:9 and then ended up with the exact same 235 screen if you just masked the top and the bottom, right?
Yep.
And by the same token, if you have a really short room and you want to go really wide on the screen, why would you hurt yourself by putting this little tiny 16:9 in the middle and have all this dead space on either side of it? That
Yeah.
to me is where the scope comes into play.
I'm absolutely, I don't disagree with that logic at all. I knew that I wanted a scope screen. So I went wall to wall. I had my screen off the wall this week, and laying it down, just bringing it off and laying it down flat. It won't even, it's wall to wall to the point where with the floor molding, with the floorboards, it won't hit the floor. It sat on top of the
That's
kick
awesome.
panels there. So, but yeah, pick your 16:9 screen size that you want. And if your room is wide enough to extend it out the scope, extend it out the scope. I personally moved my seating up a little closer, just to make sure that my 16:9 was still going to be a good size when I went wall to wall with the scope.
Yeah, that's what I did. I made sure I just maximize as much wall as possible. Because in my old place, my room was a bit wider than it was taller. Or I'm sorry, the throw distance would only allow me so much 16:9. So if I put a horizontal expansion lens, I could expand it out wider. So I maximized that as much as possible. So that's why I had to go with scope with the old place. But the new house, I just filled up as much gap as possible, which ended up being 16:9. Obviously, you got to take into consideration how bright that projector is too. You just don't want to go
right
huge, and then you end up with a dim image.
Yeah, exactly. It's really big. I can't see
It's
anything.
350 inches.
Yeah. But that to me is like it's
one of the things.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say one of the things I've been talking people to is 2.0, 2.1 or 2.0 being a good compromise. If I ended up with a scope screen 240 because I'm pretty much 95% movies, and if we watch a show, I watch a documentary, and I don't care, it's not quite as big. I do actually have the height to go higher, and now I'm wishing maybe that I'd gone to a 2.0 screen. And we have a lot of clients, especially in the LED wall area, where they just want a really big TV. But 2.0 with the Lumigen, you can basically fill the screen with 178 content, the 16:9, or 240 content. We can actually stretch and crop and do all sorts of stuff. And they love that because all their content is filling the screen and they don't have to do anything. We do all the aspect ratio adjustments.
My last house, I built it was a 16:9 screen. But I had always wanted a scope screen. I was messing around. I had an extra plank that was left over from the frame that I built. I had extra velvet, so I wrapped it, just friction fitted in there, and the measurements just happened to work out, so that made it exactly 2:1. And I thought, well, I could just pop this in and out, and I never removed it. I just framed everything up, cropped a little bit of 16 by 9 content, at very few pixels of 185. 2.0 was, obviously perfectly framed, and scope, the bars were minimally visible. I loved the 2.0 screen. I thought it is a very good compromise.
See, I like all these masking systems. Like, they're cool, but if you really want to be more like a cinema accurate, those guys, they don't use masking systems. You're going to get the black bars. So I opted not to go masking, just so I can be slightly annoyed that there are black bars there.
Well, like, I want to do masking, but I don't need full way. I don't want the full way masking. I want curtains for the side. Like, if I'm running a 16:9 screen and I'll hang the curtains on the side, and then if I'm gonna watch Snyder Cut, you just bring those curtains in. And I think that's because that's kind of what they do in the theaters, right? I was talking about that earlier. It's like I go to my X Plus, and it's like you get that scope screen, and all they do for the IMAX or the 185 aspect, just the curtains come in on the side, and that's it. It shrinks your room. It's like, Travis, you could do that too. It's you put up a curtain system, connect it to your they have. I mean, that's, I don't want to say easy to do, but compared to all the other stuff we do in our theaters, it's a relatively easy way of doing it. Shane, I think I told you about this once when we were talking about the screens and the scopes. But
then you get shadow.
Not if you
the
run
beauty
it
of the
tighter.
masking system is it's about 1/8 of an inch off the surface of the screen, and there's no shadow from it.
Right. But if you run it tight enough, and I've thought of that, it's like you can pull that in, and it's like and the other thing is, how often, if you have a 16:9 screen or a large, the taller screen, how often are you bringing in the sides? It's like we all just go right to Snyder Cut, or you're watching like an old rerun of Hogan's Heroes, maybe. I don't know.
We watched The Apprentice last night, and it was 133, and like Saltburn was 133, and God, I hate some of these things that are. The Whale was 133, or was that 166? But I can't stand those taller things just for the sake of being artsy taller things. Like IMAX, I get it. I think the four-way masking, where I think it's a really cool idea, is when you do have just a huge screen, but then you want to watch a football game and the motion is too much. You can create a secondary, smaller 16 by 9 screen in the middle that doesn't make you motion sick. I like the flexibility for stuff like that. I think it's really cool.
Right.
That would be cool.
It is a pretty cool idea where you actually take it and you take your, and with the Lumagen, you can actually bring that, you put that, you don't have to worry about settings on your projector. You don't have to worry about all that. It's like you can actually program it and have it look like a much smaller display, and you have everybody over for the football game, and it's still like a giant screen. But then when you go to the movie, it's like the whole thing opens up, and the cool factor on that, it's incredible. It really is. People, wait a minute, it gets even taller too, and it goes this way. It's, and we just love to wow people with geeky stuff like that.
That would be awesome. Just having your whole wall white, and then four-way masking, and then for the IMAX stuff, it actually would get taller. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So
before I put that extra friction fit board in my last screen, I had the idea of creating masking socks with a strip of velvet, with elastic that then wrapped around the sides of the frame and down, and you could just slide it up to where you needed your masking and slide it off to the bottom when you weren't using it. And I always thought that would be a good idea too for a budget masking.
I've been working on that idea of an elastic piece with a piece of velvet. I'm trying to get the piece to hook around it, because right now I'm just doing, like I said earlier, I have my masking, which is that pink Owens Corning insulation wrapped in velvet, and it just like tension stays. The top one stays in by tension, bottom just sits there, and it works. perfect. And it is such a difference. Like Shane, you said earlier, it's just annoying to have those black bars because on a projector system, you don't get that dead black like you do on an OLED. But the perception of contrast is so much more improved when you run a masking system. It's just, like a movie like The Batman, which has that weird, that the black level in that movie doesn't go all the way down.
Yeah.
But, and you could see that if you don't have your masking on, you could see how much darker the black bars are, even on an OLED or something like that. But to have that masking, it makes such a difference. And it really does change the perception of black level and everything in your room.
It's probably, well, honestly, I don't notice it that much because I got the JVC. Maybe because you have the Sony, you notice it more.
I knew you were going there. I knew you were going there. It's like,
yeah, I was going to say that too.
It's like, oh,
yeah,
no.
I find with the JVC that the masking isn't a big issue because I'm watching 16:9. Once I'm in the movie, I don't notice that I don't have the masking. Masking is still important. RP23, I'm on that committee now, and that's defining the standards for CEDIA for 4 levels of home cinemas, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and level 4, you're required to have 4-way masking, and level 3 maybe just 2 ways enough. Well, they haven't decided yet, so I'm kind of listening. I'm not huge on masking, mostly because I only watch movies, and almost all of those are 2.4.0 or close.
Right.
Yeah.
DJ Mateo had a comment for you there.
Where's that? Oh,
right above Paul Hertz.
I gotcha. Shade. I hate Oppenheimer. The movie or the individual? It's like
the fun.
Yeah, it's like So it's when that was like last year, right? Right when it came out, you pop on the show and I'm like, I love it, and you're like, I hated it. I was like, I've seen it, so I love that movie. It's is it still behind me? Yeah,
yes, it is.
There's the poster for it. Love that movie. I've seen it so many times. I cannot see it enough. And then Shane and I start, and he's like, I can't finish it. I hate that movie. And there are people in the chat talking. I think that's why it came up is the aspect ratio. It has variable aspect ratio in that. And again, Jim, talk to John Thompson all the time, and we go back and forth. He saw Oppenheimer in the theaters more times than most people have seen like anything. Like he probably saw that more times last year in the theater than most people went to the movies, period. It's like him and I love that movie. Absolutely love that movie. He will be on later today. He couldn't make it to right now, Jim. He's in the middle. He's trying to move some stuff around, but he'll be on. He's actually helping me close out the show again, where he's over in England. So he's going to be on early morning. So definitely check that out for people watching, listening now. You'll probably catch it later because we'll be on it like it's East Coast time. He'll coming on at like 3 a.m. So, but yeah, I love that movie. And Shane, have you finished it yet, or will you ever? No,
I have finished it. Yeah, I did a review on it a few months ago, so I was like, I should probably watch it.
I did a review on it, so I thought I'd watch it. Well, that would be good. Keeps your credibility up there.
So here's a question. Since I didn't go to CEDIA, was Sony showing the Bravia 8 projector there, or were they just talking about it?
Was it the 8 or the 9? I think. What's the top one? They
the 9. They have the 8. The 8 and the 9 are the two new models. Okay, so the 9's the top.
I didn't see the 8. I only said they didn't demo the 8. They demoed the 9. And the talk of the show was how they were like, sorry, Shane, how they were destroying their own product with the demo, because what they did is they took their previous top of the line, which was the 7 or whatever, the previous year that doesn't have tone mapping, and they were A/Bing between the two. And you're like, what the hell? Why would you ever even want to own that thing? But with Jim sitting here, the reason that previous Sony, it was a good Sony if you threw a video processor in line. And that was the idea. It's like, I know my black levels aren't JVC level, but they were vastly improved when I added Illumigen in line, because the contrast ratio was was pretty much dead on what it should be. And whereas before, without tone mapping and stuff, everything was blown out and you didn't get the true depth of detail that you were looking for in your shadows and stuff. So, you know, it's all of this stuff. It's like even JVC owners, I had multiple JVC owners earlier that they have Lumigens in line because the tone map, and like you, Shane, it's like the tone mapping is good on that, but it doesn't stand up to the computing power of an outboard processor.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Are you going to get a new projector at your new theater? Your new house?
Yeah, I'm going to have to, because I mean, it's just a bigger screen. This one's 5 years old. It won't, I mean, I think it does a really good job here. I've experienced the JVCs in real world environment, not like at a show or something. And the black level, like for the opening of Star Wars, Nelson has a JVC, has a really nice one, and he has a Lumigen in line. So it was comparable. I see it at his house. I come driving home an hour away. I watch it in my theater. Yeah, the black levels are better. It was almost indiscernible. I say almost. I can see the difference. Most people would be like, those both look fantastic, right? And that's what I know you're just busting on me, Shane, but and I also have listeners that prefer the Sony over a JVC because they think the JVCs, the contrast is too much. They want that going to the theater experience, right? And it's like
of bad black levels, dim bulbs.
Seriously, one of my listeners had Chris Deering to his house, calibrate the entire system, and he had it all undone. He didn't like it. He thought the contrast was too much. Because he wants that going to the theater. You're right. I mean, we're laughing, but it's like you want that a little bit less contrast, because his theater going experience is so important to him and what he was brought up on. He wants to continue that, and it's like to each his own. Everybody's like they would take something and dial it back because that's tuned to taste, and that's what they want. And I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not as much to the degree of like people like yourself, Shane, but I don't want it, like what my listener was talking about, who has actually asked to remain nameless. So funny. It's like, cause he doesn't want, I don't want people to know I think this. Why? It's your opinion. You're not wrong. It's your theater. Knock yourself out, but yeah, it's stuff like that. It's to each his own. And that's what's funny about the internet, and people like, you're wrong. No, you're not. And that's like, it's like, I don't think Shane's wrong. Well, I do, but I respect him for it.
If my subscribers think I'm wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
but they
used to
keep
it.
subscribing.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, exactly. So
I had a guy over here a couple weeks ago who Chris Deering had just installed and calibrated an NZ9 or 900 in his theater. I think it's a 9. But he was curious about the Lumigen, and he came over here, and this is a X790R 540, so it's like 6 years old. I'm on my third lamp, but he sat here and was looking at this with the Lumigen, and he's like, yeah, I have some more, output, but I don't feel like anything else in this room is missing.
Right.
So I mean, that says a lot about the Lumigen, that the tone mapping on a 6-year-old projector is performing as well as the top of the line JVC, basically.
yeah,
Absolutely. What's the status of the 8K version, Jim?
Oh, I thought we would get to that at some point.
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
When
Thank
are
you
we
for the
getting that?
plug.
Yeah.
Well, we are only publicly saying 2025, so we are talking about
This
it.
isn't
It's
the
going to
public.
be
It's just us.
just you guys. Yeah, well, I'll tell you
just us.
more. It's going to be in 2025. So I guess that wasn't more.
Yeah.
We are working on it. I have one of the boards back. I showed that at CEDIA. We are now having to ping pong between the current generation and the new generation with Patrick's time. I fortunately able to spend a lot of time in my mostly evenings and weekends doing the design. So the design is in good shape right now, but we have a lot of work ahead of us. So we're just going to leave it to 2025. We are going to talk about a little bit people are asking, well, what is it going to do? What is it going to do different? It is, I think, targeted at gamers a lot, because it'll have 8K, but it'll have 4K 120. It'll have a 444 pipeline. So the handful of people that want to use their projector for a daily driver for their computer, they'll have 444. Doesn't really do anything for movies or TV, but for computer generated images like gaming, it can actually be somewhat of an advantage. So we're going to do that. We're looking at precision, always looking at precision in our pipeline. We think it's really, really good where we're at, but we're going to look at, well, are there areas, tweaks and stuff we can do. We're looking at some other features. I don't really believe in pincushion correction. I think that's the wrong thing, but we could do a pincushion masking, so a curved masking kind of a thing for people with anamorphic lenses that have that pincushion. And there's a few other things. In fact, one of the things I'm asking people publicly for is, do you want 4K Derby or don't you want 4K Derby? Do you want Derby at all? So I'm kind of getting, it's almost 50-50. Some people love it. Some people really don't like it. So it's definitely a love-hate kind of feature. But hey, we got a lot more gates in this. We might be able to do it. This FPGA we're doing is over 4 times the lookup tables, which is 4 times the gates. But it's almost, I've got to get the right memory, but I think it's almost like 7 times as much for the multiply accumulates, which turns out to be the big thing that we use in our pipeline. So there's a lot of horsepower there. We have to figure out what we're going to do with it. But it's, you know, basically the same tone mapping. We may do some new things. I don't know as far as precision in that to improve it even further, because we're looking at, well, when they get, with, you know, 12-bit is great, but with, you know, with 10-bit data, but if you get 12-bit source, you know, we're considering, well, could we do 14? Not saying we will, not saying we won't, but we're looking at what can we do to take this new Dolby Vision LLD 12-bit with both the FL and the MEL layers and do that as best we can. And I always like to have a couple extra bits more than the content. So we're looking at all this. We're not really saying anything what we're going to do, what we're not going to do, but 2025 is what we're saying for the release of this. We have talked about the price point. Because it's going to be 8K, it's currently going to be $12,995 retail for this 8 in, 2 out. So we still do the switching. It has all of the tweaks I did for the linear power supplies in the Radiance Pro 5000 that was for audio files to really reduce the output jitter. So we'll have, I believe, we haven't tested it yet, but we'll have very low jitter. It should help with audio. And in fact, what we see here with the DILA stuff is you can actually improve the video with a little bit lower noise, a little bit lower jitter. You get so much better video as well. So, you know, I don't to say that it's going to be as obvious as the audio improvements, but that's there. So that's what we are on the Artisan. And I have to thank John Thompson. He's the one who proposed that name, and we loved it. So that's what we're going to call it.
Is there going to be
Awesome.
IP control?
That is a very good question, and I take heat for that. So we will do, we are working on, I should say, we are working on an external IP control. We have tried to do it kind of on the side, and we've had people who were going to work on it. You know, they have a day job and they were going to work on it in their night job 3 different times and 3 different fails. So we are looking at a company that we could actually work with that's more, that's their full-time job, about doing an external box for those who need it. Not everyone thinks they need it. For example, we have a Crestron controller here in the Lumagen demo theater, and we have a new driver. I actually have iPad control of the Lumagen through the Crestron. So there's ways you can get around it. Other people have done similar things. So the answer is yes, we're looking at how to give IP control to the Lumagen. It would be control and hopefully update. But we're focused, our main focus internally is the video quality, 8K, 4K 120, what we can do the best job on that. And then we're going to try to have it higher done for doing an external box that will do it. So looking into that, don't have a schedule, never have a schedule, because we don't know until we get there. So
there is a home assistant integration for Lumagen that gives basic basically all the commands of the remote through a little global cache.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really,
That's what I've been using, but honestly, I don't even really control it with the remote that I'm using. I just have it so that when my projector turns on, it sends the signal to the Lumagen to turn on, and
that's
vice
what I was
versa
just
when
gonna
I turn
say.
it off.
The Lumen, like when Jim, my projector guy, Jim Doolittle, he's like, this is a set it and forget it. It's like, really, it's like, I get what you like. People have said that, like, oh, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that. It's like, well, what does the brains of your JVC tone mapping? What does that do? You don't know. It's supposed to be
Right.
set it and forget it. This is the brain, and
There-
the idea of doing all that. It's like, it would be nice, I guess, if you wanted to integrate it, but this really isn't a piece that should be toyed with.
Yeah,
right?
There are a handful of commands though that with a scope screen, I want to have on the remote. Like I've got it right on the screen where I can just tap to lock it to 2.4 or 2.2 or 2.0 on a variable aspect ratio film. I can use the arrows and get in and adjust the dynamic padding a little bit if something's blowing out. But yeah, for the most part, that's the other thing that I absolutely adore about it is you never have to go back and reset everything, because when the movie ends and it senses that break in the HDMI signal, it resets it back to where you had it when you started. So all your little tweaks go away unless you purposely save them. And to me, that's that's a genius move.
Let me ask.
I've screwed up so many things by accidentally saving things or not changing them back and forgetting. So it's fantastic.
Let me ask you this, Jim. The Artisan, with all that horsepower, like you were saying, will that help smooth out some HDMI handshaking? That, when you switch from one source to another, sometimes there's a big gap there, depending on what you're going from. Will that help to smooth that out? Because I'm using the 5244. I use that for all of my switching. I have one audio out to my Marantz, and then everything else goes to the projector. That, even the 5244 has smoothed out a lot of the handshaking.
Yeah.
Will the Artisan even smooth it out more?
Good question. The HDMI 2.1 has a concept of fixed rate link. We are early in development, so we're not really sure how well that's going to work, and as far as the switching. But the idea, my thought is, you run 4K 120, even on an 8K projector. You run 4K 120. The sources are 4K. I hope there was never 8K sources for content. You're better off 4K is what my feeling is. But fixed rate link, you don't have to restart the HDMI connection, so that should help. Especially with projectors. With TVs, it's not as bad. A lot of TVs, like a Sony TV, is 3 seconds. That locks on in about 3 seconds, where projectors early on were 30 seconds. That's really irritating. The JVC is about 7 or 8 seconds typically to lock on, so it's better. We have some features to allow you to. We have customers who don't want to have that switching delay, so we have them set all their sources at 4K 60, and the output's 4K 60. And so other than going from SDR to HDR, there's not a lot of change. One other pet peeve I have is that industry pick 5994 60.00. Pick one. Why do both? Do one. And it's just very frustrating, because that difference is an output restart. Now usually it's a faster output restart, but it's artificially there. I can see the difference between 24 and 60.00 or 5994, but why have two that are right next to each other? Fixed rate length, arguably, if it works the way it's supposed to, will eliminate the fact that you have to restart. They'll just change the data. The data comes in packets. Even in the current one, like audio is packetized. Well, on the 2.1 fixed rate length, the video is also packetized, so that they're just sending packets out with a fixed clock. And then if you go 24 hertz, they'll just take it longer. And I don't know if they're wanting to change. It's a 1 part in 1,000 change between 5994 and 60. And so are they going to actually make that change and just expect the projector to lock on? We don't, I don't even know yet. We haven't gotten that far in the development for the fixed rate link stuff.
Yeah. So I saw this. This was earlier in the chat. It's Byron asked, most movies are shot at 2K, 4K. What are we going to watch on an 8K projector or TV? And this gets right to that question. Actually, is why I would want that. I would want an 8K projector someday, because the more horsepower you have, you can back it off. And now it's going to smooth out everything else, right? It's like, just because I don't have 8K content, I want that horsepower so that my 4K is running that much smoother, right? And it's like, and to me, it's like that's me, and that's how I can justify getting something like that, knowing that, all right, I don't need it, but now I'm almost like future proof, because I don't think we're ever going to get 8K content, but I want the horsepower to be able to get the best 4K I can. And now, like you were saying, to smooth out the entire experience in the room, back off if 8K ever showed up, you back it off to 4K anyways, because my room, I'm not going to be able to tell the difference in that seating distance and screen size. So I'm actually, I want to play with an Artisan just for that. I won't play with it, I'm going to get one, but I want that just so that I have that and see how smooth it can get, and how, because I've been to other people's theaters, and my son was with me, and we saw our JVC demo, and he's like, Dad, why did it take so long between like sources or movie scenes? And it was, there wasn't a Lumigen in line at the time, but that handshake is it can be quite a long time, but we'll live with it because it's a great image. But if we could smooth that out, this is a way to do it.
Well, I put my Strato back to 60 hertz for the OSD, so I can go to my Apple TV and my Stratos. The two screens are both 60 hertz. So it's a really quick few seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds delay for me to switch between sources. And then I only pay that extra time when I have to go to 24 hertz starting some content. So that is the current one. If we could do 4K 120, and another little pet peeve I have is we could do 4K 120 at 18 gigahertz. It would just be 420 8-bit and would look really darn good through the Lumigen. But we can't. If we could have done that, then we could send 4K 120 for all content, 60, at least in the US. 60/24 is a multiple, submultiple of 120. So 4K 120, I think, is a really good home theater. JVCs can do it. I think other projectors will be able to do it in the future. And then if you want, they can internally scale it to 8K if they're an 8K projector.
Is there going to be a motion interpolation on the Artisan?
I hate motion interpolation. Everybody who is in the movie business hates motion interpolation. I worked on motion interpolation. I was director of engineering at a company in 2000 working on motion interpolation. And I first was enamored with it. This is going to be great. And then I got into the math. So I'm kind of a math guy going, oh my gosh, this is going to take, to do it right. No one's doing it right today. No one's doing it right today. I can't emphasize it up. No one's doing it right today. You can't do little boxes and have it right, because any object that a person moving their arms, bird flapping their wing, anything that's changing, coming toward you, going back, scene cuts, all that stuff, it just breaks it. And I have a lot of people I talked to, they said, I thought this was going to be great. And I watched it for 10 minutes and I turned it off. I have people calling me saying the Lumigen's broken. And the first time was an hour and a half on the phone. Finally, I said, well, what do you have on your projector? Maybe there's they had motion interpolation turned on. And I said, well, turn it off. And their first response was, oh, that's better. So people who understand content, the real problem is you've got motion blur. If you've got good cinematic content, you've got motion blur. To actually do proper motion interpolation, you would have to de-blur that, create the image without the blur, and then re-blur it for the right amount of time, which is less. If you're going 2x, 3x, 4x is less, you have to then re-blur it. You can't do that. First of all, you have to do objects. You have to have objects, and then if the object is changing profile, if it's getting bigger, if it's getting smaller, the horsepower needed. John Thompson's studio does do some motion interpolation for TVs. And they said, well, we need it to be 60 hertz. We want it to be the best 60 hertz it can be. And so what they do is they have a room full of GPU-based loaded computers, 30 seconds per frame, a recursive algorithm, and there's a human fixing all the scenes there to fix it. So if you can do that, they say, and it's still got the soap opera effect. So you kind of got me on my soapbox here, but no, I'm not going to do motion interpolation. It's dumb. Well, okay, I shouldn't say it that way.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, in my slide set, I said, at least you need to know you cannot do motion interpolate. They do it on TVs, right? They're showing you 24 hertz at 60 hertz versus their motion interpolated on a customized scene. Well, you created the motion problem by showing it at 60 hertz. You just showed it 24 hertz. That's what it was intended. That's what filmmaker mode is all about. I liked one producer who said it's like liquid diarrhea. It just creates problems. And at first it looked like, wow, that's really cool. It looks smoother. But I'm very anti-artifact, and it creates artifacts. And some people may not be sensitive to the artifacts, and they like the smooth motion. But the problem is the methodology used, the mathematics being used is not appropriate for doing a good job. It's doing maybe a basic adequate job. I remember the first motion interpolation demos were just this picture being moved horizontally, and that's the only thing it could do, is it could smooth those pixels. And at the search area you need, you have to identify the objects, not just little boxes. You really need it on a pixel basis. You need motion vectors on a pixel basis. Think of something that's only in frame per one frame. You don't have a motion vector, and you've created an artifact because you don't know where to put it for the half frame or the quarter frame. So I'm sorry, I got on my soapbox. I will get off now.
No, wow, it's like, I love it. Like, let them go.
There is a big question that popped up here. Will the menu interface be updated for the new Lumigen?
Yes, that's an easy one.
Yeah,
we will do something. So it is okay. So I'm an engineer, and our menu system works really well. It's very logical, very organized, very deep, and there's lots of stuff there. So we have two things we're looking into. One, it would be a wizard built in, so that it would kind of walk you through what the setup slide set does now, but also a simplified menu that might look a little bit prettier than what our menu looks. But I like to just say, hey, you don't watch the menu, and it's a set and forget. So after you set it up, you're not really using the menu, and we actually recommend custom installation. Call someone like a Chris Deering and get them to set it up. You don't even need to look at the menu ever, because it's just for setup. So I get people want a pretty menu system, but I want a functional. I'm more about function. And our menu system works very well. You can do a lot of stuff. You never have to reboot the computer to get something that changes and stuff like that. Everything is instant. We have multiple memories. All that kind of stuff works. And once you get it set up, that's really key. I understand there's a lot to learn about our menu system. We do have a little help button that most people I don't think know about. Press the help button when your menu kind of gives you a little hint. So there's a lot of stuff. So what we want to do is make the initial setup for 90% plus of the systems a lot simpler by doing a wizard. And we hope to do that wizard. I never like to commit completely until we get it done, but we hope to do a wizard for the artisan so that it is just easier to set up.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed that you are like updating the menu, because I would prefer you stay on your soapbox and go, no, you're not buying this for the menu.
Well, we are looking at, we did a menu update. Pat spent a little time on, and it actually is a little bit better. More places you can put it. You can resize it better. It looks a little bit less kludgy. It's one of those things that we keep putting off because it's like, it's not going to help your usage is where we're really about. We want the images to be the very, very best. Studio reference quality is our mantra. 100%, all the entire length of the company's history. Studio reference quality, and the menu doesn't matter for that.
No, and that nobody. I mean, if you're looking at the menu a lot, that means there's probably something wrong with whatever product you're using. Right? It's like you should be using the product, whether it's the display itself or your video processor. But That's what drew me to the Lumigen in the first place. Well, actually, at the time there was no other game in town, but Jim, my projector calibrator, he was telling me, he's like, this is exactly what we want, because he like-minded like me, like I want what the studio intended, right? And then he started telling me about the Lumigen, started telling me about you, Jim, and I was like, okay. And I started looking it up, and I'm like, okay, that's what I liked. And then, and that's what you guys have been about. I've been obviously reading about you for years, even before I had one. And it's an amazing piece. And I haven't said this to you on the show. My listeners know. It's like when I had mine installed, I just told the story earlier this morning. I had Jim came out, and Jim Doolittle comes out, installs my Lumigen, gives me, calibrates the projector, calibrates the Lumigen, gets everything in sync. And we start playing some 4K material and discs that he always brings with him. So we start playing that, and I'm like, oh yeah, this looks great. Looks really good. And it is, it's an uptick. But then when I went to the show Foundation, which is 4K HDR on Apple TV Plus, that was the one that really got me to notice, like, okay, my Panasonic 820 was, optimizing my images well enough that I could see it was a good image on the screen. But when I went to streaming, I'm like, I got all sorts of blocky, every crush going on. I couldn't see things. And I'm trying to solve it. Actually talked to Chris Deering about the, I can't remember the name of it, a much like a $500 solution. Couldn't solve this. And Jim was finally like, you need to get the Lumigen. And I was like, okay. No, like I said, Jim Doolittle. I was like, all right. So I was able to get one. He installs this. Like I said, we do the 4K stuff. That was nice, impressive. But when we went to this scene in Foundation, I literally got emotional. I was like, oh my God. There were things on the screen. There were like detail that I didn't even know was there. I just thought it was the dark side of the screen. And you're like, oh my God, that's a hallway? It has depth. It was pulling out so much that I was like, he's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'll be all right in a minute. It's amazing. and of course, like all of us.
I like to.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, and the first thing I said to him after all of this, I look at it and I go, all right, what projector do I get next? And he goes, oh, you're done for a while. Just stay here. He goes, once you have this video like a Lumigen in line, he goes, and like Travis was saying, he's like shopping for projectors, but you don't really need it. All the brains are right there. And now this is just your light source. Right. And that's really what it becomes. And it, now you have, once that's in line, anything you get after that is only going to be upgraded.
Having a good video processor in your system opens up your options for so many different projectors that you may not have considered. If you needed something that had the best tone mapping inside of the projector, you're going to be pushed in a certain direction. And by having that external and being reliable and top of the line, you can look in a lot different price points for projectors, a lot different feature sets, and it opens up a lot more options. Granted, I'm still going probably the same direction when I upgrade my projector, but I've become a lot more open to being swayed to perhaps a different brand.
Oh, I saw that in the chat. We'll keep that quiet.
I would love to see the Bravia 8 in person, though I still have a feeling I'll be going with one of the new JVCs.
Have you seen the new Bravia, Shane?
They asked me if I wanted the 8 or the 9. I told them the 9, which is
tell them to send me the 8.
I will tell them that. So I just got to let them know if I want it yet. Plus, I think I got a couple of JVCs there shipping today too. Or Monday. So it's like I don't want to. Then I got all these little USTs and little Chinese projectors here. So it's like I got like 6 projectors, and I'm like inundated with projectors. I don't even want to think about them, but they're coming.
Sorry, sore subject. Shane.
They're coming.
Shane's reviewing projectors stacked on top of projectors as a stand.
Yeah. I don't want to get into that line, but I am designing like where my projector is going to be housed. I should be able to put 2 normal projectors, not like your giant Barcos, but 2 of them in there, and be able to do that. and especially with the Lumigen, be able to feed them both the same signal, or maybe one without it. And I don't want to turn my channel into that. That's Shane does a great job at that. Everybody, but I do love to play with stuff like that, and that will be fun, and be able to experience that for myself in the same room, So, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I built a shelf. Not really a shelf, but my hush box has spaces for several other projectors. So I made sure I designed it just for that reason.
Exactly.
Your new room looks fantastic, Shane.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it took me. It didn't really take me forever, but it took me a while. Of no
I like
sleeping.
the vibe.
Well, you
I tried to go for the Dolby look. Tried my hardest.
There you go. Yeah. After you built your riser.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did a lot of that yourself, right? Building?
I did all of it myself, yeah.
All of it. Yeah. All the walls and everything? Because what is it? Sunken, right? From your house? It's a sunken room?
Yeah, so I guess it used to be a garage. So it's a little bit lower. It's like 2 feet lower than the rest of the house, which made it perfect. So when you walk in, it's kind of like you walk down into the first row. So it almost feels like I deliberately did it like at the stadium.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Turned out that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, talk about making that work. Who else?
Yeah.
Who else could do that? Everybody else is just like, oh, okay, this room's like, and you're like, it's like it was meant to be.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know if I told you, we saw before I bought the house, we saw 10 houses. We had 10 of them lined up for the day. And the outside of this house is pretty ugly. So I try not to show it in the videos if I'm outside because it's green. I'm not a green guy, but I was like, oh, this is the first house. I was like, oh, this is horrible. It's not. I was like, why is this on the list? I told my wife, why did you put this on the list? It's ugly. She goes, we're going to look at it. Okay. It's on the price. So I walked in. I was like, yeah, it's from the 80s. Then I walk into the family room / garage. I was like, oh my God, this is the first house out of the 20 that we've seen. This would be perfect. And then we go see the other 9. I was like, all of these suck. Back to the first house.
Right.
Why that ugly one?
Yeah.
Well, I was saying that when we were shopping, it's like we were just like the idea of we were going to move, right? And all of a sudden, I hadn't even started looking at houses yet, but I was saying it on my show. It's like I'm driving down the street and I just look at houses and be like, okay, that they got a decent basement there. Like I could tell from the outside of what I was thinking for a theater, right? And that's what we think of when we're going into places, or how are you going to do this? What can I do in this house if I'm going to shop? Like every room you go in, you're looking around and it's like, no, this house just doesn't have it. I'm not going to be able, I can't fit anything in here. Next. And she's like, oh, but it's so cute. No, I don't care about cute. I need functionality. And then I went the route of designing it myself, which then it costs you, like, you've got the ability, like, well, I could do a 9-foot foundation. It's only concrete. That's just expensive. You're like, all right, let's do this. And then, of course, I get the 9-foot foundation, and right after it's poured, everybody's like, you should have gone 10. Oh. It's always something. So I got to upgrade my foundation. No, I'm just kidding.
How tall is your ceiling? How big's your theater?
It'll be 9-foot ceilings.
I mean, like ceilings. The whole thing.
The room, it's going to be, well, I have false walls. So like what you're sitting in will be about 14 by 8, maybe 18. But the room itself, which, because the false walls are just all speaker cloth or whatever, or will be, it's going to be about 24 by 16. So, yeah. And the throw for the projector is about 18 feet onto a 150-inch screen. And, yeah, the front and the rear of the room is going to be about 3 feet false walls behind it. So you can put anything you want back there, acoustically transparent all around the room. It'll feel smaller than it really is. I mean, it's still 14 by 18 isn't small, but it's the room itself is gonna be bigger. So
mine is 14. And then I went to the Macintosh Theater over the weekend, and there's this 27. And I was just like, and then I came home and I was like, oh my God, I feel like I need to make my room a little 10 foot wider at least.
Yeah. Well, it's about, really, how many seats do you have across? 3 or 4?
3.
3
across, yeah.
And it's
but then I was just like, the 27 wide is just, I was just like, oh my God, this is so cool. it's only ever me in there, but I feel like if I
Right.
ever were to have people over, it would
Right.
just be like a wow factor. They'd be like, "Oh my god, you have a legit."
Yeah, and my theater, honestly, when I was first thinking of this and designing a theater, I was much smaller. I was going to go three in the front, 3 in the second row with a bar behind, no problem. And my wife's like, "No, we need bigger. We're going to have grandkids. We're going to have people. I want more people in there." I'm like, "It's only me," and she doesn't understand. It's like the bigger you go, that's more money. Not just in the walls themselves, but now I have a longer throw. I need the right because I'm not gonna skimp and get the same projector that would have been in the smaller room and the smaller screen where I could sit close. I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna go to this. I want this experience. And she's like, I don't care. I was like, all right, you said it, not me. It's like, here we go, spend more money on the theater. It's like, okay, but that's where the expense comes from. But I want 4 wide, and I'm gonna squeeze that in.
You're gonna squeeze 4 of them in there?
Yeah,
I got a hard time squeezing in 3, and we got the same width.
Yeah, but you also have. I'm not gonna choose those chairs. No,
that's right. You got the theater chairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
chairs.
theater chairs, and
the rockers.
And be able to, it's gonna limit what I can get, but that is what I want. I want 4 across in the front and the middle and the first row. So
yeah, I just put in step lights. The little edge step lights.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so cool. Because I used to trip. Everybody used to come in there. Used to always trip down the stairs. I was like, well, you're not going to trip a second time. Now you know it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but get some step lights, dude. They're super cool. They're like
I got to get the theater first.
Yeah. Aren't you like near done or no?
No. I got to get the house built. I got to finish the house. I'm still working on that. The theater's
just finish the theater and then you can build the house.
Build the house around it. Exactly. That is an option. Believe me, it is an option. Actually, that's not a bad option if you think about it. It's but yeah, I got to get there. But the room's framed.
What's the ETA for your whole build?
Oh my God. I don't know. We're in a holding pattern right now because of a few issues we got going on. So, but I'm very close to being like, once we get over this hump, I'm about 2 months away, and then it should be all downhill from there. And then once I'm in, oh boy, that's all theater. That'll be all fun. But I got all the equipment here in this house, so I get to enjoy that for now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Did you get the new SVS subs?
Not yet. Did you?
I got
Have you heard them?
the SB17.
Yes. Did you? How many did you get?
2, of course. Always 2.
I know, but you gotta say it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good so far. So good. Yeah.
You like them?
Yeah, I dig them for sure. I made sure I got the SB because listen, I love the PBs, but they're so big. They're just very heavy and big.
So, what do you think of that? Like, I like the PB for I need that I want that extension. But from what people are saying, like, even the SB gets you that extension, but the smoothness and everything. Are you digging that?
So you get a smoother roll off for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the new ones are gonna chuff or not, but I had the PB16. Those things chuffing a few times. So.
Oh really?
So part of the reason why I went with the SB because I didn't want to deal with that and say anything negative about it, just in case it did. So I went with the SB for that reason. I mean, they didn't even get mad at me. I said in my original review of the 16, they're just, oh, it's fine.
Yeah,
appreciate it. I was like, okay.
You got to be running. Do you want some more subs? Though, to get that, don't you?
What's that?
You got to be running them pretty hot to get that to happen, don't you?
Yeah, I was, but it's like, you have your guests over. You're like, is that all you got? I'm like, no, it goes higher.
Yeah.
My PB 2000, I didn't even have to run it very hot to get it to chuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How big's the room?
That one was like, I think it was 9 feet wide and 14 feet long. Is it?
Oh, really? And you're
like
running
like a 4-foot ceiling. I had to duck every time. It was a tear. It was this. It used to be underneath the deck, and the guy had screened it in, so it was a tiny room. But yeah, I
Wow.
had. Yeah.
Do you run it hot?
No,
No,
not at all.
Oh.
Not at all.
Because I have dual PBs 2000s in my room,
Mhm.
and I've never experienced anything like that.
Really?
And it's
Yeah.
I mean, but in that room, my room here is like 11 feet wide,
Yeah.
and it's 18 feet long. But then I have insulation stuffed in the, so it's really like 16 because you're shrinking it down with all that insulation.
Yeah.
And these things are dialed way back. They're barely even working. It's overkill, right? But
Yeah.
it allows me that extension, and I'm not overpowering them at all.
I told you, didn't I, that I think I'm getting new subs here.
Yes.
I think I'm going to be 100% next level acoustics soon. I think I'm getting a pair of the high velocity 15s.
Don't you have their on walls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love these things.
Yeah.
They're over here in Connecticut, I believe. If I'm not mistaken.
They're in Mass, aren't they?
They're I think one's in Connecticut and one's in Boston.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, they're not far from. I was supposed to I keep going back and forth with them to get a demo. They have 2 demo rooms. One's not far from one of my dealers that I work at.
Yeah.
And I just, with my schedule right now, haven't hooked up with them. But yeah, I definitely want to. And Travis raves about them. He's like, you got to hear these things.
Yeah.
Well,
I was supposed to get some in before I moved, but I didn't have any place to. I was like in my buddy's basement for a little bit. So I was like, sorry, I can't review anything.
Yeah.
But I think at that time they didn't have like their showroom or something set up. I don't know if they do now, but
yeah.
I don't know if they have a showroom specifically or if it's just the 2 partners home theaters that you go into.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah.
It's like you go to their house or wherever it is, and it's like, we've got this set up here. And it's like, I definitely want to take advantage of it.
I'm gonna, I think, be their West Coast showroom.
There you go.
Once I get their subs, because my height speakers are also just their angled satellites. So,
Jim, what do you got in your place? Looks like you got an official home theater.
Yeah, we have a custom designed. We did an addition back in 2018, 2019. It's 19 foot wide, 12 foot ceilings with basically vaulting a little bit. So 10 on the sides, I think, and 12. And then it's 21 feet long plus 2 foot of false wall. So to the false wall is 21 feet. We went with Revels. We have C28s in the centers, F206s. I picked Sue Reese HSU, Sue Research 15-inch whooper. Got 2 of those in the front at the quarter wavelength point. And then when I did the room, I found a book by Floyd Toole on acoustics that I recommend. I was looking at all these books and I said, well, this one looks like, it's really science. It's really based on a lot of stuff. He worked with Herman for a long time. I've always been a fan of Rebel speakers, so I got those on those 3. And then all of the surrounds I have, it's a 9.2.6. So we have W380s, I think is the number, the in-wall 8-inch for all around. And then I put a band of 4-inch thick acoustic material for first reflections from all the speakers. So that basically that has done a very good job on the room. The rest of it's kind of just left reflective. But that band really does help us with the first reflection. We have a Trinoff right now. I also have a Storm Audio sitting outside that we're starting to work more with them. So I want to get that in here and test it. But I had some resonances in the room. And before I had Adam Pels out to do the calibration, I was out putting extra screws and I was putting extra 2x4s in the false wall because it was vibrating. And so there's a lot of that tuning, but it's a really nice room. We don't have infrasonic. We get down to about 15 hertz, but it's really smooth. Just a plug for doing real true, room tuning for acoustics. If you have a Trinoff or a compatible thing that you can actually do it well with, Adam did a great job tuning the subs manually, and then we ran the Trinoff auto tune, and then he spent a day just doing manual tuning for 2-channel work, and just all getting everything dialed in. So it's a pretty good sounding room. We have the JVC RS4100, of course, the Lumigen, and then we play Apple TV. We have the Oppo 203, and then the Strato C is what I currently have. I actually don't have it right now, but I've been leaving both the Strato C and the Strato V hooked up just to do some testing.
Mm-hmm. Good size room. I wish mine was 19 wide.
Yeah, I actually wish it was a little wider. You were commenting on a 27-foot because the Y factor was, it's a dark gray. It's not velvet black, non-reflective. So if the screen lights up at 19-foot wide, I still get the peripheral of a little bit of light on the sidewalls. And if I had another 10 feet, then they could have been better. And acoustically, that would have been better, because if you look at the ratio of the sound, people sitting on the side of the room, we have 10 chairs. So people sitting on the side, they're right next to like the left surrounds.
Right.
So they hear them a lot, and the people on the right side of the room aren't. So a little extra width there gets the ratio between the closest and the farthest person a little bit better than what we have here.
Mhm.
So it's a good room. It's not hugely expensive. It's not inexpensive, but wasn't as much as people spend. But I think it ended up being a really nice room, and of course the video looks amazing. So we're really thrilled with having this, and we have friends over, and it's just really great to be able to share it.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I want to, hopefully, probably within the next 2 years, extend mine out at least another 5 feet or so. Because I feel like every once in a while, since I'm always by myself, I'll go to the second row in the corner and just be like, what is this like back here? Trying to experience it in a different seat. Yeah.
You really need
like,
4 subs. 4 subs if you want the second row to sound pretty decent. So 2 is not quite enough. I sit in the back row and go, I'm putting my friends through this, and it doesn't sound as good because it's not really optimal for 2 subs.
See, my second row is my prime row. I shove that front row a little bit closer to the screen, and my prime seating is the second row, because I want that. Like when I go to the movies, you never sit in the front row because you're sitting like this, looking up, and you always had a seat in front of you. So when I designed this theater, I was like, I had the riser. I'm in the second row, and then my screen, like my head is center screen, so in the middle, height wise, and it just works. And that's what I'm doing in the next one as well. But I like that idea. And they're like, yeah, but your front row is now too close. I don't care. It's like if you design your front row to be prime, your second row's too far away. So one of them's going to suffer, right? So, but I like the idea of being like having something in front of me, even if there are people there, you see the tops of their heads and you look. It doesn't like affect the screen. It doesn't change my view of the screen, but you get that little bit. It gives you that ambience of actually being in a theater. And I've said that a few times on the show, multiple times on the show, and people are like, oh my God, never thought of that. like maybe I'll change to the second row. Like, but you have to shift everything, because the prime seating position, everything else is going to suffer, right?
I don't want anything between me and the screen. Although one of the things that did factor into the fact I don't have a 2.0 screen is my neck would have been angled up more than it is. Right. I can sit back. Just lean back. My head is a perfect angle for looking at the screen. With the front row, and there's nobody in the front. I never like having people in front of me. And you're going to get the best sound from the 3 front speakers as well, in my opinion. Unless you have low back seats. I don't know. Maybe you do.
I do.
No, I raise everything to the second row. So like in my theater right now, all my speakers are like raised up to be like ear level to the second row. So the people in the front row, a lot of the sound might literally go over them, except the center channel, which is below the screen, because I don't have acoustically transparent right now. But in the new theater, everything will be like, so I'll have tower speakers, right? So I'll be doing the SVS Pinnacles towers across the front. There will be a riser back there. It's exact same height as the riser I'm sitting on. So everything on that, is going to be on that plane for me. The first row will be lower.
Yeah. And that makes sense.
So it's all designed around.
Yeah. So we actually turned The F206s are mounted upside down so that the tweeters are at ear level for the first row in our theater, and that really is a good idea to do that matching you're doing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And from what I understand, it's like if you end up with like a Trinov where you can run the multiple speakers down the side, so each row gets its own center, then you can height match those to to each row. And the Trinov will tune that so that it, something pans down the side of the room. You can have, 3 rows of speakers or 4 rows of speakers going down the side, and it'll actually appropriately pan down the side of the room and not affect the other rows, because it'll actually move appropriately. And hopefully I'll get that someday.
Chris Seymour still has my favorite sounding room of all time. And actually, he doesn't have it anymore. It's in storage while he builds a new house. But he's got the Infinity IRS, the reference series speakers. He's got 7 of those all the way around.
Wow. Those are
Each
huge,
channel has its own sub, plus like a stack of 4 rhythmic subs behind the screens. It's got dual drop down. He's got a scope screen and a 16:9 drop down.
He doesn't have masking?
I think his scope screen might have masking to one of the in-between ratios.
Right.
As an option on it. Yeah. But yeah, man, and it's not like the guy, plus he had an infinite baffle sub on the back wall as well. So there was like 12 subs in the room. But it wasn't a bass heavy room. You would never guess, just listening, you'd never guess there was more than, 2, maybe 4 subs in the room, because it was just perfectly tuned.
Right.
Those infinities just are so amazing in terms of finesse. It was just the most realistic sounding theater I've ever been in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's multiple subs. It doesn't mean the bass is going to get thicker or heavier. It's supposed to be cleaner,
more even,
appropriate. Yeah. Talking about room treatments, Byron in the chat he's saying, I treated a living room with mobile 4 foot by 4 inch thick GIC acoustic absorption panels. First reflections, nothing. Back wall, nothing. Open to living room, nothing. Front wall, cathedral window. Huge improvement. He goes, my center channel sounded like a new speaker. Here's the next one. Sounded like a new speaker, focused, clear, and louder. And yeah, that's room treatments like we were talking about, Jim saying he has them. It's like I have the back wall, the sound. Room treatments are probably the most important thing you can do for your audio. Even like as good as Trinov is, it is really good. That they were actually working on the idea of you don't need room treatments the way they're doing their what is it called, Shane?
Waveforming.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they're trying to get away from that, but room treatments really make a big difference.
You don't need them with our waveforming, but it's going to sound a hell of a lot better if you do.
That's what I was just going to say. Waveforming. We were in a demo with Storm Audio last year in a big box in a hotel. And I was like, this is never going to sound good, but the active room treatment, it sounded really pretty good. I still think you want to have room treatment. And one thing I learned by reading Floyd Toole's book is 4-inch acoustic treatment really is what you need if you want some bass trick. And then I built the most expensive corner sub trap, bass traps, but it was a cardboard box filled with rock wool insulation. So it cost me like $50 or something. But they work really well. So bass traps in the front, and then I did put huge, and we have a false wall, so I had to put a lot of acoustic rock wool insulation in there just to tame that down. That was very reverbing in there.
Yeah.
That was the advantage of using on walls for the LCRs as well. I just basically framed out a false wall directly against the front wall. The on wall speakers are mounted in the stud bays there. Then I just packed the rest in with standard insulation and covered it with fabric and some of the same panels that I'm using on the side walls, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah, my whole back wall is like 2x8 stuffed and with acoustically transparent, material. So anything that goes back there dies. Front wall's not as thick, but it's all same thing, same idea. It's all like treated. And people like I say all the time, I listen at reference level. Like how it's so loud, you can't do that. But people come here and listen and be like, "This isn't reference level." I'm like, "No, this is reference. This is what it's supposed to sound like when the sound isn't just reflecting all around the room, right?" And
see, I've got more diffusion in the back of the room to kind of scatter things around. It makes the back wall disappear more than just sucking up everything back here.
See, I never understood that. I would think that you would want to be a little bit more directional back there rather than like if you got like I got like 5 speakers back there.
Yep.
Do I want all that to be scattering back there? I feel like I put a lot of absorption back there because I want to hear it.
Right.
I don't want it to be like a ping-ponging back there. Like I feel like I want to hear it, especially if I'm in the front row.
Yeah. I'm only at 514. I don't have speakers on the back wall. So this is my office back here.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe for you.
Basically, it's creating
that's
imaginary rear channels is what this is kind of doing.
Right.
And that was the original use of diffusion back in the original Dolby surround sound when you had a 5-channel system. Even though it was discrete 5 channels, you wanted the rear channels to be like, all right, that's just ambient back there.
Yeah.
But now with what we can with Atmos, meaning not just your overheads, but you can have as many channels as you want. And like Shane with you with the Trinov, it's like you just want to deaden everything in the room because the speakers are gonna. If you want reverberation, you want an echo effect. You're not getting it from your room. Your speakers are gonna do it. And any reverberation you're getting, you're trying to tame that so you hear exactly what these speakers are supposed to be doing because it's all in the program. It's all it's in the content, right? And the idea right now, and this is where the 2-channel people are like, no, the room is part of the experience. Well, yes, in 2-channel. No, and this is in home theater. The room, you're trying to eliminate the room for the most part because you want to feel like you're outside listening to a gunshot or an explosion or somebody talking a subway tunnel or whatever it is, right? You're trying to recreate that environment, not the acoustics of whatever band is playing inside a studio or whatever. Right.
Yeah, that was my thinking too. I know everybody else is like, no, you need diffusion on your ceiling behind the second row. I was like, I don't know. I say right now I don't have anything like by the height speakers, the top speakers. So it's already kind of bouncing up there because it's just my ceiling. But at the same time, I'm like, sometimes I don't think I can hear what's going on in the back top row. So I'm thinking of putting some absorption up there so I can hear it a bit better. Because sometimes there'll be a plane that flies back there, and I know it's back there because I can turn and then I'll follow it back there. But if I'm just like watching it, I really don't hear it.
Right.
So it's like I feel like I've got to like control what's bouncing around up there rather than making it bounce more.
Right.
But so that's why I don't understand. Like sometimes all these guys are like, no, man. Like I'll talk to Matt Pose. No, you need diffusion back there. I was like, I don't think that's right. I was like, but you're on the RP23 council or whatever it is.
Yep.
Like, maybe I can't argue. But for me personally, I just think that I would want to be a little bit more absorptive back there.
I'm with you. And I've had the same discussions. And you're literally talking to experts and you're like, but I don't like it that way.
I feel it should be this way.
It's like, but
I'm
that's
just
what's
a
cool
YouTuber.
Yeah, but you're also coming at it from experience, right? It's not like you're just saying, you're not saying it has to be that way. This is the way you like it. And you're coming from it from experience, just like, Matt's coming at it from his experience. And this is what I'm trying to do. And like when he's designing something for somebody, he's going to give you the best, like say he did your theater, Shane, he'd give you the best version of what he thinks. And you'd be like, well, I like this. And then you tune from there. Right.
Don't worry. He did give me his ideas on what he thought would be the best. I took some things. But
yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome. That's hysterical. It's like, arguing with like experts. It's like, I do the same thing.
But Doc, my brain says this.
Yeah, exactly. It hurts when I do that. Don't do that. So,
So we need a tour of Jim's place. I want to see what Jim's place looks like.
Yeah, Portland, Oregon. If you're around, come by.
I'll be down there Thanksgiving. See you
There
then.
you go.
Yeah,
I
you
was gonna
come
say,
on by.
Travis,
I'll
how
give
far
you
away
the
are you?
Yeah, it's about 3 hours. I've got a cousin in Portland that we're going to go down and spend Thanksgiving with.
Yeah, we're in town. Give me a holler.
Might do that.
There you go. Report back.
Are you doing fabric walls, DJ, or are you doing?
Yes. Yeah, fabric walls, acoustically. Most of it will be like acoustically transparent, but then of course, there are parts that I'm not going to, so that'll add some, ability of dampening the room. Plus, when you do that, to me, it's like false walls all around, acoustically transparent material. Now you can put you're not worried about how the insulation looks on the other side. But all my speakers will be back there. So when you're in the room, you're not going to see any speakers, but I am going to light it so that you can show it off and be like, you put the lighting back there and then you see those 3 pinnacle towers across the front of the room. And like, the geeks like us will be like, and to me, it's like that stealth look. I know people love like their towers in the front of the room. I get that. But that stealth look when somebody comes into a room and then you turn it on and they're like, where did all that sound come from? Yeah. How did this just happen? It's like, to me, that's what like it's so much fun about. I remember doing years and years ago, I think it was an IMAX, and I'm talking over 30 years ago, you go and see it and they go boom, boom, all the lights come on and they show you all the speakers that were around you in 360 and you're like, that's amazing. Right. Yeah. And you couldn't see anything through the, material. And then at the end of the demo, they're like, that's where all the speakers were. That's so cool. So cool.
Are you hiding all the speakers, the surround speakers?
All the ear level, bass level speakers will be hidden. I'm trying to figure out how to hide the overheads, but I don't think I can because it's just not, it won't work. It's like, how do you, I'd have to drop the ceiling down too far. So I'll probably be, and it's only a few speakers up there that I'd be, not a few, I'm going to run 6, but now you're running into like, it's not worth it. You're going to see it, but the base level, definitely going to be all hidden. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
Nice.
Hi, everybody. Hi, DJ.
Rob.
Hey, Rob from AV Rent. Shane.
Hello,
Travis,
Rob.
Jim from Lumagen. A lot of people, Jim's got nothing written under. It's like, Jim Peterson, CEO of Lumagen. Everybody's like,
actually,
Jim?
It might be a good time for me to beg off and leave you guys to continue your chat.
Thanks, Jim. I really appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on. And
well, thanks for having me.
I love getting into
fun.
the weeds.
Well, I love talking details. I know people start going glassy eyes when I start to talking about some of the details. Not everyone. But John and I get along great because we love talking about all the technical details, absolute perfection.
Yeah.
I love it that, our motto is see what the director intended. And John is there doing it, using it for real movies. And you get to see what the director really intended. So that's my parting shot. Thank you very much for having me for the day.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Really appreciate it. Talk to you later, buddy.
Okay.
See you, Jim.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Buddy. Bye.
Later, Jim. DJ, I think I'm going to bounce too. I got to get something to eat. I'm usually up to like 4 a.m. Maybe I'll pop in sometime in the wee hours.
I'll be here. I'm here. So, and if I'm not here, something went horribly wrong. So I might need you to pop in then.
All right, man. I'll see you guys later.
Later,
Thanks.
Shane. Thanks, buddy.
Hi, Shane.
Bye.
See you, Shane. I actually feel bad. I don't want Rob to think that he's the cause of this.
I chased everybody away.
Yeah,
I've got to go get ready. We've got restaurant week. And I've got to go get ready for dinner this evening.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. You guys hung around a long time. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
I'll take that as a compliment. They're like, oh, thank goodness someone is here. We can finally go.
No, legit. Like I knew, like I didn't have the 5 o'clock hour booked. You were coming on at 6. I didn't have it booked, and I talked to Shane. I'm like, "Are you going to stick around?" I figured Jim would stick around. I'm like, "Okay, we'll mess this up. I'll be able to." Had I booked somebody in there, it just would have been. But it actually worked out perfectly. So Travis, thanks for staying. And you've been here. You came in even before Jim and you've been here a few hours.
Yeah, 2.5 hours or so. No, I came in for noon, right? So about 3 hours.
Yeah, that's a typical Takeover Tuesday with us, right, buddy?
Yeah,
go.
exactly. We didn't quite even argue about variable aspect ratio.
You could come
Oh,
back.
I could take over for that for you. Don't worry. Don't
Oh,
worry.
no,
I could
no.
take over.
I don't. Rob, quick. I think you're on my side. No,
Oh, okay. Okay, that could be.
no, I don't know. Do you like 16:9 or a scope?
I always recommend that your screen itself should be a 16:9 screen.
There
A
you
really,
go.
really big one, but it should be
Yeah.
a 16:9 screen.
Yeah, and that's why Travis is going to leave right now because he doesn't
No,
agree with
no,
us.
my comment was variable aspect ratio.
Oh,
where
that's
are
right,
you on
right.
where are you on directors who can't make up their mind?
Oh, you know what? One of my favorite examples, very recent, Long Legs. Because in the movie Long Legs, the actual format of the movie is 1.89 to 1. But
Yep.
you never fill the entire 1.89 to 1 screen. It's either 2.35 or it's 4:3 with rounded corners
Yep.
to make it look like a 1970s photograph.
Yep.
But what's important is that 4:3 is taller than the 2.35 to 1 because you only see it in the flashbacks when the main character is a kid. And when you're a kid, everything's taller.
Right.
And the reason he's called Long Legs is because when he meets her, he's like, oh, I must have worn my long legs today. What would happen if I crouched down? And it's like, if he's not taller, that doesn't work. It's part of the storytelling narrative that the 4:3. So, I mean, you can have your Lumigen, you could have your Mad VR. It could scale that down if you've got a scope screen and your constant image height so that you don't actually crop off, which is, that would be even worse to me, is cropping it off. I'd take scaling it over cropping it.
Right.
And completely losing part of the image. But I'm like, if you scale it, constant image height, he's not taller anymore. And to me, you've lost a little something. I mean, obviously, it's not the end of the world, but you lost a little something.
With masking and scaling, you can get that effect. Long Legs, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Asteroid City. There are times when
Joker
I don't
2.
even call it variable aspect ratio. It's the storytelling aspect, like what you said.
Right.
To me, it's the Maverick, the Dark Knight stuff where you're not
Aquaman.
really. If you crop it like the films do
they
when
shot
they
it
show in a
CinemaScope
2.40 theater, you're not missing anything.
Yeah, they shot it safe because they knew there would be presentations in full cinemas that would be no variability. I mean, that's almost more on a technical side because, you know, Christopher Nolan, we know if he had his druthers, he'd shoot the entire movie in like 1:4:3 IMAX full, you know, original height, grand cinema height, but either for just lack of cameras to get every type of shot that he wants or sound reasons was a lot of it, had to do with the audio. Is like, well, we just can't use an IMAX camera in this particular shot. So that was almost more on a technical level that he ended up with some scenes that weren't IMAX. It was almost backwards for him. So yeah, no, I mean, there's oodles of reasons for doing it. But my whole thing is at home, you know, whatever your source device is, it's putting out, as far as the pixel count goes, a 16:9 image with black
or
bars.
17:9 with the new JVCs, but
no, but I mean like the source devices, right? Like as far as like your Kaleidoscape is putting out a 16:9 image. If you did pixel for pixel, zero scaling anything, it would be a 16:9 image. So I'm like, okay, so just get a 16:9 screen, make it huge, make it so that it is as wide as you could ever want your field of view to be, and then if you were lucky enough to have fully motorized masking, fantastic. If you could have like what the Lumigen does where it automatically controls the masking along with whatever the aspect ratio is doing. But I'm like, the 16:9, I 1-for-1 pixel count. That's, start with that as the canvas. That's my thought anyway.
DJ and I go back and forth on this. I'm all about getting what you want to get and getting what is going to make you enjoy your movies and your TV shows and your games and whatever's going to make you enjoy it the most. For me, I had my seating. I said, this is what I want the 16:9 image to be.
Okay.
I have room to extend it out to the walls to the 2.40. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, I certainly appreciate when people are like, sure, if I could fit a literal IMAX screen into the room that I have, maybe I would do that. But realistically, I've got more width in this room than I have height. And I would rather be able to have, because I mean, like, I was talking to Joe Klusnick last week and he's like, look, percentage-wise, there are more movies that I would like to see wider than they are tall versus the number of movies where I would like to expand the height. And that's obviously a completely logical argument. So yeah, but I'm just saying if you've got the means, if it's possible, then I want to be able to have stuff that's even taller than scope.
Yeah.
Right.
When I watch Wheel of Fortune, it should not be larger than
I agree.
You know,
Yes.
a movie, a scope.
Yeah.
Movie.
You've used that one on me so many times, and I'm like, well, then get the hell out of your theater and stop watching Wheel of Fortune in there.
In my last theater in Iowa, the first thing I watched, the first thing that was on when I hung the projector, turned everything on, and pulled up the TiVo just to put an image on there so I could focus it. It was The Wheel.
There you go.
And one of my arguments has been you could have the scope screen. You put the 16:9 image, it fills the full height, leaving some blank area on the left and the right of the screen. You're like, okay, if that was a 16:9 movie or a 1.85:1 movie or something, quite close, I sit in my front row, get that field of view that I still want. When I'm watching TV, if I don't have the ability to have like 4-way masking, if that's not convenient, I can make an image that's the same height as my 2.35:1, but not as wide if I don't have that option type of thing. Like, sit in the back row. If you got 2 rows, all of a sudden your field of view got small. It looks like HD TV now. You actually make use of those seats that everyone thinks in their head. Oh, I want 9 seats in this theater, and then how often are those seats actually filled? It could be filled with you.
Hey, oh, look at that.
It's true. I've got 3 seats. I've got a scope screen and motorized masking. And
nice.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Neil in the chat. I like this one. Here we go, buddy. 13 hours to go.
Okay. Oh, it's a countdown. All right.
12 down,
right.
13 to go. I'm a half hour away from halfway.
I mean, if you hadn't chosen the time change weekend and for some reason decided that also has to be the annual thing, you could have been halfway, DJ.
I know.
That was an accident last year, wasn't it?
No, not at all. No, I did this on purpose. On purpose. I was like, when can I do this? And I'm like, oh, and hey, I knew I was going to do it on a Saturday. I was going to, obviously, on a Saturday. And then it popped up and I was like, that's the time change. And it worked perfect. And it's like everything else in home theater, it's like we're all looking for more, how do you get the most out of it? It's like, there you go. Why do 24 when you can do 25? Go big, go home.
What are you going to do if they do away with the time changing, DJ? That could happen.
I'll just flat out go 25. I mean, I have to, right? I mean,
6 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Aren't I kind of shorting everybody? It's like, like they were talking earlier about motion interpolation and stuff, and like arms start flapping, and I'm thinking like, yeah, and DJ's gums are flapping. Like, just shut them up, will you? But this is my only opportunity to talk for 25 hours straight, so I'm going to take it.
Okay. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but all right.
Well, you guys all joined me, so I appreciate that.
Not for the entirety of the 25
No, that's
hours.
True. That's the nice thing.
I can do it in an hour or 2 hour long chunk. Yeah.
As DJ does a great job as long as he has people like Rob and I and Jim and Shane to run alongside him with a cup of Gatorade every once in a while.
Throw it in my douche and run away.
All right, now I'm going to go back to the donut shop.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for chatting, Travis.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
You guys have
Talk
fun.
to you later.
Yeah.
So there we go. I finally succeeded in clearing the room. That was completely my goal.
So I'm gonna go use the bathroom. No, I'm just kidding.
That sounds about right.
That'd be great. Yeah.
I'll try not to be insulted. I figure it was just the scheduling.
No, yeah. It's like it's funny because when you do it, it's like the room gets filled.
Yeah.
And you start to get nervous, and you're like, okay, are people getting enough opportunity to talk? Is it the subject?
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like, but it's everybody. We did this last year. I was really nervous last year.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, because that was the first time doing it. So yeah, who knows how it's gonna go?
Yeah, and it's like I had listeners come in, and I remember later in the evening last year, it was like I had one listener in the room. I don't think he spoke the entire time.
Oh, okay.
He was booked for an hour, and he sat there, and I was like, I am so sorry. And he's like, no, that was awesome. I'm like, Chris Seymour wasn't it? Travis was in the room at the time. But we had all of these like experts in the room.
Okay.
And you're just like, it was awesome. They just loved it. I was like, thank you. I felt bad because you're like,
yeah, not everybody's like me where they're just going to barge their way into a conversation whether they know what's going on or not.
yeah,
So,
that's me,
that's fair enough.
you, Steve. You know, it's
That's
like
how we
all
ended
of
up
us.
being podcasters, man. It's like, nah,
Exactly.
there's a mic in front of my face. I'm going to make use of it. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, it's like, well, I started by myself. So,
Yeah,
because I'm
yeah,
like,
that's
nobody's
right,
going to stop me if I'm just sitting here by myself. And if you choose to listen, that's your choice.
Yeah, that's
So-
right.
So there you go.
You can pause or turn it off whenever you choose as a listener. That's absolutely
yeah, and
right.
that's what I get. I get people like, your show's too long. And it's like, so don't listen. What do you want me to do?
Put it on 2x speed.
Exactly.
I still can't believe people listen to AV Rant on 2x speed. I think I speak quickly enough that is unlistenable at 2x speed. I know not everybody. I've listened to some podcasts that are actually completely listenable and intelligible at 2x speed because the hosts speak that slowly normally. But I don't think that applies to me. I don't know how people do it.
I actually had, because of my brain, the way it works, like quote unquote ADD. When I first started, I had people telling me my editing was bad because I didn't leave enough space between my sentences. I was like, I'm not editing. That's me.
Yeah, that's right.
Like,
that was the live feed, man.
yeah, that's just me. And it wasn't live. But that's like in real life, I'll be like, yeah, so I was at the store the other day and they was like, oh my God, that was an amazing movie I just saw. And they're like, how? That's a bad jump cut, DJ. Yeah, welcome to my brain.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I had to point out this year, because this actually remembered my settings from the last time I talked to you on StreamYard there. So as far as what I put in my lower third identification, I had to change that. I'm officially calling myself host of the AV Rant podcast temporarily. I guess I should have put parentheses temporarily there, but for once I'm not calling myself the co-host at this moment.
When you bring Tom back, are you going to make him the co-host?
No, I am back to being co-host once Tom returns. So I mean,
heard you this week talking about that, and you're like, you're introducing Tom, and Tom was like, he was great. He's like, I'm being introduced on my own show.
That's what it is. I mean, people's memories can be short, you never know.
Like you said, new listeners.
There could be, and actually, we had some new listeners come in, at least as far as subscriber count on YouTube, if that's any sort of indication. Maybe they were all bots. I have no idea, but one of them left a comment that didn't seem entirely bot-like. So I think we garnered some new subscribers there. So I mean, that can absolutely be the case. They're not going to know the entire history of nearly 1,000 episodes at this point when they're coming in new. So yeah, I mean, to that end, we Tom let me know that you talked to him on the phone for a little bit, like last week, or okay. So I don't imagine he's able to make it at some point during this 25-hour thing. I don't know if you even asked him.
I didn't even. I felt bad. I didn't even ask him. I know he would. He tried last year, and he didn't have this issue, obviously.
Yes.
But he was busy. He's got 2 boys. He's got the kids, and it's like all busy life.
To fill in, because I mean, many of your listeners also listen to AV Rant. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, a lot of crossover.
They comment about it back and forth, but not everybody is going to. So just to introduce myself and introduce what's going on with Tom. So Tom and I host AV Rant podcast, where question and answer format, although that's these days really only taking up about half of the show is the question and answer.
Yeah.
But we go as needed, whatever is happening that week, we adjust as needed. But yeah, Tom lives down in Florida in St. Petersburg, so if you're putting 2 and 2 together, his house got hit by both Hurricane Helene and Milton, and yeah, I mean, essentially destroyed the house. Unfortunately, not to the point that insurance is willing to just bulldoze the thing right down to the ground and start from scratch, because in many ways that would probably be easier as far as construction goes, but insurance doesn't work that way. Insurance says, no, here is one rafter that survived, and come hell or high water, we are going to reuse it, so they have to reconstruct.
Well, he got the high
house.
water.
Yeah, sure did. So yeah, just to fill in, that is the Tom started AV Rant. He was there with Dina originally, and I was one of their early listeners, one of the few people who wrote in early, and just to do some grammatical corrections and to point out when people were actually talking about soundproofing as opposed to acoustical treatment, because those things got conflated sometimes. So needed somebody to step in there, and eventually I just wormed my way into being a co-host somehow, mainly by just constantly being around. So if you ever want to know how to get yourself established into somebody else's podcast, it's really that old adage. Just showed up. Just show up, and
Just
eventually
be available.
Eventually, sometime you get inserted in there, and then what is it now? Like 12, 13 years later, you end up getting to call yourself the host of the darn thing, not even the co-host anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Fine. And you'd been saying that too. How long do we have to go? It took a hurricane.
Yeah, that's right. No, I was never the one trying to call myself host. I think you've asked me more times before.
Yeah.
Whenever I put on there, you're like, come on, Rob, you can call yourself host at this point.
Yeah,
you can. But I mean, we are co-hosts. That really is the correct title. Yeah,
true. Yeah, and but yeah, I actually after you had talked to Tom, like during the hurricane, I reached out to Tom see if everything was okay, and he's like, no,
it really is not.
No,
I mean, he's Tom, so he's still maintained his ability to laugh at the situation and kept his personality positive and all that. But I mean, they're really, really going through it. I mean, imagine you essentially lose everything you've ever owned. That is what has happened. I mean, we can be grateful enough that they didn't lose any people in their family, because there are families who did. During those hurricanes, there are people who passed away, unfortunately. And that, of course, is worse than any belongings or domicile that you could lose. Things and houses can eventually be rebuilt and replaced. And of course, people's lives cannot. So yes, tremendous amount of gratitude that the family members are all safe, that the dogs are okay. There are people who lost pets for sure, or were forced to leave pets behind. And I mean, that is absolutely heart-wrenching. But that aside, it doesn't mean that someone can't feel depressed at losing everything they've ever owned. That's a loss. There's no question about it. So yeah, they're really, really going through it. And I mean, I'll say it everywhere that I can. First of all, we've been thanking the company Anchor on every episode that's happened since those hurricanes, because, someone from Anchor reached out to Tom because he's been reviewing a bunch of their products recently. He's also the editor-in-chief over at a website called avgadgets.com. And so he's been reviewing a bunch of their products, and the rep that he was talking to reached out to Tom right after the hurricanes and was like, we know you're not going to have power, right? There's not going to be any power in his neighborhood. I don't know if power's even been restored at this point, to be honest, but certainly there were, days, weeks without power there. They're like, that sent him one of the Solix portable power stations, which provides regular household outlets, but on a big camping style rechargeable battery. And I mean, they made use of that for sure, because as soon as they had contractors coming in to just have a look at the property, they had nowhere to plug in a light. There was no power in the house. So having that Anchor stepping up like that, and then they also provided their gallium nitride USB power banks and stuff, so they could charge their phones, charge their tablet, things like that. It's like you don't realize how up a creek you go, that losing your ability to communicate is, what would you do? So, I mean, thanks to Anchor. And then, equal, if not even bigger thanks, all the listeners from Maybe Rant who stepped up.
It's been amazing. Yeah.
It's been
the
absolutely
home theater
amazing.
Community. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. And I mean, I'm going to say not entirely unexpected, because I know how amazing the home theater community is, but at the same time, I'm still blown away by it, because, I mean, what do we do? We Tom and I would chat with each other about home theater and other things anyway. We're just friends. We chat with each other. We record 2 hours of it every week, and I don't want to sell myself short. I put in quite a bit of work prior to the podcast to write everything out so that it's organized and it sounds like a little bit more of a prepared podcast rather than completely just, shooting off the hip type of thing. So there's basically a full work day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But basically a full work day every week, that between preparing beforehand and everything afterwards to get everything posted everywhere. It's like an 8 hours out of my week that goes into the podcast and doing that. But it's like, if AV Rant went away tomorrow, I'd be sad. There's no question about it. But I would stop short of saying I'm devastated. It's a hobby to us. We're not doing a podcast like some people. They do a podcast and that's their primary how they make
Job.
a living. Yeah, that's their job. We've never ever had any aspirations of that. It's like, well, if 0 people are listening, Tom and I are still going to chat with each other, so we might as well record it and throw it up on YouTube and up on a website, and if somebody wants to listen along, great. That's really all we've ever thought about it. So to have people reach out without any prompting or anything like that. And I mean, some people have been, well, everybody who has reached out has been generous. Some people have been remarkably generous, which is, it's just tremendous. It's tremendous. So, I mean, if there's any silver lining, it's having that, it's just so starkly and plainly laid out. It's like, no, I mean, there are really, really good people. Because, I mean, a bunch of the people who have donated to Tom, and we've just done it through the regular PayPal link that we already had set up, like a bunch of people, we've never met them in person. No. We might not have even, I wouldn't say chatted with them. We've probably had an email from them. We've probably responded to that email on the podcast. Most of the names that we're seeing are names that we, at least kind of recognize from a previous email or something like that. But we can't even claim that we've had a vocal conversation or like a text chat back or forth. It's like, it's really kind of a parasocial relationship, to use that term. But it's, to reach out and help somebody in a time of need. Again, I'm not saying it's unexpected, because I know how good people are from those email interactions and things like that, but it's really heartwarming. It's really amazing.
It is.
So I feel comfortable speaking on behalf of Tom to say how grateful he is. And having that out here on your podcast on Brightside Home Theater, I mean, it totally works because we have so many crossover, and also anybody who has no idea who I am or who Tom is, like, you get it, because if you're listening to Brightside, you know what type of people are involved here, and it's just tremendous. It's really, really nice.
It is. And I mean, that's what we're doing here. It's like this month, for Movember, people reaching out, we're getting, donations.
Yeah.
And for this, and that I had already mentioned it in last week's show, that in December, we'll be doing another charity, and it's going to Tom. That's what we're going to do next month.
My goodness.
Yeah. So we're going to start this all back up next month and do the entire month of December, raising money for Tom, and whatever we can do through the show, we'll do.
That's amazing.
And the people are, well, I mean, it's like what he's going, and that's why I reached out to him after you had him on the show.
Yeah.
It's like, I knew he was okay. I knew what he had been through, but we exchanged text, right?
Yeah.
But then you hear him the first time you had him back on the show, and it took me like a week to reach out to him before. I was like, privately what I'm going through. Tom knows now. He's like, what the hell? He had to call me back. He's like, I'm busy. I need to hear the rest of this. So, but it was like, mine isn't like his, right? Mine's a different situation. I'm losing more of ideas and plans, which are as...
Like you've got a fair amount of certainty that you are going to be okay. I mean, at least you can console yourself with that, because it wasn't. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's. I'm sorry for that too, because I mean, we have this tendency to be like, oh, somebody out there has it worse than I do, which is true.
It's true.
That's a factual statement, but that doesn't. There are people in our lives who are going to pass away at some point, and if somebody passes away suddenly and young, we say that's a complete tragedy. If somebody is really, really elderly and they've had a really good life and they're at peace with it, we're going to say, well, that doesn't feel like quite as shocking of a tragedy if eventually they, pass away peacefully, that type of thing. But it doesn't mean that we don't mourn those losses. We still mourn the loss, even when you felt prepared for it. And I mean, so having those words sometimes I think helps, because sometimes you don't think of a non-death event as being like worthy of being mourned. I've come across that for sure, and I'm like, I always appreciated, having gone through, seeing a psychologist, and so not a psychiatrist, but a psychologist, that, speaking with that, it's like sometimes just having that word and having that, giving yourself that permission to be like, well, I did have the sense of losing a life. It maybe wasn't a friend or a family member, but it's a life that I envisioned. And I mean, this happens when we go through a breakup too, right? Like people will sometimes say like, I don't know why I feel this way after a breakup. Nobody died. Why do I feel like I'm in mourning? And it's like, well, you are. It
Right.
is a form of mourning. You're
It's a
mourning the
loss.
loss
Yeah.
of a life that you had envisioned, and that is in our brain every bit a life. It's the same thing, and it makes sense. I think it's helpful to speak it out loud, because when you speak it out, they're like, well, it does make sense. And it's, why shouldn't the same emotion be attached to a sense of loss? Why does it have to be a literal human life? It doesn't.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
a life, and we can mourn it. And there's nobody's going to say, my grandmother passed away at 98 years old, but I'm still in mourning.
Yeah.
Who's going to turn to you and go, oh, well, that you don't deserve to be in mourning because it wasn't somebody young and sudden and tragic. It's like, no, we all get that. Yeah, you're in mourning. But we also get the sense of, well, if it was your grandmother, she had a really good life, she was at peace with it. At 98 years old, she passed away peacefully, her family around her. It's like you have that sense of, well, I know I'm going to be okay,
Right.
But you still allow yourself that period of mourning. So for your situation, I think it's that you're able to take that step outside of yourself and go, I know this isn't the most tragic situation that anyone has ever faced. That clearly it is not. And you can say, because of that, I know I'm going to be okay.
Right.
Yeah. You don't.
I'll be
I don't.
fine.
Yeah, I don't think you really have any fear of that. That you're like you're never gonna recover from this loss. It's not that type of sense, because you'll get through this, but at the same time, it's like, allow yourself that period of mourning. It's totally fair, and there's nothing weird or silly or anything about it. And I think it's important to have those words said out loud.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and we talked through text about this, and I
That's right,
appreciate everything. You're, like you said, it's like you basically kind of summarized it there, but
That was the
no,
idea.
and I appreciate that. And it's like, sometimes you need people to, like, not smack you upside the head, but tell you, no, it's all right.
No.
It's all right, buddy. But
Yeah,
the reason I
words
reached
can be
out,
helpful.
oh, absolutely. But the reason I reached out to Tom was I was like,
Yeah.
what an inspiration listening to him, right?
Yeah.
And being like, him being positive about it, and that's why, and that's all I wanted to say when I called him, right? And then he was like, "Well, what are you going through?" And I gave him a little bit, and he's like, "All right, I'm at work. I got to get more of this." So he called me later, and we had the conversation. But he's like, "Oh boy," but yeah, it's not a comparative thing, not a competition or anything like that. But he's just, how positive he is positive, but he is still Tom. And we love him. That's why we get the rant.
We wouldn't want him any other way.
Exactly. I don't want to disappoint everybody. When he's been on the show, I've said that to people. I'm like, on the show itself, sitting here with me and be like, we'll record it. I'm like, people don't know how nice you are. And he's like, shut up.
Yeah. No,
It's
I've said
God.
it before. He's more patient than I am. In the way, in the tone of voice, you might not think that immediately, but he absolutely is. He's got much more time for helping other people, for coaching other people, for being patient with people than I do. Absolutely. That's, and like, the thing is, I know there are some of my personality traits that Tom has appreciated. We've been friends and doing AV Rant for over a decade now, I think. I don't know. We've never kept track. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be over a decade at this point. So I know that there are some of my personality traits or ways of speaking or ways of approaching certain things in life that he's appreciated and has taken on a little bit in the way that he does things. But that is absolutely reciprocal. It goes back the other way too, because, I tend to be pretty dismissive of people. That's I'm a pretty judgmental and dismissive person. Well, in the sense that if somebody messes something up, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm not mad at them, but I'm pretty dismissive of people when that happens.
Right.
Tom will be like, no, they mess something up, they need to be coached in some way.
Right.
Like that's an extra level of effort that I don't know. It's not my instinct to do that. I'm just kind of like, all right, that's the end of them. If they pull themselves up by their bootstraps and they make another go of it, I've got all the time in the world to have somebody come back, give a second chance. I'm not that type of where I'll never open the door for a second chance, but I'm probably not going to put much effort in to help somebody do that second chance. I'm like, nah, it's on them. They got to do it.
Yeah.
So, I don't think I'm evil, but I'm not as helpful as Tom is in that way. Absolutely, I'm not. So, I admire that about him. So,
yeah. And where you get, like, with the home theater stuff with you guys, it's like you get the rant. Tom will be like, because you do get multiple questions from the same people. Be like, well, what about this? And what about this? And that you get people that in this, like, their opinions on the gear or whatever will contradict their ideas. right? And they'll like write it, and that's where I love listening to Tom go off and be like, "But last week you said," and it's oh my god, because it's like it's not that he doesn't have the pay. He's sarcastic. He loves it. I'm like,
yeah.
And but he will point out to you like you do realize you're contradicting yourself here, right?
That's
and
right. That's
and
right.
It's, oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, I mean, the thing is, we never really know with someone, like how they're going to respond best, you know, right? Because when it comes to being a teacher or being a coach, you know, we know, I mean, you know this, DJ, from your experience too. It's like different people, different students, different players completely respond in different ways. It's like some people need that really blunt, just tell it straight to my face. Other people, you do that and they're going to regress. You know, some people need the arm around the shoulder. They need to be comforted. You know, whatever it is, the different approaches. And we don't know, you know, ahead of time. We can maybe trying to glean a little sense of it from the way that they word their email or something like that. But, you know, you could be off by a mile. These days, who knows? Maybe they had an AI write it for them. So, you know, heaven knows how that's actually going to work. So I think that's why Tom and I have always complimented each other well on the podcast, because we're both coming from very similar places in terms of what we want to do, which is both Tom and I, all we've ever wanted to do is, you know, I've said it a million times over, but it's true of Tom too. I just want to offer the advice that I would want to receive.
Right. That's all you can do.
Yeah. If I were asking these home theater questions, what advice would I want to get? And that's the advice I want to give. And that's not always going to be the perfect advice for everyone. But just like reading professional reviews of products, it's not that someone is necessarily going to read that review or hear that advice and agree with it 100%. But if the person giving the advice is consistent, you can still find that tremendously useful, because you can go, well, I always disagree with this person about XYZ, but I always disagree with them about that. So as long as they're consistent in that approach, it's still useful, because every time I hear them say that, I know I want to do the opposite. That's still a useful and beneficial. It can be mutually beneficial that way. So yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no problem. No.
What is this saying down here? I'm one of those people, I can't talk and read at the same time.
Neil Hansen in the chat, it's like, I love listening to both these podcasters. Their respective shows help me get through the night shift.
Oh, thank you, Neil.
Yeah.
That's the benefit of the long running times. Maybe one of the only and few benefits.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and between our two shows, it's that you're at 4+ hours of content a week, and now that I'm back to twice a week, you're at 6+ hours
there
of content.
You go. You can
between
almost
the two
get through an entire work shift just with 2 podcasts. That's pretty. Unless you're doing it twice speed.
Except, but why would
make
you?
that work then?
And then this in the chat, you have
Saucy. Hi, Saucy.
Oh, you know how to say that?
Oh, yeah, that's Saucy.
There you go. Writing in and having Tom roast you is the best part. It's great. It is. It's like remember when you remember early on when I first started and you guys came on the show, and then Tom would be like, you'd mention on your show that he was here or something. There would be crosstalk in your show, and you'd be like, DJ who? And you'd just be, and you got more people writing in like, no, why are you so mean to DJ? Tom,
I mean, we've had people write in asking why Tom is mean to me.
Right. Exactly.
That has
oh my God.
Before. It's like, yeah. So, but I mean, I like talking about that stuff too, because, you know, it is one of those cases of, like I was saying, when it comes to coaching or teaching somebody, you don't know beforehand what's going to work best. It's like how people show their affection for each other is different too, you know, and it's like that can be really tough, because if you've grown up a certain way, you know, how that's going to mesh with people. It's important, you know. That's why I always come back to like what's important is intention, right?
Right.
I have all the time and forgiveness in the world as long as someone's intentions are good, right? If your intentions are honestly, you know, malicious or malignant or something like that, then I'm not going to have too much time for you. But, you know, as long as the intention is good, then it's a matter of, you know, back to movies, right? What is the plot of almost every movie? It's miscommunication, right? If you really want to break it down, like where does all the drama, where does all the comedy come from? It's miscommunication. That's all of it. And the reason we enjoy seeing those stories told to us, even really similar stories told to us over and over and over again, is because that is reflecting real life. It's like, what's going on in real life? It's miscommunication. That's what it is. It's somebody having the intention of helping or wanting to explain themselves or being afraid to explain themselves, whatever it is, right?
Right.
That's the intention behind it. There's not that many people who are truly malicious, you know?
And I mean, we get that here in home theater. Like you guys answer questions every week, and that's why like you say like, oh, does it get repetitive? And you'll answer some of the same questions week after week, but because people ask it in a different way, they may have already heard the answer, they just didn't interpret it the same way. Or
absolutely,
you guys have done that. Like, you're right, we didn't put that, we didn't say that in the right way. Like, I've heard you guys do corrections like that many times. I get it all the time. DJ, what did you mean? You're wrong on that. And I'm like, okay, well, first off, this isn't what the show is about. I just happened to speak about it, but here's what I meant. Like, not even what I meant, but what I would say is this, right? So, because we'll gloss over stuff and they'll be like, DJ, you're all wrong. I didn't even say enough about it to be wrong. But
well, and I mean, we've absolutely had, you know, sometimes people write in, you know, either with a disagreement or not liking the advice that was said, or feeling like something was missed out, or whatever it might be. And honestly, you know, it doesn't happen that often, but once in a while, I'm like, we did not hear the same thing. Like, I actually do listen back to my own podcast. Not hopefully, I don't know. There's probably some narcissism there, to be fair, but not really for that. I do it because I want to become a better podcaster as I go along. And it's like, if I don't hear when I'm, you know, repeating a phrase that gets annoying, because I hear sometimes, you know, other hosts of things, they'll have that one phrase or that one, you know, interstitial when they're trying to think of the words, they'll say it over and over. It's like, if you don't hear yourself doing that, it can be really hard to correct it. Or, you know, when I first started on AV Rant and I heard myself pronounce the word subwoofer, I was like, I've got that woo sound. How I do not think I say subwoofer, and yet there I was saying subwoofer, you know. And I was like, I have to think about it now when I say I like subwoofer. Woof,
I just say subwoofer.
Yeah,
because I'm from New England.
That's a help. But things like that, it's like you don't notice it unless you listen back to yourself saying it. So sometimes I do listen back to my own podcast, and then we'll get one of these messages back, either in disagreement or saying something was left out. I'm like, we absolutely did say that, and it's not just me being defensive. I'm like, there it is. I heard those words come out of my very own mouth. And like, so sometimes that's, you know, that level of miscommunication where it's not even that what was intended to be said is not what was actually said. It's like, it literally wasn't heard. And maybe they're listening at 2 times speed, so I can't blame them, right? It's like, but that can happen too. So I've always hated, ever since I was a kid, and I was a good student in school. I wasn't the student in you know, elementary and high school and you know, first couple years of university and that. Like, I wasn't the person who would put up my hand and ask the question what the teacher had just said a moment ago. That wasn't me on a personal level. Me. But well, that's just it. I mean, there's always some students who either they put up their hand and they ask the question for literally what the teacher just talked about, or there's the people who really wish it would have been repeated because they did not get what the teacher just said, but they're too shy or too, you know, scared or whatever it is, maybe distracted, but, you know, they don't put up their hand. But it really would have benefited them to put up their hand and go, you know, maybe, again, that's a communication thing, an approach. It's like, maybe it would help to just be like, I know you just explained this, but I didn't get it. You know, could we go over that again? Because I would go as far as saying you're outright a bad teacher if you're unwilling to go over something again when a student puts it that way. You know, if you're going to be a teacher as a career, you should be wanting people to get it and be fully cognizant of the fact that sometimes you say things one way and that doesn't click for everybody. So I've always hated that, and I hated on the home theater forums when somebody would ask a question and you'd get the response, use the search, or there's a different thread that goes over that, or that was already answered 300 pages ago in this very thread. Like, I hated that response because in the
Right.
time it took you to type that, you probably could have just typed the actual answer or
Right.
fed them the link. Sometimes explanations are long, but fine. If it's so easy to do the search and feed
And
them
give
the
them the
link,
link.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I hated that so much. So that was one of the things I told Tom, once I started being a regular co-host on AV Rant, I'm like, I was the one who pushed for it to be question and answer. And the reason I did that is because at the time, keep in mind, this is 11, 12 years ago, whatever it was, there weren't, at that time, there legitimately weren't as many home theater shows, be they on YouTube or, podcasts and that. I started out with the HDTV and home theater podcast, which actually when I started out, Ara and Braden, it was the HDTV podcast. They didn't even, they changed the title eventually to the HDTV and home theater podcast. It was the HDTV podcast. It was early on. And I was looking for other home theater related shows. I loved home theater. I wanted to hear other people talking about it. I had a job at the time where I had time to listen to things while I was working. And it was like, I wanted to find more shows, and there weren't that many of them, So when AV Rant came along, Tom was an editor over at Audioholics at the time when he started that. So it began under the umbrella of Audioholics. So I was really happy, that here's another home theater related podcast. That's how I found it. I was actively searching for more content. And as things went along, and as I heard Ara and Braden, they do a short little segment. They'll do a couple of emails and they'll choose the, kind of shorter questions that they can answer a little bit more quickly, because they were always aiming for at the time, half hour to 45 minutes. That was their running time. So they weren't going to choose a question that itself takes 12 minutes to read and then takes half an hour to answer. That'd be the whole show, and that wasn't their format. And I found myself wishing, I was like, I've seen the questions asked on forums, or sometimes people would write to Ara and Braden in their own chat that they had, for each episode, and they'd have these much more nuanced or in-depth or lengthier questions. And I was like, that would be fun to listen to. Like, this is a podcast, right? There's no running time link.
Nope.
You don't have some network producer saying you've got to hit 22 minutes because we got to fit our ads in and that's it for your running time. Keep it moving, keep it moving. It's not radio, I was like, you can talk about this stuff for as long as you want. And like you said, if somebody doesn't want to listen, well, pause it, go to the next one, whatever. It's the listener's choice. They're not beholden to a broadcast. So I thought, that'd be really fun. That's the podcast I would like to do, or that's the podcast I would like to listen to. So, 12 years ago, I wasn't finding it. When the opportunity was there with Tom and he was looking for a new co-host, and he was kind of looking to change the format, right? The AV Rant began as, a guy and a girl talk about home theater. That was like the old tagline. And I was like, well, I don't fit the girl description. We can absolutely talk about it. But, he was like, well, it's only going to make sense if Rob's going to be the new co-host. Like, we changed the format a little bit too. So I put it to him, like, could we try question and answer? Because I was like, because at the time AV Rant was very different because of the hosts, but format wise, not super duper different from the HDTV podcast. And he would answer, couple of questions, but a similar thing. He'd choose the ones that he knew were relatively quick to answer, that sort of thing. And I was like, would you be cool with trying it at first? You flip that around, make the bulk of the show question and answer. If there's a question that it's going to take half an hour an answer, can we try doing that? See what happens. We thought we'd get 3 questions a week, something like that.
Right.
We thought it was going to be a 1-hour show. That was absolutely what we expected. And faster than we ever expected, we were getting 9-10 questions a week. And all of a sudden it became a 2-hour-long show, or sometimes plus over that, because we wanted to finish answering the questions. And we're like, oh, well, we don't have a big audience. Our audience has never grown rapidly. We don't have anywhere close to, all the YouTube folks that you're friends with now, and you chat with them on Brightside. It's like they got way, way bigger followings.
Yep.
And and started after AV Rant did. But Tom and I, we've never wanted it to be a career. We've never actively gone after trying all the things you can do to grow your listenership. We've never done any of those things. It's held remarkably steady, but we're always marveled at, like, we're how many years into doing this and we still get 10 questions every week. It's like, it's kind of amazing that it's trucked along the way that it has, and been so remarkably consistent. There's no way we could have planned that. We have no idea how it stayed that consistent the way that it has.
It's funny, you get lulls every now and then because you'll say it on the show. You'll be like,
Sure.
oh, maybe this is it. And because you only got like 5-6 questions that week.
Sure.
And then you'll be like, oh, okay, I guess we're finally dying off here or something. You know, it's like, and then next thing you know, you're like, okay, we're going to have to call it quits. We're out,
That's
out of
right.
time. Because it's like a new piece of tech shows up or somebody asks a question and then somebody listening goes, oh my God, they want to elaborate on it, or it sparks
right.
an idea, and then
Yep.
that comes in next week.
And we've certainly had that reminds me of something you said before.
Yeah.
But when we say before, that could be 10 years ago at this point. It's like, we're not going to say, hey, use the search, because on the search on our website isn't that good. So you're not going to find the episode from 10 years ago where we said that. We don't have it all. Hey, maybe AI could help us out. It can do all the transcription and actually do that search for us now.
That's
maybe
true.
get on that at some point. But yeah, we don't have that technology up and running just yet. So, but I mean, yeah. To go back to what sparked it, like we like to, or I like to anyway, and Tom hasn't complained enough about it to put an end to it. So, I like going over things again, and I like that Tom and I complement each other and communicate in different tones and in different ways, because I absolutely know, again, thinking back to childhood, it's like, for some people, they need it explained a different way, or they need it explained again. And we've absolutely had the people outright tell us that it was like the 7th or 8th time I heard you say this, that it clicked, that it made sense. And it was like, that we've all had that light bulb in our brain finally goes off, and they're like, oh, that's what they meant. It's like you just needed whatever, that tweak, that repetition. It just got there.
Absolutely. And one of the one for me, and it was long before I think podcasts were invented, reference level.
Yeah.
Like how many people have, they use it they use it like, oh, I love reference level. I listen. But then you'll always get that person, what's reference level
Yep.
mean?
Fair
and
enough.
it's like they're throwing, and it's like, what does that mean? And then, and we take it for granted because we're like, I listen at reference level, or I do this. Or what is that? It's like, and then you'll be like, and it's been staring you in the face for the longest time, right on you. Like, what's like, okay, why does my receiver have two settings, 0 dB or minus, and then it's like,
why are the volumes
dB.
Why are almost all the volume levels a negative number? How does that make sense?
How is that
Absolutely.
possible? What's that negative to? I can still hear
why?
it.
It's confusing. And then
Exactly.
there is a plus section above the 0. So why, if it was all negative and it ended at 0, I can make sense of that in my head. But why is there a plus section above the 0? Yeah. Absolutely.
Now it's like, am I hearing extra? How does this work? Right. And it's like, you take it for granted. But then when you're in these things, especially back in the 90s, and you're talking to people and you're in stores and they're like, they're using it, and you're just sitting there going, and you're like, I have no idea. And then one day, all of a sudden, it clicks.
Yeah.
And now you're like, I do know. There isn't like a,
and I mean, we still have people to this day who are like, this is the volume level that I like. Right? Because like their whole life, they've changed AV receivers and amplifiers over the years. They've changed rooms. They've changed speakers over the years. But at some point, I mean, have you watched Inside Out 2 yet?
No.
Oh my goodness! Oh, it's so good. But
that's what everybody says.
it really is. It absolutely deserves the billions of dollars that it's made. It's such a darn good movie. But they early on in the movie, so this isn't any sort of spoiler. They're like, you have this thing where your thoughts and your memories become beliefs, and there's a difference between a memory and a belief. Those aren't exactly the same thing. They're certainly related, but they aren't exactly the same thing. And the movie is largely dealing with beliefs, especially about yourself. That's what Inside Out 2 is really about. It's such a good movie. But that whole thing, like there are other people who they form that belief, right? This is the volume level that I like, and they believe it, and it's not a lie when they say it. But trying to communicate to someone that their belief doesn't line up with a technical objective explanation of what those numbers, that we're both looking at the same number, but we're interpreting different things from that very same number because our beliefs are different. And that's a fun, as long as both parties are open to communicating, that can be really fun, but it can also become contentious. You know, and we get that thing of, you know, people are comparing two different speakers, and Tom and I, you know, I mean, Tom and I are we're the podcast that more often than not we're saying whatever it is you're intending to buy, it's not going to make as big a difference as you're either thinking it will or hoping it will or expecting it will. We're the guys who are going to be like, it's not going to make a difference. And of course, we'll get the people who come back and go, it absolutely did make a difference. I heard the difference. I'm not fooling myself. I'm not lying. If you heard what I heard, you'd hear a difference too. And I don't necessarily, you know, not believe when they say that, because there are all these other variables, including one of the simplest is that volume dial, right? Because absolutely we've more than once had the person say, I did level match my system, because we'll talk about the thing that you are going to reliably detect, truly, objectively, no fooling, no psychology involved, actually detect, you can repeatedly identify this difference is a difference in volume, right? You're comparing two different brands or two different models of speakers, and one is louder than the other, you're going to be able to detect that. And if it's a kind of small difference, like a 3 decibel difference or something like that, you might not really be able to identify what is the difference exactly. They don't sound so overtly different, but I know this one sounds better to me, and I always pick it over this other one, and it turns out it was 2.5 decibels louder than the other one. But they'll say, no, I level matched it. And we're like, well, what did you actually do? And they're like, well, I made sure the volume dial was the same for both speakers when I was comparing them. I level matched them. It was the same volume setting. It's like, whoa, okay. Well, we missed a variable, didn't we? The sensitivity of the speaker wasn't involved. And sometimes it's crazy because somebody will have actually done a level match. They'll have busted out an SPL meter, right? And they'll, you know, the SPL meter reads the same on both. But here's where we get into, but the speaker isn't necessarily producing the same sound pressure level in all directions. Directivity is part of what we end up, and it's like measuring sound power, because now that's what we're talking about, especially in bass frequencies that are emanating almost in a spherical like shape. It's like, so now how do you measure sound? You can't measure sound power with an SPL meter. you got to take more than one measurement if you're going to do that. It's like, how many people are going to do that, right? How many people are going to bust out Room EQ Wizard or buy themselves a $100,000 plus Klippel system so that they can measure the sound power coming out of two speakers to truly level match them in their listening scenario? It's like, it's asking too much. If we're being honest, it's asking too much of people to do that. So, you know, when we end up having those discussions with someone who's like, nah, you were wrong, this absolutely did make a difference, that's where Tom and I don't pick a fight with that, because like there's so much good equipment that you can buy these days. You kind of got to work at it to buy something outright bad. Like it's not that easy to buy outright bad home theater equipment anymore. So when somebody, you know, purchases something new, Tom and I will be telling ourselves, well, we know how to completely level match it. We know that there are all kinds of equalization or room correction programs, or maybe this one speaker, because of its directivity, the optimum setup requires slightly different acoustic treatment than the speaker that you came from. But it's like, there's all these things that we can do in the room to, and in the setup, that if you could then flip back and forth, it's like, oh, those sound about the same. There's not actually that much difference. But in your initial setup, if you heard this difference and it knocks your socks off, it's like, well, why fight that, right? That is now more of a psychological side than a objective performance side. But why fight that? If this person got joy out of it, if it didn't put them into dangerous debt, where we're like, don't put yourself into debt. Don't do that to yourself. It's not worth it. Come back to us and we'll adjust what you already had, and we can probably get you to where you want to be in many cases. But it's like, that to us isn't worth fighting. So we're not going to pick that particular fight. But if somebody wants to have that conversation and it's, you know, respectful and it's asking questions, then we'll talk about that over and over and over again as long as we need to.
Yeah, and it's the word variable you
Mhm.
use multiple times, and that's the biggest thing in home theater to whether you're trying to buy a new piece of gear or you're troubleshooting. It's
Yeah.
like you have to factor in all the variables, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Which is really hard. It's
It is.
really hard because I mean, like as much as I talk about it, and therefore I'm fairly confident that I'm aware of it, it's like I will miss a variable or more than one. You know, like if you're talking AV receivers, like how many things can an AV receiver do? How many settings are there that you can adjust? And sometimes, you know, those weird ones that you're not thinking of, it's like, well, I changed the listening mode, and then this DAC filter setting that should have nothing to do with the listening mode that I just changed. For some reason, this DAC filter setting is like unbeknownst to me beforehand tied to it, and it toggles back and forth along with the listening mode. And like, you know, there's so many settings you go through that AV receiver's menu. It's like, are you literally going to check every one of them every time you make a single change? You should, if you want to be a rigorous scientist about it. You should. You should check every single other setting as soon as you change one thing, because if there's an associated variable with the one thing you wanted to change, well, all of a sudden you aren't evaluating a single change anymore. You're evaluating two changes that happened together that you didn't even know about. Right. That's, you know, when people trying to simplify, we like to simplify, right? I'm sure you've talked to people who are just like, I prefer this brand over this other brand.
right.
Right. We've all heard that. I mean, that's not home theater. That could be a gazillion things. I prefer this brand. It's like,
Because it's familiar. It's simple. You know,
and
it
helps
even
in their purchase.
upgradability. You stay within
Yeah.
the same brand. It's like now you're like, okay, I could see the improvement in this product, whether it's home theater or not. It could be a car. It could be anything. You'd be like, say, once you switch
clothing,
brands,
right?
you added a variable. Like, is this better? Is it not? It's like, and now it just like there's so much stuff going on in your head and your lives and everything. It's like if I can keep things simple and
That's
just stick
it.
with a brand, it'd be like,
Yep.
all right, and you trust that, you know, trust the brand. It's like, all right, it makes my decision easier. It's this.
Well, and that's the whole reason that we invented brands to begin with.
It's called branding. It's
That's
like,
what
I
it
own this cow. I branded it. That's where the term comes from. It's like, I keep it simple. That's mine. It's got my initials on its butt. There you go. It's like, but it's funny because people think since I've been, well, around long enough now, but when I started the show, everybody thinks I'm like, oh, you just love Sony because I have a Sony projector.
Okay.
I literally bought my Sony projector like the month before I started podcasting.
Okay.
Right. And everybody's like, oh, you're the Sony guy. It's like, that's my first Sony I ever owned other than the Trinitron television I had in the 90s. I had Epson. I had Panasonic. I've had it all. I had the Vivatech. I've had all of them. And it was like, I am not brand loyal at all. I'm like, that's how I met Jim, my calibrator.
Yeah.
It's like, I had him calibrate my display, which is a Mitsubishi television. And it's like, rear projection TV that was mounted in the wall in my theater. So it's like the iterations my theater has gone through, there's no brand loyalty. It was what's the best possible that I can afford.
Within the same brand, you know, it's like behind the scenes, they'll have different designers, part supplies come and go. You know, it can absolutely change. So the notion that you can boil down this huge collection of variables, many of which you might have no awareness of, no fault of yours. You know, it's like there's too many things to think of, and I mean sometimes we don't even know the question to ask, right? So trying to boil all that down for the sake of simplification. But I mean that's why I'm pretty comfortable. I haven't felt this comfortable with the home theater landscape in quite a while. There's the side I've voiced that I'm not super pleased about, which is seeing this price creep that's I think pretty darn real. I think there's a pretty darn there's enough examples I could point to anyway where it's like, we're getting this price creep that's like, you know, over $5,000 is now starting point in a lot of lineups. I'm like, that's for me. Just because I like to be welcoming, right? And I think if you're telling somebody that every component you're going to buy and you need a dozen components and every single one of them is $5,000 as the starting point, I'm like, no, that's too much, even for somebody who's well-heeled. there's a barrier in your mind that says, well, the starting price for my home theater is $60,000. Like that is very clearly a car I could purchase, and that's just too much. So I like it to be a lot more welcoming in that, and it is. But we're also seeing, I think, this little bit of polarization in the market where the middle's kind of getting cut out, and we're seeing either entry level stuff or high end stuff, and less in the middle. It's not none in the middle. Thankfully, there is still a middle, but I feel like we're seeing less in the middle. So that's the part I don't like. But the part that I do like is that I feel like we actually have started to get a little bit of consensus. And I mean, this is amongst the home theater community, so that's a niche of a niche of a niche. But I sort of feel like there was a little bit more contention. I like debate, so I don't want to use debate as any sort of a negative term, but I feel like there was a little bit more disagreement not that long ago. Just when it came to things like, well, what do we really want in terms of the dispersion of our speakers? What do we really want in terms of acoustic treatment in our rooms, room correction, right? The Dirac versus Odyssey versus, all the other formats debate that was going on. And I sort of feel like, I don't know, I might be totally wrong in my perception of it, but it feels to me like there's a little bit more consensus and a little bit more forgiveness of, well, even if there's some slight differences, even if they're very real differences that we can, if we A/B compare them reliably 100% of the time, tell them apart, it's like so much of it is so pleasing sounding. So much of it is so good sounding that it's like, what is the actual downside if somebody disagrees with me, right? It's like there was that whole, if somebody's wrong on the internet, I must correct them, right? That's been going on for decades and decades. I just feel like, again, maybe I'm totally wrong in my perception, but I just kind of feel like it's not as contentious anymore, that there's a little bit more, no, that's good too. Maybe it's not my 100% preference, but what you did is good. Right. Like there's a little bit less of, oh, you need to be corrected.
Well, yeah. But I think that gets to your point you made earlier that there's really, it's almost difficult to make a bad decision in home theater right now. Right.
Which is great. I mean, isn't that
great? But at the same time, it's like, it kind of contradicts what you were saying about, like, there's no middle ground. There's no, there's low end, there's high end, and we're not getting much in the middle. But if it's hard to make a bad decision, even the low end stuff can be really, really good. If you're coming into home theater, it's, there are options to come in cheap. There are, there's eBay, there's the secondary market.
If you're willing to go used, for sure.
There's
crazy.
So many ways.
Joe on our last episode, what he scored for $15,000, which $15,000 is a lot of money. Okay. So, thankfully he's in a situation where he can, just pull that out of savings because he knows he's going to get it back and be able to replenish the savings that he just pulled out. But it's like, what the amount of equipment that he got secondhand for $15,000, the types of pieces of equipment that he got is insane. So yes, if you're willing to put in that little bit of time and sweat equity to search and to wait and to be patient on the used market, it's crazy what you could end up with.
Oh yeah, and that's that can become a job. Right.
Oh, sure.
And you can actually make a good living doing that if you put in enough time.
Yeah, you could be a consignment type of person in the middle there.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You got to have a pretty good amount of storage. That's the one thing. Some of this stuff ain't small.
No, and that's your overhead. You might have to have storage. You got to pay for this. You got to find out to do that, and it's, it depends on how deep you want to get into it. But to the point of, like, I don't know if there's a separation. You and I talked about this a while ago, but I don't know if there's that separation, because there is. I think it's a matter of perspective or perception, and as you've been in this longer, you start to see more and more of the higher end, because that's kind of where you're looking. And
I guess,
it's like the lower end still exists, or the entry level, and I see it now with my son-in-law and younger people. They're doing what I did over 30 years ago.
Yeah, I guess to
it's
clarify.
Still there.
Yeah, to clarify what I mean, I guess it's really like when I'm seeing the new products or the new versions of existing series or something like that. The new things that are being introduced. RBH, great example, right? They bring out this third generation of their impression series. Well, it is easily the most expensive impression series that there's ever been. When it was the EMP Tech and they tried the whole, completely separate brand name thing, like those were really inexpensive and they were absolutely amazing how good those speakers were at that price. That second generation that was folded back under the RBH brand became the RBH impression series, that second generation version of it. They were a little bit more expensive than the EMP Techs, but still, quite a very, very affordable price. And then you factor in how good they were, and they were crazy value. But this third generation, it's like they aren't inexpensive speakers. $700 each. That's not an inexpensive speaker anymore. Still a great value, absolutely a great value. But that's what I mean, where like the new stuff I'm seeing introduced, it's like I'm still pointing when somebody wants like maximum. That's fair enough. You're going to be here a while. So when somebody wants like maximum bang for buck and they're not shopping used, right? Because I'm that way. I don't really love shopping used, and I just have to accept that if I don't love shopping used, I know I'm paying more money than I have to obtain this stuff, but I prefer buying brand new products. So I'll just have to accept that within myself. But for anybody else who feels the same, I'm today still pointing to products that were introduced like at this point, getting on to 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I'm glad that those products are still around and still available, because I'm not seeing their replacements at that same type of price point. That's the factor. Because I'm seeing the new products that are coming in, like ELAC, right? Same thing when Andrew Jones went over there, introduced that very first debut series. It's like every subsequent debut series has gotten more expensive. And so it's like I'm not seeing what's coming in underneath them. That's the part, because for a good stretch in home theater, we would see a new brand or a new series from an established brand come in, make some waves, and then inevitably, pretty quickly, there'd be a second iteration, because that makes sense in business. You find better economies of scale, better efficiencies, and so you bring in that second one, and that second version of it has a better profit margin. That's the whole point. The first series iteration is often a bit of a loss leader to get that brand loyalty, to get that name recognition. People, get used to that, and then they follow up on the second one. But that second one was usually like $50 each more expensive, or even sometimes it was only $20 each more expensive. It was really easy to accept, and there was a pretty real, either it stayed very stable and they just increased their profit margin because of better efficiency on the manufacturing, or little improvement, little tweaks, because they're like, oh, here's something, hey Mike, it's like, hi Omar, hi, here's something that, oh my goodness, hello John, we got a whole crew coming in. That's good, because I gotta skedaddle pretty fast, so I'll just finish up my thought. But it's like, we'd see that series move up in price point, but for a good stretch, we had stuff like a new brand, a new series, or whatever, that was coming in underneath it, and it was like it kind of all kept trucking along. For the past few years, I'm like, where's the thing coming in underneath? It's like I see it all creeping up. Where's the new thing coming in underneath? And I'm like, it's missing for this period of time. Hopefully, just because there's always new people, and new people are aging up and getting to where they have that disposable income. But what I've just been observing is that it's like, as far as home theater audio goes, I'm seeing this move. It's like soundbar or hundreds or thousands of dollars per speaker each. Like, come on.
I don't know where you're shopping, Rob, but
no, but like, if I want to go, like, do I get a sound bar for $1,500, which is to me a ridiculous amount of money for a sound bar?
Yeah.
But it's like between $1,500 and $3,500 for like a 5.1 setup. What is it? What's the solution in there? Like, okay, we got RSL, great. But like, where's everybody else? What happened? Where'd they all go? And nobody else filled in there underneath. It's like, I want more options. I want more options where I can say, instead of $1,500 on a Samsung soundbar, that I know there are people who are fans of it, but I'm like, I don't think they're that good. I don't think the $1,500 Samsung soundbars are that good. I'm like, for $1,500, it should be really easy to blow it away with a 5.1 speaker system. But I'm like, it's not that easy. I don't have that many systems at $1,500 that I can point you to. It's like kind of a limited selection unless you're shopping used. So, hey, what does everybody else think? You just heard what I said about that. I don't know.
Guys.
I was gonna say, I'm just in the awe of being in the presence of Rob H. I've been listening to I've been listening to that podcast for 10 years, Rob. So this is truly an honor here for me.
Oh, well, thank you, John. That's really nice of you to say.
How about that, John? Like, you actually got asked a question by Rob.
Of course.
Instead of you writing in to ask a question.
This is awesome.
Rob just threw a question to you, and you went,
Yep.
Oh, hey, man, it's right in your name. You are Johnny Speakers. So, yeah. You got to have a response to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. I'm a enjoy the journey type of guy. So,
okay.
I have a lot of friends that aren't really into home theater, but they like it a little bit. They have very cheap systems, but they all sound really great. Every time I come over and we watch a movie, we really enjoy it. You really don't have to have tens of thousands of dollars to enjoy
I
this
would
hobby.
hope not. I would hope. It's supposed to be home theater.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, it's like, and I do think, I mean, there's no hard and fast rule about it, but I think in that nomenclature, it's like, yeah, I do draw a distinction between home theater and having a home cinema. It's like I say, there's not an actual strict definition on that, but it's like, yeah, when you're getting into the tens of thousands of dollars in a fully dedicated room, I'm like, you're trying to create a cinema at home at that point. You're not just doing home theater. Like, I kind of liked when we had that home theater in a box. Not that I thought that those were always tremendous systems, but just that kind of idea that it's like, I'm bringing some of the cinema experience home. I'm not necessarily literally trying to recreate a cinema in my home. I think that's a bridge too far for too many people. I don't like that expectation that it's, again, I don't like this like all or nothing. It's like, no, you want to be able to have like a normal living room, but have some of the theater experience at home. It's like, that's a home theater. And I just don't feel like sound bars really do it. I don't feel like they get there. And I don't like that is the de facto entry point now is soundbar. Like, if you got $200 to spend and you just have to have something that's better than your TCL TV's built-in speakers, like, okay, I don't know what else to point you at. I'd probably point you at like a single pair of self-powered speakers that you can plug in like a soundbar. It's probably going to sound better than a $200 soundbar. But like, I don't like that for this what used to be, you'd grab yourself an Onkyo 5.1 receiver and like the Energy Take 5 speaker package, right? It's like, man, that was $800 for all of that all in. And it's like, it brought some of the theater home, right? Like, it brought an amazing amount of the theater home. And it was compact, it was affordable, they looked nice, nobody complained about like anything when you set them up. And I'm like, what happened? Where'd that go? It's too expensive now. It's a sound bar. What happened?
Well, it's like, so I did, and Rich will be on in a little bit, I did his theater, awesomely named The Dragon's Lair. Rich Keefe, he'll be on in a little bit, but a few years, 2 or 3 years ago, he hit me up and he's like, what should I get? You're the home theater show. What should I get? And he was thinking between a sound bar and a relatively, cheap system. And I ended up setting them up with, I happen to have the receiver here. I had a Denon, I forget the model number, but it was like a $400 receiver.
Yeah.
And then I sent the SVS, what's the entry level? The whole it's
Prime
like
series?
the Prime series. So you get your 5 channels.
Satellites.
And the satellites, and then the subwoofer, right? I set that up in his room. He's still, that's what he's rolling today. And then you're into it for just under, at that price point, under $2,000.
Yeah.
So you're right around that price point of that $1,500 sound bar. And that is a home theater system. It was a little more than he wanted to spend. He was thinking around $1,000. He was trying to get in and he would have spent that. But the way I talked him, I didn't talk him into it. I was like, the Q&A we had, I'm like, do you want upgradability? Is this just something to improve the sound you have? And when you go soundbar, it's usually for the simplicity, not the cost, right? It's like, okay, I just want to plug this in. I'm not interested in upgrading.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
And it's
in
also
having
what all
extra
the
speakers.
salespeople are pushing everybody towards, right?
Yeah.
Because unless you're coming in saying, I got $10,000 plus, let's put together a cinema at home.
Yeah.
It's like, what are all the salespeople doing? They're like, oh,
That's
you got $3,500 to spend. Let's get you an 85-inch TV and a $1,500 soundbar. Boom.
Yeah.
That's it.
And-
That's the answer. And I'm like, we can do better. We can do better than that.
But I have another friend of mine that I gave him the exact same pitch,
Mhm.
and he ended up going with a more expensive soundbar. So he went with the Sonos system.
Right. Okay.
He got the sub, the ARC, 2
Yeah.
rear channels. He loves it, but
Sure.
he's never going to upgrade from there. That's just all he wanted. And he's like,
He
loves
might
the
after the app.
No, yeah, but it depends on what you want to do. And Rich knew he wanted to upgrade his speakers in the future, maybe be, future proof. Soundbar is like, you've got to replace it. It's not, and that's a lot of money to get a good quality soundbar.
And you can't mix and match brands. That's not going to work with all the wireless communications. But
yeah, exactly.
yeah, I don't know. So I'm hoping, there's a whole group of kids who are coming up now. There's a whole new generation. It's like everybody's used to their spatially aware earphones now and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, maybe there's going to be something that we're not even familiar with that is, really going to be the next. We kind of should be able to do more with binaural headphones. So it's been marketed that way, but we haven't had the truly knock it out of the park experience yet. So we might get there, but this is bright side, but I'm sad because we got all these people and I'm like, oh, now I wish I could totally stay here for another hour. But I told you I had a little bit of a hard out at 4 and I'm already past that. And unfortunately, I have to run, everybody. I'm really sorry. Now I'm sad.
Rob, thanks for the time. Appreciate it as always. And all our conversations before helping me with and we're not talking home theater here. We're talking personal stuff. Thanks for that, Rob. Appreciate that.
Gosh,
too.
of course.
So,
that's nothing at all on my end. So thank you so much for inviting me here. Sorry I'm cutting out on everybody, but it happened to me too. You I don't know if you guys were watching, but everybody left as soon as I arrived. I cleared the room, so no good. No bueno.
That was great. Rob's like, what the hell?
All right. Good luck, DJ.
Right.
Try to stay awake. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right. Later, buddy.
See you, Rob.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
And while he says that, try to stay awake. I got it. Yeah, there we go. Super chat 27, 26 comes up as 27.99 Canadian. So it says, hang in there, DJ. Hang in there, DJ. Doing great. This is awesome. So really appreciate that. Thanks, Mike. Great in the chat. So where did that go, by the way? I just highlighted it and it disappeared. There we go.
So how are you doing, DJ? Feeling good?
I'm feeling great.
Nice.
I just had to stand up because I was like, I actually, on that one there, when I just stood up, if anybody noticed on YouTube, I'm like, I couldn't feel my legs. And I'm like, I better stand up now because if I don't, I'm going to go to stand up and you're going to be like, whoa, where'd DJ go?
Where'd he go?
Yeah. I'll be like,
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, exactly. Technical difficulty with my legs. So yeah, you get going into the conversations with people and you're whatever position you're in, you forget and you're just like, this is great. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta be self-aware here and not like, go numb or something.
Yeah.
So I'm sure.
Hey, how's the audio on my part?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yours. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. It's great. Yeah. Neil, he's on his 7th Red Bull. No, I've only got my, I've got about this much left. I got a little cozy around it, but this much left in my, whatever this is. I'll show you what I drink. Pull it up. Not a sponsor, but hey. Rain. So sugar-free Rain, Monster Rain. That's what I've been drinking. Every day, every morning. I don't really drink coffee.
I was gonna say, is that your coffee?
Pretty much. Yeah. I did recently start drinking coffee a little bit. I got used to it. And I say used to it. It's funny, but yeah, that's my go-to in the morning. And that's only my second one today. So, and I may have another one later, maybe around before midnight, something like that. That's about it. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm a big coffee drinker. I started.
Plenty of water.
Yeah. Oh, definitely water too. But
Tons
I bought
of
my
water.
own Bravo, and I'm practicing my latte art. So that's how serious
Nice.
and where we get the beans from and so forth. It's like a big science. So it's like something to keep me entertained.
I had a buddy once that was big into coffee, and he'd be like, we used to commute to work together, and we had to go way out of the way once to buy all the right coffee beans. And I looked at his cup. I'm like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, you could just taste the flavor and this and that. But he had like 6 cups of milk in it and a ton of sugar. I'm like, how can you taste anything? It looks like a frap. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you look ridiculous. So, I mean, if you drink it black or like with a little bit of milk, a little sugar, that's fine. But I'm like, this guy was like, all right, all this milk and boop, dab of coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah,
got the
that's
right
me.
beans. Yeah.
I like a little bit of coffee with my creamer, pretty much.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
In a spoon.
Right. Right.
Oh, so how are you guys doing? How much have you seen of the show?
Just popping in here or there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of super busy today, but yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I try to
just
check
real-
every hour to see who the guests are. Just
Yeah.
to see, oh, they're in.
Oh,
and,
my
oh,
God,
he's
yeah.
in.
Me
and-
too. Oh my God, who's coming up? I got it in front of me, and you're like, all right, who's coming up next? You're like, did I send them the link? Uh-oh. Like, I just texted you guys. I'm like,
Yep.
did you get the link? Like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 you all popped up. I was like, oh, thank God. Because that's the biggest fear, right? I'm doing this, and then it seems fun. It seems like, oh, DJ, you're doing a great job. No, I'm not. I need everybody else. Because if everybody disappears and I'm all alone, I'm like, oh, no. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, hello. I mean, I'm sure I'd be fine. I'd just start talking to the chat. But, oh, Paul, here we go. Paul heard in the chat. Thank you, Paul. Looking good, DJ. Halfway easy. Yeah, I know. Easy. Yeah, it's like right now is easy. All the way till now has been pretty easy. No, it had not even pretty easy. It's been super easy. It doesn't. I know from experience. It doesn't get difficult till about 3 a.m, and that's when you start looking at the end, and you're like, "Is it 6 yet? Is it 6?" And it's not like, and the guys that I've lined up pretty much the same as last year. I had a great time. That's the section I rewatched the most, just for fun, and it has nothing to do with Brett falling off the couch. Really, it doesn't. But it's just like we get crazy. It's just, you get kind of crazy and you're like, but it was the part that you're like, okay, I'm almost there. I made it. Not that I ever thought I wasn't going to make it. I'm just standing here talking. So it's not hard, but
Still a long time, though.
it's so much fun though.
That's awesome.
It's so much fun. And
That's
then,
awesome.
getting you guys in here and like just seeing your faces. You guys are like all excited. What are you excited for?
We're fresh. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the reason we put you together, let's let everybody know. It's well, why don't you guys tell the story? I don't need to talk. You guys tell the story. Why are the 3 of you here together?
You talk.
Well,
Mike.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Johnny, this is a couple years ago at this point, but Johnny Speakers was going to come over to my house. This was early on to John and I even knowing each other, and so he was coming over to my house for the first time to see my theater, and Omar just happened to be in Chicago visiting family, right, Omar?
Yes.
And it was just perfect timing. So, hey, John, do you care if Omar comes? And John says, oh, it's cool with me. So we send a message to Omar, hey, come on down. So he did too. And 3 of us got together and hung out. It was awesome. It's a good time.
Yeah. And then I get on Twitter, I get this picture of 3 of my listeners hanging out in Mike's theater. And I'm like, what the heck? And I was like,
I think that was one of the first pictures I think any of your listeners ever sent, right? Like we got together and
yeah. I think Mike and Johnny sent one, right?
Oh.
Did you guys? Yeah. Before that, that there was that, but then, and you guys do this stuff out of the blue. Like nobody, nobody told me or anything. You were like, hey, such and such is coming over. It's like, not that you should. I'm not saying you have to report your business or anything, but it's so much better that way when you get the picture of all. And I was like, what the heck? It's like it for us, like when you're doing the show and it's like, and I've said this on the show before, thanking the listeners and everything, but you sit and do this stuff and, is anybody going to listen? Is anything going to happen? Is this going to resonate? And then you find out it does. And then now you're getting, texts and emails and DMs of people getting together because of, some donkey in his basement sitting here talking about home theater, and it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And I like Travis and Joe Kluznik. I talked about that at CEDIA last year, and seeing them two meet in person in front of me. And like their conversation was like, "Hey, Joe," and Travis like, "Oh yeah, I heard you on Don Brightside." Oh, and I'm standing there, and I'm like, "I thought you guys knew each other," But it was really cool to hear this, like first person right in front of me, And you're like, "Oh my god!" It was. I told that story after seeing it, and I got emotional on my show. I'm like, "It was just amazing," but it is. It's humbling. It blows you away. It's really cool. So that was awesome, and it's not easy to do. Right? It's like inviting people to your home like you guys did. I've been to both Mike and Johnny's home, and it's like you guys are so open and welcoming, and it doesn't actually, having met you guys now, it doesn't surprise me. And Omar, you've been on the show. We've done Takeover Tuesday. We've been communicating for years. You guys are all great people. The whole community is. So it's not like it's not unexpected. But it is, I mean, it's all sides, everybody getting along and getting together and how do you do that? You just open your home, come on over and see my theater.
That's what it was crazy for me when Mike said, "Yeah, come on over." I'm like, I'm literally, Mike, what was I about? Maybe in like an hour away or something from Schaumburg?
About hour, I'd say.
Yeah, and just during the drive, I'm like, I'm literally going to a stranger's house just to go ooh and ah over a home theater system. And sure enough, we were like freaking 9, little 5-year-old kids playing and just listening to different movies. And I forgot what was that movie, Mike, that you put, and we had such an amazing audio up on the Atmos.
Was that Sonic the Hedgehog? I'm guessing.
Sonic the Hedgehog. I was like, unreal. And just because of movies like that, you go out and buy movies right. You just, I got to hear that. One big one I didn't hear after maybe 4 times listening Top Gun, Deej, when you mentioned the clock. I said, there's no way there's a clock. But sure enough, I don't listen in reference level. I'm way under. But when I did crank it up a little bit more, I actually heard the clock. I'm like, this is unreal. Little things that you're missing out. Yeah. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. And I said the same. I told the story earlier. I didn't put a name to it, but it was Johnny's house. I don't think I said your name earlier, but my son and I were driving the second day. We'd already been to Mike's house, and we're driving to Johnny's house, and we're like at the border of Wisconsin, and you're driving, and you're like, did you ever think we'd be doing that? And my son's like, no, this is crazy. It's like, you just, you don't feel that way, but when you put it in that context, it's not like I was afraid of Johnny, except for when I got into his driveway and the garage door opens and I'm getting out of the car, the rental, and I'm getting out of the car, and he's like, "Oh my God, you're in my driveway." I was like, am I not? But he meant it like, DJ's here for president. It's in my driveway. But the way he yelled it, I'm like, oh crap, am I supposed to be parked in the street? What did I do wrong?
That's a white van with a sign saying free puppies and ice cream.
The first time me and Mike actually met, I think either he was on your show or he was on Ara's HT Tours.
Yeah.
And I just messaged him and I just said, "Hey, we're both in Illinois. If you ever want to get together, just let me know." And then just some random day, he's like, "Hey, I'm coming home from Wisconsin. Can I stop over?" I'm like, "Yeah, step on over." And then we hung out for like an hour, and that's a friendship ever since.
Well, that one time, that very first time when I was coming home from Wisconsin, I'm pulling into Johnny's neighborhood. I'm on the phone with Erica, and I'm like, "All right, Air, I'm pulling into this guy's house. If he's an axe murderer, just know I love you." Like,
you're my coordinates.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it goes from find my iPhone to find my husband. Well, there's a little bit of them over there. There's a little bit.
No. Now let's stop and think for one quick second. As the interview go on, the police officers are asking his wife, "What happened?" "Oh, he went to the stranger's house to go listen to a home theater."
Omar,
that sounds like a setup.
As Omar, as an officer himself, a cop himself, he's like, "You're an idiot. What are you doing?" It's like, Oh my God. It's like walking around with your like wallet open. Here's all my money. You know, like what did he get abducted? No, he went there free willing. Somebody said come over and he did. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. We'll send out the search party right away, ma'am.
Right.
Oh God, that's great. No, I didn't even think of that. Like if anything ever happened, you're like, you're gonna look so stupid. Oh geez. We're in
It
trouble.
all worked out. It all worked out.
Clearly. Now we're here broadcasting, telling everybody, do this. Go to a stranger's home. It's great.
Yeah, we teach our kid don't go to the van for free candy, and all we gotta say is here.
Yeah,
look-
we're
listen to my
inviting strangers to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a
boy.
kaleidoscope. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. What the
Yeah.
hell is that? Oh God.
Oh, God.
Oh boy. His name's Johnny Speakers. What could go wrong?
Yeah, right.
Oh,
So
man.
I had a question, Deej, when he was on there talking about sound bars. Real
Yep.
quick, what is now the difference if you want a personal experience than popping some Apple AirPods or so and just having that immersed sound just within your ears? Because now, I mean, can you not stream directly from like Apple products to or from your TV straight to headphones?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can. And it's like I don't have them here at the desk. They're actually upstairs. I have both AirPods. Actually those are charging right here. The in-ear Apple, and they're fantastic. Great noise cancellation. But I also have the Maxes, and I use those when I'm traveling, like to say Johnny and Mikey's house on a plane.
Yeah.
So those sound fantastic, and they will link automatically to my Apple TV, and I can watch television that way. And they sound fantastic. And for instance, watching Maverick on my laptop or anything, or put it on the TV, and you put these on, and it sounds absolutely amazing. And you're like, wow. And it does. It makes you go, whoa, oh crap. Do I need my theater? Did I like tens of thousands of dollars as opposed to what is it, 500 for a pair of Apple Maxes, whatever, right? And it does. It makes you question it until you go back to your theater, and you're like, oh yeah, it's not even. It literally isn't even close. It's a great experience. You get the pans, you get the overhead, you get all of that, you get the a little bit of the dynamics, you do. But what you don't get is you don't get that bass. You don't get that punch in the chest. You don't get the visceral feeling of sitting there. And even the pans and everything, there's something to be said for sitting in a room and hearing it like literally knowing, just because the walls are further away, and knowing that sound of a jet went by over there on that side, as opposed to listening to it in your headphone and be like, it does sound amazing, but sitting in an open space and having this all go on around you, it really isn't even comparable. There is a big difference to me. But if you can't do that, it is a nice alternative, right?
Have you guys seen the demonstration of the Vision Pro? I'm not a big Apple guy, but I was in DC with my son, and I saw the demonstration. It's like you have to make an appointment. You put the unit on. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but
No.
I haven't experienced it.
There's a clip that you are literally front row watching a basketball game. You see a clip, I think it was Steph Curry shooting a 3, and you can swear that you can reach out and touch him. I've never experienced something like that ever. Just the technology where it's going, and then the fact that you can, just zoom and make your screen as big as you want.
Yeah.
And the clarity, I was like, oh my goodness, it was so amazing. I was like, wow. It was one of those here, take my money type situations. But but then you also have this thing on your face, and some people may be claustrophobic, or how long can I put that on my face? How ridiculous like it look. But man, the technology, the clarity, it was ridiculous. I would recommend, if you guys
Yeah.
can do it, it's amazing. It's amazing what technology is getting to.
Yeah, I don't think that would replace home theater because of that real world environment that you want to be in. It's like, and you know, we have our theaters, and what are we looking for? What's this community about? It's like we want more people, right? I don't want to put something over my face and then be like, hey, let's watch this movie together, and be like, Johnny, what did you think? You got yours on? You know, it's not the same. So I don't think it'll replace home theater, but, and this was when they first dropped like that information, Ara, you know, calls me up. He's like, this is going to be awesome. What do you think? And we had a huge debate. I won't say argument, but I'm like, it won't work. It's not going to be huge like on iPhone or something like that. He was like, yes, it will. And I was like, no, we're animals we're pack animals. Anything you put over your face, it's a non-stop. Like I don't want to say gimmicky, but it's not going to be as big as people think. That's my opinion. But what we did agree on is exactly what you were saying, Omar, about that basketball scene, that basketball experience. What if the four of us have that and we're like, you want to watch this game tonight? And we could all watch like Celtics Bulls or something like that. And we're all in the front row watching the game, scattered around the country. But it's like we have season tickets and we're sitting in, you know, courtside watching the game. Or like a hockey game, like Ara and I was saying, like you get that he's on the West Coast, I'm on the East Coast, I'm watching Bruins Kings, like I'm a season ticket holder with this thing on. That to me, that's going to bring the world closer together. Because we're going to be able to hang out, and it's like going to be like, and then I look over and be like, you're sitting right there, right? Yeah. And it's all virtual, but that's going to bring that'll bring people closer together, and give you the experience. It's like now these arenas are going to be empty, and everybody's going to be home like this, and all you're going to see there is one camera on the sideline, and everybody's watching that. That's what sports will. You know, that's what you could see. And they'll be like, no, it's going to be great. You got to go there live. Why? I got to sit in the back row. I could sit in the front row and stay home. You know?
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like I took my son to go watch F1 the first year I was down here in Miami, and it was a great experience. But man, I tell you what, there's nothing better than being home watching it on a 85-inch TV and just relaxing, because the views. I mean, it was literally just doing this. It's like what I paid so much money for these tickets, but it's obviously it's the experience. Yeah. And then it's 110 outside. It's like, what are we doing with our lives?
They go by and you're like, did you hear that pan? It was live. Yeah, that was great.
And then they got monitors all over the place. And that's what everyone's looking at, the monitors.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, well, that's like the NFL. They've done such a great job at turning that into such a great, television experience, a broadcast experience, that when you go to the game, you're like, this is horrible. It's like they go to commercial and you've got like 60,000 people standing around going, oh, we're at commercial now. I wish I was at home. Or 60,000 people all heading to the bathroom. Yeah, that's just what I want. So and that's what the world has become. And maybe, those headsets, it's going to help with all of that. It's, maybe you'll think of that season ticket holder idea where you're sitting on the sidelines watching the game. What do you think the NBA is going to charge for you to do that? It's going to be probably the price of a season ticket.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Anytime I use those headsets, I get motion sick. Like VR headsets and stuff, anything like that, I get sick.
I've heard this one here compensates for that pretty good because the resolution is so good. I've heard people say it. I've heard reviews
if you wear glasses, they actually take your glasses, they put it in this machine to get your actual prescription, and then they dial it in to the eye. It is incredible. I was like, wow, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Last time I was at Johnny's house, his kids, what is it, John? Oculus?
Yeah, MetaQuest.
MetaQuest. We were messing with that, and when I was fishing, we had some fishing game. And when I was fishing, just sitting there fishing, I was totally fine. But then there was, what was the walk the plank or something, John, where you're like on top of a building and you're supposed to
I've seen videos of that, people.
Oh my God. I did. Oh yeah. Afterward, I'm like, oh man, I don't know. My stomach's upset. I'm like, oh. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would do with something strapped on my head like that,
Yeah. It's
sweetie, I got to spend the night over at Johnny Speaker's house because I'm sick. Yeah, okay.
Well, they're 2 hours apart, so there's that too. But Paul Hurt in the chat is like, and his last Johnny Speakers and his last name, he goes, Speakers? Like, hey, is that? And then Dan,
That's a stage name.
Yeah, exactly. Dan Carpenter. He's like, he's my brother. I'm Danny Speakers.
That's right. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that's great. That's funny. That's good stuff.
Omar,
Yeah.
since we haven't heard from you for a while, have you added anything to your home theater? Like in the last year or so?
No, sorry. I had to get off social media. Just people are just always trying to get hold of me and wanting to do interviews, and I just got so tired. I had to literally shut my social media down. But no, I think the last thing I got were my 2 subs, which that was my SVS. What was it, the PB3000s, and that was an experience. I don't know if I think when you had yours, Mike, did that come in like in a truck, in a pallet, a crate, or whatnot?
No, the 2000s are small enough that they just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This was bizarre. I had this truck pull up to the house, and it's one of those electric lifts, and he's bringing 2 pallets down, and I was like, oh my goodness! I'm glad I didn't get the 4000s or something. There was another higher one, but it was like more weight, and I realized, how am I going to lift these up to the loft? And I was like, nah, you know what? The 3000s were better than what I needed. So it was incredible setting them up, and then listening to like the first movie. I think the first movie I watched was Fury with the tanks. And I hear people when they talk about their home experience and the bass and whatnot, but that was the first time I actually felt the bass. I didn't, not did you just hear it, but you literally feel that punch. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's insane. And then I think I had 2 rear channels. One of them just stopped working, and I bought what was it, the Primes bookshelves.
Okay.
For the back.
Satellites.
Love
bookshelves.
Yeah. The satellites. I wanted the bookshelves, but I was like, let me see what these satellites sound. And I was super impressed with the satellites. I know I would have been more impressed with the bookshelves, but I remember, DJ, you talked about what is different, or if you hear something a little different, is it better, or is it just different, and do you like it, or do you not, or do you care for it, and people actually pay for that, just because what hooked me with your show was the way you describe movies and scenes and so forth. Just describing the scenes, and you would bookmark, at an hour and 12 you hear this, and I'm like, what? And so that is what hooked me on to your show, that I would go, if I didn't have the movie, I'd go out and buy the movie just because of that, and then just want to rehear that the way you're hearing it. But then there's also a difference, because you like to listen at reference level. And I remember one time I asked you, how do you do that? Because I was at reference level and it was so obnoxiously loud. And then you started mentioning room treatments, and then you started mentioning there was a setting that it was like a boost, and you're like, no, you want to turn that off. But I'm like, but I hear better. No, you don't hear better. You just hear louder. And it was like
louder and more. It's like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be.
So I took it off, and I was like, oh my God, this doesn't sound. But I left it, and then after a while I just got used to it. I'm like, this is actually a lot better, because now I can actually hear things. One of my just like pet peeves, and then maybe because I'm getting old or whatnot, but it's the score. Like when the music hits, it's like, oh my God. It's like, having kids yelling in your ear. It's like, oh yeah, they're my kids. I gotta, I love them, but oh my God, it's so annoying. And it literally feels that the score, they raise it up like 10 decibels more, just to really I'm like, oh, I wish there was a way I could just fine tune that just a little bit to lower the score when it's really hitting. And it's like, oh, but other than that, I don't think, Mike, I got anything besides just my subs and the 2 primes in the rear, because I already had my Atmos, and that's about it. So
nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I definitely am going to get back once everything is done. Get back to doing more timestamps like I used to. I love doing that too. I still do it to a little bit right now, but the way I used to do those times, that doing those shows, it would be like hours upon hours of just like, okay, got to get this, and then sitting down. But it is a great way to bring people, like, give them the perspective of what they're hearing, what they're supposed to, not necessarily supposed to hear, but what is in there, right? And it's like, I've gone to people's houses and they'll listen at their set. Oh, here, check my settings, do this, and like you'll adjust it and be like, I didn't even know that was there. I didn't even know that sound was there. Like Terminator 2, the opening scene. Do you hear the kids in the background, the little kids that are supposed to sound like ghosts? And it's like you'll hear the kids in the swings in the background when she's doing the voiceover and the camera's panning across like all the skulls in the ground or something. I mean, you'll hear the kids playing like hopscotch or something, little voices of little kids' voices there. And
well, I know what I'm
in
watching
there.
when we're done here.
I know, I'm writing it down. Like Terminator
As I'm
2,
saying it, I'm watching Mike
opening
go,
scene.
what? It's like, what is he talking about? It's like, yeah. And it's like, you have to listen for it, but you'll hear, I don't know what it is, but it's little kids like playing hopscotch, like, you'll hear them in the background. It's like supposed to be the ghosts of the kids that were there. And people like, oh, I'm not listening. I don't need to listen at that. And you're like, no, you're not going to get it. And but there's little things like that. And we're starting to hear it now as the tech comes out. Tech advances, right? Like we're talking about the new SVS sub. We're like, oh my God, that bass sweep is even longer. And it's like, our subs couldn't pull it out, but it's there. It's been there all along. It's like, we just didn't have the tech to be able to hear it. And it's like, so it's a combination of everything. It's the tech, it's our settings, it's mostly our room. Like, what is your room capable of handling so that you can hear it? And like you and I, Omar, when we were talking about that, I remember that conversation. It's like, well, you're going to need room treatments because, and Mikey and I talked about that too. And it's like, my center channel's doing this. Like, well, you get some room treatments, it's going to tame all of that, and it's going to make, you'll be able to increase your volume even more. Danny Speakers, who we just in the chat is in the chat. He's been to the house and he heard my room after hearing me for years say, oh, I listen at reference level. And he comes here and he's like, this don't sound like reference level to me. It sounds like what he would know reference level to be, right? He thought it was going to be loud and overbearing. And he's like, we were literally carrying on a conversation while we were watching movies at reference level. And I mean, it gets loud. Don't get me wrong. It gets loud. And it's like, if you're, any action scene, like in Maverick or something, you'd lean over and go, what do you think of this? But you could hear each other, but it is loud in the room, but it's clear, it's clean, and that's the way it's the idea of what it's supposed to be. So.
Mike, do you remember what movie we put on after hearing DJ talk about The Matrix? Remember
the Code?
Neo, the Code.
Oh yeah.
I never saw the Code until I saw it on your TV.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
That was when I got my Lumagen. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I got the OLED, and you were like, you got to check this out because you've noticed it when you got your Lumagen.
Yeah.
The code behind the code.
Yeah.
I was like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just didn't have the ability to pull out the depth of the picture. It's crazy. It's like, it's like, what, and that's why, like, you talk to people and or like John Thompson, and like, it's crazy, like what he knows, what he sees in the mastering stages. Like, he knows all this stuff. And like, for you, can you imagine 10, 20 years ago what they're like, people have no idea. It's like half the movie they're seeing. Like, because we didn't have the tech to pull it out. Never mind the money, but the tech didn't even exist, So it's really, that's, when people tell you like, it doesn't make it's a 1% increase, or it's like, no, like, check this out. It's pretty good. And it'll blow you away. It was like, oh my God, I didn't even see that in there.
Yeah.
But
like,
that FOMO kicks in. Don't you think that FOMO kicks in? The fear of missing out, because now you're like, great example, Nolan, 5.1 master audio. And you're like, what? That was 5.1?
Yeah.
And you thought, no, I need 7.4. I need 11.4 to get all that. I mean, that's incredible what that man
Yeah.
can do with
Oh.
that kind of audio. And then, I think DJ, we had led this conversation about Dolby Atmos versus what was it? Master
DTS.
or
DTS.
DTS.
Yeah,
DTS.
Atmos versus
It's like,
DTSX.
yeah, it's like,
Yep.
what is there a difference? Which one's better? And then
Yeah.
I remember you did actually a show on that, and it was like put me to rest in reference to that, because not everybody does the DTS. So
Right.
the illusion is, oh my God, since they're so limited, that's probably the best because they don't make a lot. Everyone's doing Dolby Atmos now, but
yeah,
there's
it's the
that
most
difference.
compatible, I think, is what it is. Like, I mean, what's funny is on the Kaleidoscape, it's rare. You get Dolby Atmos or you get DTS master audio, and that's it. Very little like Dolby 5.1, right? The studios put out DTS master audio 5.1, or they'll give you Atmos, and there's actually on Kaleidoscape anyway very little DTS-X. There is some there, but but the difference between the two is really up to the person, or the team that's producing what you're going to hear, because they're all capable of the same frequency responses. They can all handle exactly what you want. It's just, what do they do? And if you're going to mix it in DTS, typically they're going to run the bass a little bit hotter or something like, because that's what they want out of it. People like that. DTS, but the capability of the two codecs is exactly the same, even to the point of Atmos versus, object bass versus a 5.1 mix. What Nolan's doing is he's taking a 5.1, but all those speakers and everything in there is going to put out the exact same frequencies as the object bass, whether it's DTSX or Atmos. And that's why Nolan can do it. It's like people think that it's the Atmos or the DTSX that's giving you better bass, and it's not. It's the mix. And I guess it's probably harder to do in 5.1 nowadays. Atmos is supposed to, for the mixing part, it's supposed to make it easier for them. But if you can do it, and that's what he does, I mean, has anybody ever complained about any of his audio? No.
Right.
It's like everybody uses it as a reference point, never mind complain about it. They're like, why can't everything be like this? And then you'll get the people, why can't they put it in like Atmos? Why? It's already one of the best tracks out there. Like, what do you think Atmos is going to do for that? That he's not already doing, because we upmix it anyways in our rooms, and get that full effect. So,
yeah.
Well,
yeah. Speaking of bringing up, you brought up FOMO, Omar. One of the best experiences to get rid of my FOMO was going to Cedia. And DJ mentioned it last year when you went and you heard these hugely expensive systems, and they're about that much better than what we've got already. And I was telling John this last time I was over at his house. Like, my upgrade itch is completely gone because of what I experienced at Cedia. Not that my basement is that awesome, just that to get any higher than where I'm at, it's going to take so much money for such a small increase that I'm content. I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah. And it's hard for people to believe that, because you think that all that money and the equipment that's there and everything, and then when you hear it for yourself and you see it and you're like, and it really is it's the reverse of what you're trying to say, but people like think you're bragging about your system.
No,
I'm not bragging about my system, and you're not bragging, but you're trying to tell everybody else at home that's just like us. They go, you are that close.
Exactly.
It's not about me. It's about, like, as great as that system is, and that, that sound room 4 is whatever. It's like, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was only a little bit down from I literally traveling back home. It's hard to say, is it that much better? Is it even better? Because the screen's bigger, of course, the room's bigger, but is it better? And you feel like, oh my God, are you bragging about? No, I'm trying to tell you that's how good your system is.
Exactly.
You know,
right.
It's
And I mean, in my case, the bass was obviously way better at Cedia. I'm in an open basement. Like I'm not going to I'm not going to get the punch. It is what it is. But John's theater has that punch. John's theater was that close to the $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like you said it perfect, DJ. It's not, I'm not bragging about my system. It's your guys' systems are that good.
Right.
Already. Yeah, that's the right way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're running 12 subwoofers in there.
$360,000 worth of subwoofers.
And it's like you sit in John's theater and go, yeah, he doesn't need $360,000 of subs in here. It's like it feels like $360,000 in subs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I mean the room's smaller, it's well calibrated, and your room is surprisingly really good. You would with the bass. But I think, Mike, that the way you've calibrated that room, that the overall experience, you don't even miss it. You don't even realize it until you have Mike doing the demo and going, yeah, we don't get the punch yet. Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that because it's such a great experience anyway.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's like, but that's the idea, right? It's like you tuned that very well. And John, in your theater too, it's like a lot of people take the bass and you have the ability, they'll crank it up, and you're like, I've been in rooms where you're like, yeah, you hear that bass? Yeah, I can hear it, but the walls aren't supposed to be vibrating. It's supposed to be gone by now, but good job. Yeah, way to go. You know, it's like, so just because you can doesn't mean you should. And, you know, John's room, it's like you get that bass punch and boom, and it's gone. And it's how to tune it, knowing, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, and you guys use it well, and it's, but that's the idea,
Yeah, I know, Mike, when I heard the Sonic movie, because your overheads, they're kind of like halfway in the room, right? They're not all the way toward the back of the wall.
Right.
And so they hit a lot easier. Mm-hmm. Mine are all the way to the wall.
Oh, okay.
I sometimes have to, yes, and they're on an angle, and sometimes I got to crank my overheads up a little bit because I can calibrate for the distance, but it just, I want to hear it, and sometimes it gets lost. I don't know if it's coming from the left, right, or if they're coming from the upper Atmos left, right, and it's like I wish, because of how my room is set up, but your room, because you have like those drop ceilings. Mm-hmm. That you were able to put those like literally right at listening. It's like, oh my God, yeah. So when you put Sonic on, it was unreal. It was unreal. I wish I had time to go to John's house and just take a look at his system, but I can just imagine, just I can see where he's sitting, and I can like, oh my God, that's probably just like his man cave, and it's just like
it's
room
incredible
treatment. Yeah, I don't even know what setup do you have, John?
I have Revels, and then I bought a dual power sound audio 218s from Scott Newby used for $1,000, and then I have
18s.
He was going to his famous GTR setup that he has now, and he was just giving people nice prices to just help home theater enthusiasts out. So I drove to his house and got those, and then I just have a 15 behind my seating. So it's not crazy as other people's, but you just dial it in right, and it works.
Oh, so you got 3 subs in?
So the front is dual 18, so it's one sub
with
2 18.
Okay, I got you.
And then 115 behind. Yep. And then I had a few months ago, I had Brandon Hill. He's kind of famous on Facebook for remote calibrating people's audio systems.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
It's the first time I've ever had anybody do anything to a home theater ever. So I was very hesitant of that because I was kind of proud of that fact that it was all me. But John Cerconi, from Brightside, had him do his. So I'm like, I just want to see if I'm squeezing everything out. And when that guy, he squeezed everything out of it. And now I just feel.
How did he do it remotely though?
So use a mini DSP and it in between all your subs and REW, and he taps into your system, and he just starts running all the tests, and he explains to you what he's doing. You watch. I didn't pay that much attention. I just let him do his thing. But when it was all said and done, he got me a flat frequency through all the at my main listening position, because not many people listen in my room with me. So I'm like, I don't really care about all my seats. I just care about mine. So he focused on that, and it's like DJ's always said with calibration. It's the feeling of knowing that it's as good as it could be. It's just it's a nice feeling where no longer do I like stop movies and be like, oh, is that right, or is that right, or should I adjust the rears, or should I? You just feel good that, in at least one person's opinion, it's what it should be, you know.
Exactly.
So it's just nice to have that peace of mind, I guess.
Yeah, and it helps you judge the content too. I mean, not that you're doing a show or you're doing it, but for your own sake, it's just where you listen at the same volume all the time, and you just be like, oh, this one doesn't sound, but you know it's not you. It's it's not your system, and you can appreciate the different artist's intent too. Like where stuff starts to be like, oh, that's what they meant over there, because you're not you're not worried about your system. You've leveled the playing field, so each artist, you can tell the difference between a Nolan, or it's like all of that stuff comes into play because now you know the level playing field, right? And and for you to have somebody come in, even if you paid him to calibrate your room, even if it came out exactly how, that's just you might actually have been happier, because you might have been like, oh my God, I squeezed everything out of my room. He didn't improve it. Right?
Yeah.
You got it. It's a win-win. You either found out like, oh my God, he did a bunch of stuff I didn't know was possible, I won. Or he like, this is as good as it's going to get. You're like, I won. I did it all right. It's like, it's just that peace of mind where you have the people online and like, you don't need that. I know what I'm doing. You're probably the one that needs it.
Yeah, John's ear was like right there. I knew what I was listening or looking to hear, and you nailed it. But if that guy wound up telling you, yeah, man, I think you did a great job, because you took it off for what it was worth, you're like, damn right. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I was gonna tell you, I mean, when we were all at Mike's house, it did sound great. But I've been to Mike's house several times now, and there was the last time I was there, the Atmos was really, really good. So I'm like, what did you do, Mike? And he's like, well, I checked all the angles of my Atmos speakers, and I moved the front ones more towards the seats. So then so I looked into it and I did it, and wow, what a difference that makes. So just like the people listening, just check out what the specs that they say the Atmos should be angle wise and everything. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I think if you get it close to what Dolby says, it makes a real nice difference, man. It in my room, I think that was more than any money I've spent in a while. Moving the front heights closer to me made a huge difference for Atmos. It really did. So thank you, Mike, for doing that.
Awesome.
Yep.
Mike's like, I didn't have enough cable. It ended here. I got to put them here. And sure enough, you nailed it.
And I really do mean that. Like, I've been to a bunch of people's rooms, really expensive rooms, and Mike's Atmos sounds as good as anybody's. It just really does. And you'd walk into a basement that looks like a normal living room, and you're like, oh, it's going to be good. It really does sound really, really, really good. So, and I think DJ, you'll agree. And
Yep. He has a great experience. Absolutely great experience.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
But
it's too bad he's an ass.
Hey, Mike, when we were there, you didn't have that Ultra, did you? When we were there, you didn't have the Ultra, did you?
You know, that's a good question. Did you have your clips when Omar came over?
I think so, because you remember I saw you post something that I think Mike froze.
Yep.
Did he freeze, or is he just got a big smile on his face?
I think
he's happy.
Froze. Yeah. So I remember when he posted the picture of his Ultra, his SVS Ultra center channel, because that's the same one I have. And I was like, oh my God, this is such an amazing center, because he asked me about mine. I was like, yeah, it's great. But I don't remember if he had the Ultra there, or was it before or after I was there? I'm not sure.
You know what? I'm guessing, I think he might have had all clips except for maybe that center channel. I can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
I
when
wish he was
it
around to answer the question.
Yeah, where'd he go?
Yeah, exactly. He just dropped out. Yeah, I remember when he got it. I don't remember if it was before or out. I couldn't tell you the time frame, but I know that when he got that Ultra Center, he was just like blown away at the difference, the clarity that he experienced, and but that's also the I mean, it's two different types of speakers. It's like it's a different that for that environment. I think just the smoothness of those ultras and like the precision and the clarity is just so important in his environment, where I think the clips was just like it's going to create a lot of, like reverb, not reverb, but you know what I mean, more reflections with that one, I believe, in his room. So but yeah, he was raving about that. He's like, oh my god.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
like,
Those, I mean, you have them. Those ultras are so nice. When SBS announced the Evolution or Revolution series, and they put those bookshelves on clearance for like $300 a piece, I was thinking if somebody was to buy 7 of those, 4 in your ceiling, so for like $3,500, you would have an unbelievable sound system for like $3,500. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
so.
SCS, and I mean, I don't want to call it entry level or anything like that, because it's like I feel like I'm doing them a disservice, because they just have, there he is, he's back.
There we go.
Their line is meant yeah. Their line is like, it's meant to be like you're gonna get way more than you paid for in quality. Throughout their line, their entry level stuff all the way up to their new series now, the Evolution. That was the idea of the company. It's like you're getting more than you pay for. And like, Mike, I don't know did you hear the question?
No.
About your upgrade of your center channel?
No, I didn't.
Did you have the Ultra when I was there, or you got it after?
Oh God!
I remember you posting that you got it, but I don't know if I was there before or after.
I want to. If I had a clips before that, so
that's Johnny. You're right. That's what he was saying. That I think you had the clips.
So you might have gotten the center at that point, Mike, but I think everything else was clips.
That could have been. I got the center in like August, and then I upgraded to the bookshelves for the Ultra bookshelf for left and right in October, and then the Prime satellites were shortly after that.
Okay, so yeah, because I went over. It was still kind of cold when I went over there, so it was April, May, or something like that.
No, it would have been in June. It would have been summertime. I was off. I didn't have school.
Off?
Yeah.
Well, your warm weather is still cold to me.
Davey.
So, okay.
Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Hey, Davey.
Great.
Hey, Davey.
This is the man of the day, by the way.
Yep.
Me? I don't know about that.
Hey, I didn't shave today.
Oh, good.
Nice. Good. There you go. Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me again.
Oh, thank you. What? Thank you. I'm like, yeah, no, thanks for doing everything you've done over the years for Movember, and your podcast too, by the way, which, hashtag dork is why I'm here pretty much, listening to you guys for years. But yeah, this is Davey, at Arvondi on Twitter, if you want to follow him. He self-proclaimed not famous. Heard you this week.
Jesus, no. I did. My daughter told her teacher that I was famous because you guys know, I started doing all this like concert photography. And because I've kind of backdoored my way into it and say that I work for WEEI now.
Yeah.
I've gotten to shoot some like wild stuff. And so my daughters are like seeing all these pictures of these concerts I'm doing. And they're like, they think that I know all these people.
Yeah.
And I don't. So, yeah. So I'm famously not famous, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But it's
so what have we been talking about today?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a lot of home theater. We've gone off the rails a few times.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Todd and I started out talking about health issues, I think, at 6 a.m. this morning. I don't know how we ended up off the rails there. Like, oh, my back's killing me or something stupid like that. But yeah, stuff like that, kind of like what you guys do over there. It's like Rich keeps it tight. He has his plan, and because he's the consummate professional. This is what he does for a living.
Mhm.
And talking and keeping it on. But every now and then you guys you'll go off and you'll have your little his sounders, the one he did. I can't even play it here, but I was crying.
Is it the MacGruber one?
Yeah.
That one gets me every single
my God.
time. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are sitting here, Omar, Mikey, and Johnny, if you know what we're talking about, but you can't. I could never play it on this show. It's too family oriented. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But
I might need a link sent over.
Yeah, go to Apple or whatever. Go look up #dork. Listen to their last. I'll find the timestamp for you, Omar. It's an insane. You'll be in. I was in my truck driving, listening, and I blushed all by myself. But you're crying, laughing.
So when talking about home theater, does MacGruber ever come up as something that is standout home theater?
No.
MacGruber.
Yeah,
It does not. Yeah.
No, you're not gonna blare that scene. That's for sure.
Maybe you do. Maybe some people might. The lid for every pot, as we say. But like you said, when you've been friends as long as we have, there's I know what buttons to push, like to get him off the rails. And the thing with Rich, which the best part is, if you've ever listened to the podcast, I can tell the harder he laughs, the higher pitch his laugh gets.
Yes.
So if he's going he's going way up, I know I got him. But that's what I try to do for an hour a week. Just try to get my friend to laugh. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, him laugh. I played it last year on the show. It was with him and the Leakage in the Ninth, which is the famous, oh my God. And what's so funny about that is he was supposed to be professional. He's on the air it was 98.5 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he's supposed to be the professional, and he couldn't even do it. He's like, I can't. And he had that high pitch. I'm out.
That is the Olympic minute where the guy crapped his pants on the speed walker. I still laugh about that.
Oh my God. And what was his name? Hardy, the straight man on that one, right? He's like, well, that's what you're going to do, He's and asking the questions of Rich, so this speed walking, what is this? It's he just crapped his pants while speed walking.
Whilst crashed into a barrier. So I don't know. It's a bit of dork lore too. So we have had the same fantasy football league for 20 years with some of our friends from high school and college and whatever. And if you come in last place with the lowest point total, you get the Valerie Borchin Award, which is you just crapped your pants in fantasy football. So that's the speed walker's name. So that's what we call it, the Valerie Borchin Award.
Yeah, it's it was. It's how do you crash while speed walking?
Oh my God.
Severe.
So great.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so great. Oh my God, it's so funny. But yeah, his squeak, and then the other one that I really liked was I can't even say it, when he shot his horse.
Oh, yeah, the Bojack horse. Yeah,
Bojack.
That was great.
Yeah, you guys have had a few, quite a few. There was another one that was inappropriate. That was I can't remember what it was though. It was inappropriate to repeat, but you guys burst out laughing.
I mean, that's essentially 80% of what we do. Is just make it so that it can't be repeated, and then just laugh about it like we're 15 years old.
What was it? And he asked you, what was it? Would you rather have $1 million or?
Oh yeah,
there was.
Yeah.
You can't ask what the other option was.
No, you can't. You can't.
No.
It was not something you would want to do, though. I mean, not something I would want to do.
No. And exactly. And that's you guys, the show. But at the same time, everybody, if you haven't heard the show or they literally talk about the same stuff we do. They'll review movies and stuff, but they don't do the home theater part. They actually do a great job of breaking down the movies. They do spoiler free first, then there's a sounder, and then they'll go into the spoilers. And but all of this is being done while these two guys are just like riffing off of each other. And it's like, it's when John and I started, that's what we wanted to do. And it's that, that bond, that camaraderie that you guys have. It's not even, I don't even care what you guys are talking about. You just want to hear you guys talk.
Well, that's funny. It's funny. My wife says the same thing. She's like, I don't really care about 75% of the stuff that you talk about, but it's just fun to listen to you guys talk. And I think that's what's been keeping it going for so long. It's just, and you guys have been going a long time too, but it's just, you find somebody that I don't do it for, I get to talk to one of my best friends for an hour a week.
Yeah.
Face to face, which is, you get older, you don't get to do that as much anymore, So that's what kind of drew me to it to begin with, and has kind of kept me going because my day to day is so packed with like work. I don't know if you guys know, I work at a boarding school. So I live here, teach here, coach here. Like I do all these things like all day. So I never really leave this campus. So to be able to talk to you guys and to be able to talk to Rich is like my one way of like getting off campus,
Yeah. Get out and do, and that's, I mean, and I took that from you guys because John's down in Texas. And one of my things was, what's funny is when we started, I wanted us to sound like we were in the same room because I wanted people, I like tech wise, like home theater, you want to make, I'm the perfectionist like that. I wanted to do that. When you started out, you were on the phone.
I was on a phone.
Yeah.
And that's so Rich, and I'm not kidding. And again, I know you've heard the story before, but there's a group of like 6 of us that are still friends from high school. And he actually like tried us all out. Like the original idea, I think this is, I've never told this story before. So the original idea for Dork was that like, I would be his video game person. Our friend Shark would be his Game of Thrones person. And our friend Woody would be like he would be beers. So like when we developed this thing, he was going to be like a rotating guest host thing. I was the only person who had a landline phone. So Rich could hear me better than he could hear the rest of them. So that's why I stuck, is because I actually had like a hardwired phone.
Yeah.
And everyone else was on a cell phone. So like I just sounded better than everybody else. So to speak to your home theater, like the sound quality on mine end was just a little bit better. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah. And I remember the early hashtag dorks, and it was like he had rotating guests. He had guys from 98.5 on, and it was just him, and they were shorter shows and stuff. And then you started to stick around longer and developed into this. And then when you got away, like you're like, oh, look, this new tech, and you got a microphone, and you guys were able to talk. It actually ruined it for a little bit. I was like, wait a minute, like David's not supposed to sound this good. It ruined like the nuance of the show, like the calling in, talking to your buddy. And I was like, I think the first person I said it to was Dr. Joe. I was like, I don't like him sounding this good.
Well, and like you guys know, it's like with John being in Texas, I mean, you start like stepping on each other because I can't see him starting to talk or finishing up. Like there's that, and there is like a performative piece to it, but I don't. I think more of it is just watching for visual cues. And that was, but again, for me, it was weird too, because I was like, you have to wait that extra couple seconds before you talk just to make sure the person's done. And then I was like, just kind of staring there for like 10 seconds, and then like, all right, jump in. So, the timing of it was kind of off in the beginning too, but that just speaks to, but I think it was also the uptick in like streaming, like Twitch and whatever else had taken off at that point. So it became a little bit more common. And then obviously with COVID, all this stuff, StreamYard and Skype and sorry, what am I thinking? The other one, Zoom.
The big one that's been out forever. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how, we were talking about it the other week. I don't know how Skype dropped the ball on that.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, I don't know. They were the only game in town for a while.
Yeah, and they probably rested, like anything else, rested on their laurels, and everybody else took off. But now it's like early on, you would wait, or you'd have that, or you try not to. But that now, when there is an audio, there's a gap. Like somebody will be frozen, and you're like, that's so rare now that you're like, oh, Are they frozen? Oh, they're like Mikey just froze a little while ago, and you're not used to it, right? And you're like, oh no, and now you get worried the quality of your whatever you're, like the broadcast. You're like, oh no, there's a gap here. You don't like it because it's gotten so good.
Right.
So it matters internet speed. That holds a huge part of it. Your bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
like
so do you guys have like fiber?
Luckily, like I live on a school campus, so it's all fibered up. So if I'm hardwired into the wall, and again, I try to avoid Wi-Fi as much as I can. So that's why, I have running off a PC that has, make sure I have, my LAN cable. And I try to avoid like the Wi-Fi as much as I can. Cause it just like, it's not unreliable, but if something's going to go, it's going to be the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll host people and be like, do you have Wi-Fi? Are you on Wi-Fi? And they're like,
yeah,
no, Wi-Fi. Oh, great. But yeah.
DJ, did you have to up your internet speed?
Did I up it?
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I know internet companies have different packages and whatnot. I mean, I know because I have fiber here and I'm like 2.5 gigs, but I know some people are like, oh, it's $35 for 200. That's plenty enough. But
that's me.
In reality,
for most, no, but honestly, for most it is. For most people, it is. But I have a gig. That's all we're capable of here. But it's most people 200 is fine. It's but if you're going to do something like this and you're going to exchange stuff back and forth, right. You really do need it. And then obviously like the Kaleidoscape means a lot because you're downloading 80 gigabyte files in 10 minutes. You kind of need that that speed. But most people you're not going to use. I mean, Netflix you're pulling like 5 megabits a second. It's not much, and you could run a whole house at 200 is overkill, right? But
speaking about Netflix, do you guys notice a difference with the streaming with the competitors like Hulu and Paramount and Apple? Because I see that I have to adjust my volume. Like if I'm watching Hulu or something, it's like I can't hear a damn thing. And it's like Netflix, okay, Apple, it's I think way up there, but like Paramount and all these other ones, I realize I have to adjust volume depending what streaming service I'm watching.
And for me, like I don't know. So we call it in my house, we call it the high-low. So with HBO Max, like the dialogue is way, way down. But as soon as like we're watching Game of Thrones, and like you have to turn it up to listen to people, and then there's like an explosion or like something, and then it blows. It was like Jesus Christ. And I don't know if that's so. Maybe you guys can speak to this. Is that because it's meant for surround sound? It's meant for Dolby, so that it's like just coming out of like one singular sound bar.
Exactly.
It's going to do that.
Yep, absolutely. Because think about it, like what we're running here is like up to 7, 11 channels of sound, right?
Right.
Now you have all of that sound coming down one pipeline and coming out into one speaker, and that speaker is going to do, depending on the quality of the speaker, it's going to do the best it can possibly do to give you every sound that's being sent to it. And now, like you said, it's going to lower like now you're listening at a dialogue level, right?
Right.
So you're like, all right, I'm tuning in, and you don't know like what we talk about is like or you've heard us say reference level and stuff like. So we set our volume to the same thing every time. You tune in, and it's like, oh, this sounds a little loud, so I'm going to turn this down. But the explosion hasn't even happened yet, and like, oh my God, geez. So I get it. Like the best example I use is the Avengers. The opening of Avengers, the first Avengers movie when they're.
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, exactly. Nick Cage, Nicolas Cage. Yeah, Nick Fury's gets off the helicopter, blah blah, and the place is going to blow up, right? Well, in the background, you can hear the alarm going in the background, right? I bet you. Davey, I bet you on yours, you'll hear that very prominently on your system, right? You go into like our theaters and you hear it like, it's way in the background. You can in my theater, you can barely hear it. You can hear it, but it's not like front and center, like a big big a deal.
Now I got to watch that after Terminator 2.
Yep. Did you write it down, Mike?
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Speaking of, I think I'm going to go do that.
There you go.
So, DJ,
All right.
thank you, buddy.
No
Davey,
problem.
good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
See you again
Good to
next
see you.
year.
Absolutely.
All right,
Oh, you
gentlemen.
guys crossed
Omar,
over
good
the
to
last
see you.
year too.
All right,
That's
Mike.
funny.
Yeah, we
If
crossed
not
over
sooner,
last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
If not sooner, I'm happy to come and talk shop whenever.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
right,
I keep
Johnny,
saying that. I
see
got to
ya.
get you on later, Mikey. Thanks, buddy.
All right, Mike.
Hey, DJ, I'm
Um,
gonna go too. I just want to tell Omar, nice to talk to you, man. You're ever in Illinois, please come hang out. Okay.
I definitely will. My sister
You're
still
more than
lives up in
welcome.
Schaumburg, so I definitely be making
Yeah.
my rounds up that way.
Yeah, and Schaumburg is like the exact middle point between me and Mike. So anytime,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
you're welcome. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Yep.
Stay warm this
Later, Johnny.
winter.
Yeah, man. Nice talking to both of you guys. Everybody there. Yeah.
Yeah. Later, buddy.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. What
Right.
was I? What was I just gonna say? What were we just saying? What was I
Something.
just talking-
11 reference channels.
Yeah. Oh, the
the
pipeline.
alarm,
All that. Yeah.
Pipeline, yeah.
Alarm. Yeah. All that. I mean, we can move on from that.
No,
I had that
that's
same
all. I mean,
complaint, Davey, regarding the score. Like when the music hits,
Yeah.
it's
Oh.
like it's just like boom. You're like, oh my god. That's.
Right.
I was just complaining about that earlier. Either it's my ears or I'm just getting older. But I was like, I wish there was a way of I can control just the score volume because I think they raise it up like 10 decibels or so just to kind of like boom. And I get it, but I don't know. It might just be me as getting older.
It's
Yeah,
just-
man. I mean, my ears are shit now. I mean, they're crap. Just
Don't
you
worry
know,
about it.
It's live. You can't edit it.
yeah, but dump that. We'll do that in post. No, years of headphones and live music have, I have tinnitus in my left ear, so it's
Oof.
oh yeah, it's brutal. And it was funny, the frequency of babies crying is like, I don't know if you guys have had like hearing issues with tinnitus. It's like I can feel it like into my jaw, like it's like
Oof.
it's actually physical pain. And it was like my kids crying was like the one thing that like set it off the worst. But it's that whatever frequency that was, but maybe that's genetic. I don't know. But yeah, I'm interested in this now more than ever. Said Omar, I don't know if we crossed over last year. My dad growing up worked for Craig Audio, so I grew up around wiring stereos and car stereos and home theater. I can wire a home theater, but I don't know how to produce it or make it sound good.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you from?
So I'm
Where are you
originally
out
I'm out of Boston. So I'm originally was born in Boston, but I grew up in southern New Hampshire. So
Okay.
yeah. So that
That's
area,
it.
the
That's where you
Northeast.
met Rich, right? You went to
So I met
school,
him in high school. Yeah.
high school. Yep.
We went to the same boarding school together. We were both of us before you get into the New England boarding school thing. We were both athletes. So
Yeah.
I know you don't know what to look at me now, but that was that's what got us into those places.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
You seen
No,
Rounders?
I-
The movie Rounders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great
Basically
movie.
The two of us, the two, Matt Damon and Ed Norton, Worm, talking
Yeah,
about how
Worm.
they weren't the rich kids in our school by far.
Yeah.
So we had to do
That's
something.
funny.
We had to bring something to the table.
Yeah. I
You
think
have
I've always
value.
been an audio guy over
Yeah.
like video all day long because DJ, I remember we talked about this that
Yep.
video is nice, but ever since the radio days, you can listen to something if it's great audio, but if it's got bad audio, you'll turn it off. No matter how good it is,
How
you'll
good the
just wind
picture
up
is,
turning
yeah.
it. Yeah, because it's like, and I know as DJ as your show has been, when you added George, and it was like, okay, before he got his mic, it was like, it was passable. But once he got his mic, oh my god, it was such
Yeah.
a big difference, and it just like it hit so different. It's like, okay, this audio is really nice because I sometimes can't watch the YouTube videos. I have to do the podcast because I drive.
Yeah.
And I'll usually throw them on. I'll go from one side of the state to the other in Florida, and they're still yapping away because DJ doesn't know the timestamp of we start
yeah.
off for an hour and it's 3:20 in. You're like,
Oh god. Yeah. It's
but it flows.
Yeah. The audio, I think, and Davey, like from music, it's audio's what evokes the emotion. You
Oh,
could put,
absolutely.
it's like you put an image on a screen. I said this earlier today. You put an image on a screen, and depending on the audio you put with it, it's going to make that image. It's going to evoke all different emotions out of the same image. So it's, to me, it's like that is the most important part of a movie experience, or any of this stuff, really. I mean, it's like it's that audio that's gonna, it can make you cry, it can make you laugh, and the same image it's the same image, and that's what's so important. And it's like people will be like, I like the image. Okay,
but there's so much that, like you said, there's so much that you kind of take for granted. When I think about sound and I think about movies, and I expect explosions to sound like explosions, but like I'm always interested talking to you audiophiles of like what you are looking for, because it's like talking to anybody who's a expert in anything, right? So I have a passable knowledge of like Foley work and like how people make sounds for movies, but what are the cues, like what are the identifiers of like, this is good sound work, this is good sound engineering, like what's the first thing that both of you kind of listen for?
Well, I would say I hate to, you're gonna love this response. It's like porn, when you hear it.
Right. Yeah.
When you see it, it's hard to
I'm
say.
sorry,
Like,
porn's got audio.
Yeah, well, no, but when you see it. That's the old thing. When you see it, and it's But that's the thing. It's like what's a good sound? What's a good audio track? And it's like it's really about, like, even just go back to music. It's the dynamics, right? Like, you don't want everything to be at a high volume all the time. You don't want everything at a low volume. And that by the same tone, it's like, imagine a band without bass. Right. You don't want that. The bass is there to set your tone. That's your foundation, whether it's your bass drum, your bass player, whatever, but that's setting the tone, but it's also creating a floor, right? So that's your lower notes, and that's going to make your higher notes seem even more, right? They're going to, by comparison, where you hear the boom, boom, and then you go, you're going to hear that difference, the dynamics. And that's what you get in a good audio track in a movie. Is like, do those dynamics hit? Do you get nice bass? Do you get a good bass sweep across the front of the room, which is, is a car driving by in the front of the room, and does it sound accurate to what's going on the screen, right? And it's like, some movies, they don't care. It's just like the sound of the car going by is just flat. And when I say flat, it just comes out of the center channel, but a car went left to right, and most people would never hear the difference. It'd be like, all of a sudden, like Cameron and all of his Terminators, it'd be like, he loved pans because we didn't have a lot of the systems we have now. So all you could do back then was a left and right pan, because most people had stereo at the front of their room, or even in their television sets, right? You had stereo TV back in the 80s and 90s. And so he would put those pans in so that, like, when in T2 and Schwarzenegger pulls up at the house, or even the T1000 pulls up, that car pulls up and you hear it off screen and then pull into the screen. He's doing that because he's taking advantage of the tech at the time, and that was the best thing you could, to wow people. That's what you would do. Nowadays you can go front to rear, over back to front, all that, and they're taking advantage of it. But it's the dynamics of that scene too. How quiet can I make that sound? Bring it in and then pan it off to the side. And that's, stuff you can't get with one channel.
No, for sure. And you'll be happy to know, I just set my PlayStation up. It has 3D audio function now. So I was recently playing the new Call of Duty, and like, you can hear the direction of like where gunfire is coming from.
Yes.
Like in 360, not just like left and right or like front and back, but you can actually, it's over my right shoulder.
Yeah.
Like, so it's pretty impressive. Look what they're doing now.
You could do that in my theater all along.
Right. But
And
like, I think that's what the games are starting to catch up in that respect.
And it's like, well, no, even like the PS5, PS4, we would do that in my theater. It's like, so if you have somebody playing a first person shooter in their theater against somebody that's in like a single speaker, it'd be like, I'll hear you coming from behind me before you know what I mean? It's like, whereas in a regular, like, where is it? You'd hear it on your side, be like, somebody's coming to get me, or I heard something, but I don't know where it's from. Yeah. And it's like, Joe, my son, when he was living here, he'd play in the theater, and it was like, I'd go in and watch him play, and it would be like a home theater environment. It's like I can hear the noises. He's in the front row playing the game, and I'm in the back listening. Yeah, you got it coming from the right rear over here, and you'd hear it. Just all of that is in there. It's already encoded. Now they have even more tech to be able to pull it out for people to hear. You don't have to have a dedicated theater now to do it, but.
No, and headphones are, I mean, in gaming, like headsets and stuff. But
I was gonna say, David, these are my 4th headset because I started playing COD.
Yeah.
And people would say, "Oh, headphones, you got to hear footsteps." And the first headphones I bought, I'm like, I can hear. And they're like, "No, try these." And I'm like, "Oh, I can really hear the detail of the guy running behind, and you hear the footsteps." And these are Maxwell Odysseys. They're like, I don't know, it's like $300 or so.
Yeah.
And they're like, "What, you spending that kind of money on the headphones? It's a big difference." If you're playing first person shooter, as soon as you get a random come in and you hear the conversation 2 rooms over, but you can't hear him, it's like, oh God, can you mute your mic, please?
Oh, it's like the worst, like the.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're eating the mic.
Oh, yeah,
that's what it is. But to kind of answer the question back, I know you're in photography. I love shooting too.
Yeah.
It's kind of like JPEG versus RAW. You can shoot in JPEG all day long, but when you're doing the editing with that RAW, you can really pull colors and you can really pull more shadows and details. So with the audio, with the home theater, that's it. We talked earlier, DJ, about people nowadays putting AirPods on.
Yeah.
These AirPods they're noise canceling. What are the Air Maxes? They produce good bass. It's just that detail, the what, like Deej said, it's the dynamic of what you can actually hear now. And that's why I'm sure you and audio, I'm sure those headsets are name brand, and there's a reason why you bought those and not, the Turtle Beats or the cheaper of the brands. And it's like, well, mic also has a lot to do with it, because now these streamers, they're like DJ setup. They have the headphones and the mic, like your setup.
Yep.
Yeah. The headphones are not, the audio's not coming out of the mic's not coming out of the headphones anymore, because the standalone mic it's key, because you need to have great audio. And that's, like I said, that's one of the reasons I started following DJ. He'll mention a movie, and back then he would put timestamps. Dave, if I didn't have the movie, I went out to go buy it just to go listen to that timestamp, because there's so many things that we were missing that DJ knew about it because of his system. And then it's like, okay, now I'm going to go buy this speaker. Now I'm going to go buy this receiver. Now I'm going to go buy, all in due time. But if you can't afford it, they were talking about sound bars, people who live in apartments. DJ, you had Shane on your podcast, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I think he's from New York, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I used to watch him a while back. And I think he's in an apartment too.
Yeah, he was in an apartment. He just moved. He's in Connecticut now. He bought a house.
Oh, okay.
In Connecticut now.
Okay.
And he has
but his old stuff was in an apartment. Yeah. And it's like he's demoing the high end equipment, and you can't demo that at a very low volume. And it's like, wow, that's I was always curious how many arguments he got into with his neighbors, because
oh my God, an apartment complex, and you're running a full-fledged dedicated home theater. It's insane.
Yeah, like a shared wall.
Yeah.
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 It's crazy. I got something going on in the chat here I got to mention. So here we go. This is Sophia Thompson saying hi in the chat. This is my friend's 8-year-old daughter. She's watching the stream right now. Sophia says hi. And then she
big shout out to Sophia.
Yeah. So she says, good job, everyone. And then this is my wife, and it's a hi, it's me, Becky from the Grill, my other friend. They're co-owners, Becky and Larissa. Larissa's Sophia's daughter. They have us up on the big TV at the bar. So apparently, we're in big trouble, boys.
At the bar? What bar?
Except the Grill on Main in Douglas. Come on down.
All right,
there you go. Yeah.
So big shout out. Big shout out.
So people from all over the world now are going to show up in lovely downtown Douglas to hit up Becky and Larissa's bar. the grill on Main. So there you go.
So
And,
can we just send Jen our order? Can I get an order of fries?
Yeah, she's actually working there tonight. She was like, Larissa was here. Jen and Larissa were here, and they texted me a while ago, like, yeah, we're heading to work. My wife's never waitressed before. Apparently, she's doing a great job, but she's down there. They're busy, so she's helping them out. And I'm like, and Jen's like, she's like, I got nothing to do. DJ is up until 6 a.m., so who cares? So
It's not too far from me, by the way.
That's
checked it out.
a relationship that just DJ, it floors us every time you talk about Jen and how much she supports you with movie watching and just your
you have no idea.
Oh man, I hear what you say, and I'm like, man, that's she's a trooper, because that's insane.
Well, all of us, everyone listening, if you're into this hobby, even like Davey, I know you're listening to you guys, and it's like they all tolerate something because we're crazy. Whether it's like our music, our podcasts, our home theaters, or whatever we're doing, it's like, I don't know what we did right, but some reason they're tolerating us for one reason or another.
Well, it's funny. I pitch all this stuff like photography and like podcasting and stuff. I pitch it to people as like, well, your wife, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is like my golf. Like, people who, take off. I remember my dad would take off like Sunday at like 9 o'clock in the morning and not be back until like 4. Yeah. I know he wasn't golfing that whole time. By the way, I played enough golf to know. I know he wasn't golfing that whole time. But like, there are things that you kind of do. Yeah. I mean, there are things that you do that you kind of like are uniquely yours. And I think finding that partnership where you can kind of, match each other's, my wife is like, I don't know if you follow her on Twitter, but she's crazy. Like these Bravo shows and everything.
The Real Rag Girl. Is that what it is?
Yeah. The Girl Rag. Yeah. She's like, she got blocked by some famous people for going at him. Like she like wears it like badges. Like, Kirstie Alley before may God rest blocked my wife for like going off and whatever. But, I found my wife, it was interesting the day I found out that she was like a message board moderator back in the day for like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer forum.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So like I was like, hold on. So you're gonna come at me about like video games and all like movies and all that stuff, and you're moderating a Buffy the Vampire Slayer message board. You're an admin? Like, come on. Yeah.
So how did you find she didn't want you to know? How did you find that out?
No. So we started dating, and then this was the days of DVDs were still doing real good, right? So I had my crazy collection of DVDs, and I was looking through hers, and she had like every box set of like Buffy on DVD. And so I started like prodding. I'm like, all right, so talk to me about this. And like I could put on any random episode, like in the middle of an episode, and within 30, not even 30, like 10 seconds, you could tell me what season, what episode, the episode title, like just by, and then, I don't know. It's like, I just kind of happened upon, it was like open, like her laptop was like open, and it was on like some like IMDb message board, and she was like moderating the whole thing. Yeah.
She did not want you to see that.
No. And I think to this day, she's like still kind of embarrassed about it, but like she could still tell you everything you wanted to know about Buffy and Drew Goddard and Joss Whedon and Sarah Michelle Gellar and like all this stuff. So
that's great. That's
it's
fantastic.
Wild. So I knew I kind of got a free pass with that one. So
yeah, you're gonna save that one. Bring that up when you need to.
Absolutely.
Dan Carpenter was a super chat, $20 super chat. Thank you. He says, "Keep up the good work, DJ." Work, it ain't work.
That's that picture of that donut place in California. Oh, that's iconic. In there, I think that's what it is.
What's that?
The picture that he had on there, it looked like it was a big donut place in California.
Oh yeah,
I think that's a big.
Wasn't that from Iron Man?
Yeah.
Is that this? Yeah.
Randy's,
I can't see it. It's
Randy's Donuts.
Yeah.
It's
Randy's
really
Donuts
small on my screen. I can't see it.
So good.
I was like, Omar, what the hell are you talking about?
It's a big old donut on there.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. So as you know, here's the man of the day. Yeah. You've been at this your 16th year with Movember? Last
16 years. 16 years. I recently was I was very proud. They sent me a thing. I was elected into the Movember Hall of Fame.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I guess if you raise over a certain amount of money, they induct you into, you become a Hall of Fame member. And I got my, I'll pull it. Hang on, give me 1 second. I'll pull it off the wall for you. You guys talk 1 second.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's I mean, 15 years was last year, so 16 years, and he's over $30,000
Yeah.
raised.
So they sent me this.
Oh,
I don't know if you can see it. So it's basically like a plaque, and it's like a record. I don't think the record plays anything.
Yeah. Well, you gonna pull it out of there?
I didn't. I pulled it out. I know they
did
didn't
you?
send me the frame. I got the frame myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's nice. There it is.
Yeah.
You're in for
Good.
good.
Yeah. You're in for good, and they sent me like a little record. So, yeah, it's been not something I ever really wanted to do. My Uncle Jim passed away from prostate cancer in 2009, and so that was kind of he had gotten diagnosed, was in remission, and he came back, and it was like one of those. So I started after his first diagnosis. I did it in 2008, and then he passed away in 2009. So I kind of kept it going through that. But they've done such a great job of moving just from like prostate and testicular cancer to moving on to, mental health and suicide prevention and all of these things that kind of matter, and the more I read about it, the more work I've done with them. It's crazy to think, you asked, the men in your life, like, when's the last time you went to the doctor?
Yeah.
When's the last time you had a physical, and a lot of people, it's not very current. And we do everything we can to kind of avoid that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to do my part, and I thankfully I have a good community of people like you who help me out and kind of give me this, platform to talk about it. And it means a lot to me, and it always has. And I think it's probably, and I don't know what type of thing you leave behind, but hopefully this is something has become part of like who I am. So
yeah,
the more I can keep doing it. Yeah. I'm really proud of this stuff. So thank you all for allowing me to continue to do it and talk about it and letting me come on here and, shoot the breeze about it.
Yeah. Well, I'm listening to you and Rich and on #Dork and doing this every year. And it's like, you hear that passion that you have for it. And I wanted to do, I started doing donations. I knew this was one that I was going to do anyways, because I started donating monthly. This year we kind of took it off. I've been busy, but this is after last year's, because it was literally the day. And it's like, it was talking to you last year at this time where you were like, oh yeah, it was November 4th was the anniversary of your uncle. And it's like, I'm like, and we were November 4th. I was like, how do we not continue to do this? But you've just brought so much awareness to it. And like you said, the mental health aspect of it. And you, through the years, have been so open about, you've had issues and you've been talking about it. It's like, I remember this was before I was podcasting, and you would be like, you were on Twitch, you were doing this, you were doing that, and you had to step away for a little bit. And it's like, you came back and you talked about it, and you were open. And it's like, everything that you've said, you're not only like doing Movember to raise the money, but you're also like throughout the year, you're talking about your stuff, like, so people know, like, yeah, you're not the only one if you're going through this, or you know, in experience in life. And I said to Todd the other night when we were doing the pre-show, I'm like, men are just why this is so important. And you've mentioned it. So I took the line right from you. It's like, most of us are just stubborn men that are like, we don't need anything. We're just like, we're too tough for that. And it's like, no, you're not. It's like, and it's like, so bringing such awareness to that. And that's the idea of the, the Movember, the mustache, get people to ask you the question, like, why are you doing that? It's like,
right. And so it's, we have a new head of school, and he was asking me, he said, what's with I did this my wife and I were Bob and Linda from Bob's Burgers for Halloween. So it was easy. Like, I just kept the mustache and just threw a wig on and an apron and whatever. But, I saw him yesterday, and he's like, oh, you're keeping it. And I kind of explained to him, no, I do this, and this is why, because this is the conversation starter when people are like, what's with your face? Because I usually have a full beard, and, but yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Like, that's like the conversation starter. And to your point too, I think it's important for anybody, young people or old people in our lives who have known us forever, to kind of, we owe it to them to, and I think I'm stealing a line. It's my turn to steal a line from somebody else who said it to me. Like, there's strength and vulnerability. Like, if you can allow yourself to be vulnerable in front of other people, that's strength. You know, strength isn't saying you're okay all the time. Strength isn't saying that, you know, I don't feel pain. I don't feel anxiety. I don't feel stress. And to be honest, like, when I first started doing Dork and people started to like kind of come at me on Twitter, I had no idea how to deal with that. I had no idea. We start doing these live shows. This means shit. I mean, shoot, this is like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't expect anybody to show up.
Yeah.
And like the very first time we did it,
I was there.
You were there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, you might've seen me looking like a deer in headlights. I had no idea that many people were going to show up. And then someone asked me to sign something.
Yeah.
Like my autograph. Like that was so beyond me. And it still is to this day. Like, that's never happened again. But I didn't know how to deal with it. And so like when I'm doing a Movember stream on Twitch and there's like, 500 people and, people are like giving me a hard time or like, making fun of me. Like, I didn't know how to deal with that.
Right.
And it's just like, it stressed me out. And like, there was an expectation that I put on myself that like, this was like, podcasting some days, like you have to kind of, all right, this is our time. We have to do this. You kind of have to like will yourself to be like, okay, I got to do this.
Put on my wife and I call it putting on your makeup. Like,
exactly.
Because you got to put on that makeup and be like, because we got that from my daughter, who's a dancer, Sophia, who's watching in the chat. She's a dancer. And like, you overdo the makeup because the people are so far away, right? So like that way they can tell you that the girls are wearing makeup, right? So that's where we got the line from. It was like, go downstairs. And I was doing this by myself. And it's like, you're not in the mood, but I knew I had to do a show. So it's like, go put your makeup on and like just be overexcited. And then people would be like, oh, okay. And when it comes through on the show, it doesn't come through flat.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are times when you're about to hit go, like on, you hit the link or you hit, I'm in the back, and there's moments where you have to do like okay, like, all right, like breathe it out, just do it, and those days exist. I'm sorry to break that wall down for anybody who thinks that it's just like easy every single time.
Yeah, no,
it's not.
Oh, David, you and me have a lot in common.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
I mean, DJ is the only one I think that really knows a lot of my story. So I was a first responder to Club Pulse shooting that happened in Orlando.
My God.
And
I'm sorry.
I got pulled left and right. Did so many documentaries, so many interviews because of I did my job. I saved this one guy's life.
Mm-hmm.
But the ties to Boston and Orlando was your Boston Marathon bombing. And the Orlando shooter gave praises to those two individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So I know what you're coming through when you mention, about all these people, attacking you or just, keyboard warriors.
Right.
So it was challenging for me to finally come out to my department and say, hey, I need help because I got hit with PTSD, like to the ultimate. And because I did that, I got terminated because it wasn't until after all the court hearings and all the media attention about me, then it was, oh, it's okay not to be okay. Remember that slogan?
Right.
It's okay not to be okay. Well, it wasn't that slogan back then.
No.
Right.
I became this poster child for that. And it's like, wait a minute, where was that before when I admitted I need help? Because back then it was military and police like, oh, you guys are gun ho, you guys better suck it up, man up.
Oh yeah.
But I knew, I knew something wasn't right. And I went that weak route per se. And I got ridiculed for it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you lose your job, you do this and this and this. But mental health is such a big, I'm a big believer in it because of what I went through. There were many years of dark days. June 12th it's my anniversary of Pulse. So I hear what you're saying in reference to, November. Just last year, I lost my brother and my nephew in Chicago. And so November also kind of hits hard for me too. So it's the roller coaster,
That's right.
It's the makeup. You got to put that makeup so everybody thinks you're fine. But then how long do you keep pushing that?
Yeah.
It's rough. And
like you said, happening to the skin underneath, like what's happening to you. You put on all that makeup and like it's ruining your actual skin, right?
Oh my God.
Which is the even but yeah, my dad, I looked at the thing on my door. My dad, I remember used to say, be a Bruin. Like that was his thing. Like the big bad Bruins, and Bob's like, be a Bruin. Mom, come on, like get up. And Omar, thank you so much, for sharing that. And I can't imagine, I've had some days, but I haven't had any days like that. And for you to be
one that really got me is social media. That's why I had to get off social media because what was it? John speakers said, "Hey, I haven't seen you in a while." And that's how they were communicating with me, social media. And it's like I had to just shut it down because DJ knows I had my Twitter account. I would do these dad jokes and just random dad jokes.
That's awesome.
So I felt the love that way, but I had to get off because that's how they were ridiculing and always wanting to get a hold of me and so forth. And the one that really hit the most, and that's when I really had to stop, was, oh, it's funny how the shooter's name was Omar and the officer was named Omar. Oh, where's the coincidence in that? And it's like, oh, people, you guys are there's something else. But there's that social media that people can do and say whatever they want, and they think it's okay. But in reality, you have to literally block that off. But how challenging is that? That's the challenging part.
Absolutely.
And people are like, but you're a police officer. You're supposed to man up. Okay, but it's a uniform. This uniform ain't tattooed on me. I take this off and try to live a life. But how do you do that? How do you come home from that scene? How did these individuals from Boston come home from that scene and think it was okay? I've watched The Patriot with Mark Wahlberg, like that movie, like 1,000 times. I met Celeste. That's the lady who lost her both legs in that bombing, and
we had Roseanne on. I asked you about Roseanne.
Yeah,
friend
Roseanne
of our
too.
family. She lost a leg in that, and it's like she was on this in April for the 10th anniversary, and it was last year. We donated to the other woman that lost her leg, and then she's now doing like her. What we donated to was like they make the prosthetics for people that can't afford it. So, but like Roseanne goes around and speaks. As I was wondering if she had come down to you guys, because that's what she does. Is she's a motivational speaker now, and it's it's amazing what comes out of this, and people that are like resilient like yourself, Omar, and it's like what you do with it after the fact, and like to what what Davey said there is like that showing the strength with the weakness, and it you were terminated for it, but you probably paved the way for a lot of other people to be able to actually endure now and show the weakness and have the experience and be able to, and keep their job. Unfortunately, you lost yours, but because you stepped up and were strong, it's like you paved the way. So
yeah, that's one good thing that did come out of it, that now here in the state of Florida, because of what happened in Pulse and what happened to me, that workman comp now covers PTSD and mental health. It didn't cover back then. So if you had issues, you had to seek treatment elsewhere. But now because of that, it would have been great to be grandfathered in, but obviously it didn't happen. But at least I know going forward, every officer that goes to these scenes and they just don't know how to deal with, they have that opportunity, they have that opening to be able to go speak to someone regarding that, because it's a pressure cooker. Dave, it's a pressure cooker. If you don't talk about it, it's eventually going to explode. So I was that person. I would go around the country and do motivational speaking in reference to what I experienced and so forth. But that also started taking a toll, because now I just kept talking about it and talking about it over and over and over. And it's like I was never able to just let it be, let it just die down and simmer down. But keep in mind, sometimes it's great and it feels good, and you have to talk about it. When you feel it building up, you got to let it release. And by me shutting down my social media, I was like, okay, this is my way of shutting it down. But it does feel good, because you don't know who you speak to that might capture something and be like, you saved that individual, because you just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about, going to Pulse and saves, literally saving somebody's life. Oh, my light just went off. But I'd like to think, I know you would never, take credit for anything like this, but like, how many people have you saved, with this new program, with PTSD being covered, with mental health being an issue in Florida now? Like, you got a hand in that, and I want you to like take a minute and just like, appreciate the fact that like, yes, you saved someone's life, and the impetus of, that was the impetus of
Yep.
this whole thing, but like dozens, hundreds, maybe people on that police force now have access to that, which you didn't
Yeah.
because of you.
Yeah.
And like that.
Yeah.
So thank you,
Yeah.
for that.
I appreciate it. And that's why I went into home theater and movies. My love for movies, because I can just hide myself, be in my own little room and be in my own little thing of, this is my zen, this is my safe place, being home. Because man, I tell you what, I hated going out into the world. I was fine at home. And that's why I invested time and money into my home theater, because I knew I wanted to stay in there. That was my peace. And like I said, watching Youth Man and watching Shane movies, and then finding DJ and him starting his journey, it was like, you know what, the way DJ does it is so much detail, so much love, and just seeing everybody coming in because of the love for the movies. I don't think DJ's ever been the individual who like cold-heartedly promotes, stuff, equipment, product, or whatnot like that, unless he really believes in it because he used it, So yeah, we do shout out to SVS and so forth, and it's because they just have great freaking product. It's just,
Yeah, and I
that's
have
just the yeah, I have it too. So it's the main reason, but it's a small little world. It's just, you just got to find the right people to hang out with and communicate. And like, DJ, I heard that you're going through some things regarding the house and so forth, and it's like, but at the end you made an amazing point. You mentioned, you're losing one of your houses, but when I first heard it, I was like, oh my god, he's losing the brand new one he's building. And then just listening to your podcast, I forgot who you're talking to, and you kind of explained it to him. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it, but it still hurts. It stings, but he helped you find the bright side of, yes, this is happening, but you also have this. So it was great to hear that, and I wish you weren't going through this, but at least it's going to be a bright side at the end, because you guys are going to have your home. You guys worked hard for it. I love watching your pictures when you would post on the Patreon page, and it's like I can see your progress, and I can see how much dedication you were actually doing to your home theater, your house, and everything. It's like, that is why, DJ, so many people like following you, like listening to you, because they literally wish they were you, starting from scratch, and taking your goals and visions and making it happen, because everybody wants to do it. Some people just can't afford it. Some people are happy with a 2-channel, some people are happy with a sound bar, but the experience of knowing that this is out there and you're pushing them, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to save 6 months, and I want to buy that speaker one day, and I want to buy this, and I want to buy that, because that's literally how I did it. It's just, over time you hear people talk about certain products, and you're like, oh my god, it's because he has it. And it's just a great team to be on, a great family to be on. That's why I can listen to you guys all day chit chatting. We get Steve on, and it's just a whole different atmosphere. So I really appreciate you guys, and that's why I when you sent me the text, I'm like, absolutely, because I haven't talked to you in a while, because I know you've been busy and so forth. But anytime I can come on and chat a little bit, it helps me out mentally, and I'm sure we can always shoot the shit, like they say. But
yeah, absolutely. That's the idea. Is like when I did the Takeover Tuesdays, and you've been on, Omar, and we talked. We did we recorded over 2 hours easily, and then we probably talked 2 hours afterwards, privately and stuff. But that's the idea. It was like, we're more than our home theaters, and talking about this stuff. That's why I think this fits. And Davey, and your Movember thing, talking about saving lives and ideas. And I mean, think about this. It's like, you're talking to Omar right now, and people are getting exposed to this and what Omar's done and what people have been through because of your Movember, right?
Yeah.
It's like we're not doing this if it wasn't for your Movember. I'm probably at a bar somewhere. I know exactly what I'm doing right now.
I know what bar you'd be at too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But that's the thing. It's like, so for all of your efforts, how many lives have you saved? How many, that dumb mustache? It's like, what is it doing? Yeah, it's like, and I'm not saying on you. I'm like, mine's gonna be dumb.
Oh
it's
no,
like,
it's brutal. Yeah,
yeah. It's like people laugh at it, but that's the point. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, that's the point. Thanks for asking.
Yeah,
and
let's
then,
have a conversation.
Go on from there. Exactly. Exactly. So,
yeah.
I mean, how could I, at the end of last year's, I was like, how can we not do this every year and turn this 25 hours into this? And, because of you.
No. Yeah. Well, thank you. And, both of you, thank you so much for, kind of letting me, as my time's winding down and I'm making way for, that other idiot to come on here.
Yeah. You're going to do a crossover with him for God's
sake.
Yeah. Or are you sick of each other?
Oh God, no. I mean, there have been times in our younger days where, man, I probably should have punched him out and I didn't.
Oh my God. Yeah.
If you've been friends long enough, there are days where I'm just like, not in the past, 20 years, but there were days when we were living together where I was like, dude, like,
oh my God,
you gotta get away from me, like right
That's
now.
John and I.
Yeah.
John, did you guys ever fight? Now, I've told this on the show before. John's not here. If he's listening, he can pop in. But did you guys ever fight like over the show? Like behind the scenes, like you didn't want to talk about something, or you said something wrong in the show and then got angry with each other afterwards?
No. And like you said, the thing that I have kind of going for me is that Rich is one of my oldest friends, but he is like a professional radio podcast person.
Right.
So what he can do, which I will never be able to do, is like compartmentalize those types of things. So like, he can kind of like put it away. Like if I say something stupid or like, I really wasn't on my game, like there's like it's kind of hard to explain, but like you've probably felt this yourself doing things like this. Like he kind of instinctively like picks up the slack.
Yeah.
And like, and so it's what he does every single day. Like I remember listening to him when he was on like the later show, just him. It's like, dude, how do you talk for 4 hours by yourself?
Yeah.
Like, how do you have a conversation with yourself for 4 hours? I don't like if you did, how long could you go? If this was the 25-hour podcast, like how long could you go just talking to yourself?
Me?
Like, yeah.
Quite a while. Rich Keith
Hello.
joined us here.
Just talking about you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My ears were ringing. Of course.
So we were talking about like, have you ever, and maybe you can answer this question better than I can. Have you ever been like mad at me at like the end of a podcast?
No.
So
not once.
That's John and I. When we started, we weren't neither of us are professionals. Neither of us knew what we were doing. And we would say stuff and we were like, not just talking over each other, not that part, but literally calling each other out on stuff, but not meaning to. We had one night, we hung up on each other. Luckily, it was just recording, right? This isn't live or anything. We were just doing audio only, recording our We fought. So we hung up and it was like 4 a.m. My phone rings and we were like two schoolgirls. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
No, it's funny because there's even in like the radio world, like there's people that you can do a show with, you can get into a heated argument with, and you're like, oh, this might be interesting to the listener. They might actually enjoy this. And then you go to commercial, and some of those people are still mad. And you're like, what? And then a lot of people, including the person I work with now, Adam Jones, and the person I podcast with now, Davey, like, it's fine. You disagree on a football take, or you disagree on a movie take, like it's fine. And the thing I always think of
preferred.
It's probably preferred. You don't want to agree on everything. We still get emails, and we really haven't in the history of the podcast really felt strongly on either ends of movies. We actually, and we never talk about it beforehand, and we do our spoiler-free part. And then I asked Davey, when I asked Davey what his score is, I haven't asked him yet. So that's the first time I hear what his score is for a movie. Yeah. And we're within like one stone almost all the time. And then the few times that we haven't been, we still get emails being like, "Man, that was a great episode. Hey, when you guys disagreed, that was great." Because I think people like hearing the two sides.
Yeah. The times I can think about it. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes.
Jurassic World.
Yes.
And
Kingdom?
Sweet Dino action.
Was it Fallen Kingdom or was it the first Jurassic World?
It was Fallen Kingdom. It was the third of like the newer ones.
And then like kind of the Scream movies, but even you kind of give in and are like, yeah, they're not bad. But because I love the Scream movies, but
you love them so much. I don't get like why you love them so much. It's not that they're not good.
They're great.
Yeah. We ran into you guys at I think Connecticut Comic-Con or something. My son and I ran, and it was right after that Jurassic Park
World thing.
And
you guys were all over me. I remember that.
Yeah. No, I wasn't all over you. The only thing I said was, were you in a bad mood when you went in?
And I think I said I'm always in a bad mood.
Yeah, exactly. I think I was. But you did have, that's the one with the dumb waiter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you got me on that one. You're like, this high security building has a dumb waiter with a little kid in it going up and down. Like, I was like, all right, you got me there. All right. But it's like, when you're pointing stuff out like that, it's like, all right.
Dude, that was actually that was super cool because you and your son were both wearing dork sweatshirts.
Yes.
And so we walk down like one row and then we see people wearing our podcast sweatshirts and I was like, that's pretty sweet. Like that's a good sign. I'm like, all right.
And DJ, we've known each other long enough now, and what we were just talking about before Rich got on, like that threw me for a loop. The fact that like someone bought that swatshirt at that time. That was
good.
Shoot.
We found him. We found the guy. We found the guy.
Right. There's two of them, and they each got one. What?
Yeah, they're standing right in front of us. No, that was one of the first times where I was like,
cool.
Wow, like people actually listen to this.
Rich, do you remember when I introduced myself at the live show? What I said
at Idle Hands? Yeah, dude, I remember you said you were thinking of starting a podcast.
Yeah, and how did I recognize myself? Like you knew me on the show, on your show, because I was the only one. I walked up to you and I go, "I'm the pillow guy." You're like, "Oh my
I remember
god!"
hearing that story.
I forget if we were. Did we just talk about it or did we show it? I forget if we were streaming.
We showed it.
Were we streaming the episodes then? Okay, yes, because you had the.
I sent you pictures.
The amazing home theater, and we're like, look at this, tying the room together. The hashtag dork pillow, fantastic.
We didn't do this till way later, but that might have planted the seed for should I have bought this? That segment.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
A theater. Yeah.
No, the pillows.
The pillow.
The pillows.
The pillows.
Yeah. I have the
theater.
pillows.
Yes, you should have.
The back of my theater, I got like 3 dork pillows. I've got a Mac and Goo. I have a boxer's pillow.
Oh, that's a keepsake.
That's awesome. That's a keeper.
They're not making any more of those. You want to hold on to that one?
No, they might still be available on TeePublic, but
it's probably
it's like, and of course, that's where you can go to get Brightside stuff now too. As soon as I got going, I'm like, and I got my pillows, and which are great sound absorption, by the way.
Yeah,
what a plug.
Yeah. There you go. It's like, a little bit of professionalism in me. Yeah, right.
Well, gentlemen, I gotta get off because I don't want to take off more of your time. DJ, it was a pleasure. Davey, great meeting you.
Omar, thank you.
I definitely got to follow you. Yeah, definitely. DJ's got my contact information. Just feel free to reach out. I definitely will start listening to your podcast. I know DJ you always talk about you guys, but it's like, okay, DJ talks for 3 hours. How long do these guys talk for?
Oh, just under an hour.
Under an hour.
But they're doing twice a week now. You're getting 2 hours of content.
Doing 2 40-minute bad boys probably a week. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going to subscribe. So I appreciate you guys. You all be blessed.
It's great to meet you.
You guys have a great time. Likewise.
Later,
Take care, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right. Let's see.
Dude, I'll tell you what, DJ, you do not sound like you have been on for 15 hours or whatever it is. That's insane.
Yeah. It's fun. It
is fun, dude. It's an awesome idea. I honestly, even me who talks for a living, I don't know if my voice could take it. There's been days where like I don't have a co-host and have to do like multiple hours solo, and like the next day.
But you're not solo. It's just like this. You have callers.
Right? Well, that's yeah, but 25 consecutive hours like that's next level.
And I don't have a commercial break.
No, you just ride this thing out.
Yeah.
Is there any like training regimen that you do prior to this? Like, is there like you like keep yourself up for like a day or so just to see if you can do it? Is there like a training
Now,
thing you put yourself through?
Actually, you get what I do is I get my sleep pattern down. Like this week, I started getting up earlier in the morning because I've been up late at night, and then I'll sleep in a little bit. But now I'm like, all right, the last few days I'll be like hour earlier, so that I get that part. And just really, no, it's just it's not. If I had to do this every day, Rich, you're putting it in the perspective of that's your job.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Oh, you do it once a year as a something to look
and
forward to. Yeah.
It's a kick, right? It's like, it started as a dare. Todd's like, do you think you could talk for 24 hours? I'm like, yeah.
Yes, I
right.
can.
And it's like, it's even when I was at your house and we're putting your theater together, you're like, how do you talk that long? Like by yourself.
Oh, yeah,
at the
'cause you were
time,
doing a lot. Yeah, you were doing solo stuff then. Yeah.
and they were hour-long shows, and I was like Omar saying, like all I was doing was talking timestamps. And he's like, and like you were like, how do you do that? Like, and it's like, and I told you some editing tricks. I was like, I'm not really doing it. I mean, I do talk that long, but I'd talk for like 2.5 hours, and then I cut out the little gaps in there to make it sound a little smoother. But yeah, I mean, I could do this with, by the chat or whatever, because it's all of you guys, and it's like the next guest is you're like, oh my God, I can't wait for these guys to come on. And, get Ryan's coming, you're looking, all right, Ryan's coming up next, then Rich, and then this. And it's like,
that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
so
fun.
I don't know if the two of us could do it. I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't think we could do it.
Well, that's what you were saying on your show this week when you were my son's like, you got a huge plug at the end of Dork this week.
Yeah, dude, we're talking about. I think it's awesome, dude. I think it really is, and I did think about it, and I'm like, obviously, not to take the idea, but just thinking like if we could do it, we have a cast of idiots that we talk to on our podcast that we could bring in, but to stretch it out over that time,
DSG.
I think Davey would be cranky. Davey would be too cranky.
I would be so salty after like 8 hours. I'd be like.
He'd be he'd just stare blankly into like the wall. They're like, we're lost them.
Fair contest. Me and you go.
No, but what you wouldn't honestly, I don't know you as well, Davey, but I feel like you'd start that way because you'd had so long to go, and then by the end you would legitimately be cranky because you're tired. It'd be same all the way through.
Oh yeah,
you'd be like, I got 25 hours to go.
So yeah, I think where I would get stuck is like we would have all these guests on, like you said, but then like when do guests want to come on? Like it's not 3 o'clock in the morning.
Nope.
I tell you that.
Yeah.
So and you're right, and so DJ has guys all over the world that join his show. Right. We used to have a buddy in California, but he has since moved. I was gonna say you need to find people in different time zones to fill those hours.
Yeah.
But
and that's what I did. And that's what I did. Like my entire Sunday morning is people over in England or in Europe, and it's like they come on at 3 a.m, and we get, and my buddy Brett, he's in California, he's the one that fell off the couch from drinking.
Nice.
Last year. He like literally just fell off the couch. You go to watch the last video of last year, and it's like he's just in there, but he was fading the whole time. He had started early. He'll be on later today too. And he was drinking, and then he's sitting on his couch, and you see him just start to do this.
He's leaning in.
Yeah, but that tip was like over an hour and a half, and then he's like sideways on the couch watching us, and he just fell off the couch.
What I love about it is it's just something that people can flip to and listen to chunks of throughout the day. Then they go and do their day. They go run their errands. They come back, still on. They go, they like mow the lawn, come back, still on.
Yeah,
like the whole thing, put the kids to bed, come back, still on. Like that part of it, I think is awesome. I remember, was it Al Roker did like a 24-hour weather special? It was like some random, this was years ago. It was probably 10 years ago. And he was just like giving out the weather nonstop. And I have no interest in him or generally the weather. I like to be inside. And so he was on. I'd still check it out. I'm like, what's he doing? He's been up there for 12 hours. Oh, he's 20 hours in talking about the wind. I was like, it's fun. I think it's a good time.
About the wind on top of Mount Washington.
Yeah.
Storm chasing this guy. It's great.
I gotta ask you guys,
how does the new Twister movie sound in the theater?
Twisters.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I bet it was made for it.
It is really. We talked about it earlier today. We talked about it on the show a while ago. Twisters sounds amazing, but the new 4K with Atmos of the original blows it away. No pun intended.
Really?
It's amazing.
Was that not the first mass-produced DVD too? Was Twister? I believe it was.
I do believe, yeah, I believe you're right. That was the first one that like everybody like this is it. DVD's out and Twister. But they it's a completely new audio track. It's not like they took the old audio track and upmixed it or anything like that. They revamped the entire audio track. And it's one of those movies that we've all been waiting for Atmos and home theater. We're like, oh, this is what it needs, to the point that I used to say, like, it doesn't really matter because it's just a lot of noise going anywhere. It's a tornado. Who cares? It's just noise all over your room. How accurate does it have to be?
Yeah.
The new disc with the Atmos, beautiful Atmos track. I mean, you're like the clarity, the cow, and it's like the cow goes around your room. It's just we're all just raving about it. It actually makes the new movie. You're like, that one sounds kind of flat compared to this one, the older movie. It's that good. It's that good.
That's good.
So, but I want to ask you guys. I've been dying. I love that you're crossing over. When you said it on the show this week, like, oh, maybe we'll bookend each other. I'm like, yes, I got to get you together. Joker Part 2.
Oh, Jesus.
Horrible.
You guys hated it.
It's the worst movie of the year. I hated it more than Davey. I hated it.
I know.
So much. And I actually liked the first one, and now I don't think that I did. I feel like this movie was so bad. I'm like, maybe I thought too highly of the first one, and I've now reduced my dork score for that one as well. No, this was like awful.
It's like when you date a woman and then you meet her mother and you're like, is that what you're going to look like? And then you think she's not as pretty anymore because her mom's that ugly. Like that's where I am with it too.
Oh, destroyed.
Like, do I think you're good looking? Because if you're going to look like that,
this
then I'm
movie
not
made you question your own credibility.
Oh God.
The whole thing was so bad. It's not because of the music. Somebody's like, oh, you didn't like the musical. I don't care. Like, if it's good, I'll watch it. It's got nothing to do with that. They weren't super memorable. They destroy two great comic book characters. 3, actually, Davey, right? 3.
Yes.
Joker and Harley Quinn, a little bit of Harvey Dent. But man, I couldn't believe how bad it was. It was such a hard watch. And in a way, I'm glad that we did watch it, because otherwise we would have been like, oh, Madam Web's the worst movie of the year. Madam Web's the worst. No, it's not. It is not.
I know, you said that. You're like, that's actually pretty good. I like Madam Web better now.
Oh, Madam Web. But yeah, I mean, what got me, with this whole movie too, the Todd Phillips coming out after the fact, like, well, he wasn't the real Joker.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Like, well, why'd you call the movie Joker? You called movie Joker and Joker Folie à Deux. Like, you called the movie that. You can't just say that he wasn't the real Joker anymore.
No take backs. This was Joker. Did you? No, so DJ, what did you think of Joker 2?
I love it. I mean, it's not the greatest movie ever, but after listening to you guys, yeah, exactly. After listening to you guys, and a lot of people, most people agree with you guys, right? It's like the opinions on this movie were just so bad. It was just so awful that I went into it. I bought it day one on the Kaleidoscape. And that, when I say day one for you guys, it's like when it's in the theaters, I can buy it. And then when it gets downloaded, when it's available, I get it, right? So I bought it before I knew anything. I got it. I knew I wanted to see it. I watched it. I'm coming in with your perspective because I listened to your entire show. It's Joker. How many spoilers can there be? Right. And like you said, it's literally the first movie just kind of made over a little bit. Expansion of the story.
Form. Yeah, it's the first movie, but now he's caught. Now he's actually not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. So I came into it with that perspective, and I think that might have actually helped me enjoy it because I came in so low. But then I saw some things, and I want to ask you guys, did you notice like the variable aspect ratio to the movie, which it's a huge part. So there are parts of the movie that like, as you guys know in the movie, some of it's imagination and some of it is reality. And having that dialed in for you with the variable aspect ratio, they open up the screen for the imagination, they closed it down for the reality. And seeing that, it was so clear to me. I'm like, this is really good. I was like, I liked, this is all imagination. This is this and this and that. And it kind of drew me into the movie. And I'm like wondering, maybe if you see it in the theaters, they don't run it that way. It's like it didn't play as well.
Yeah, maybe. I'll be honest. Changing the size of the screen is not going to help me enjoy this movie. I understand what you're doing. It might be a better shot film, I guess, if you want to put it that way, or you can give.
Well, it's part of the story.
Credit. Yeah, it's part of the story. But like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, a good amount of the movie was going to be in his head because he was in prison and on trial for like the whole movie. So like, there wasn't any place for him to go and do things until the very end, I suppose. But yeah, so I'm not surprised that there was stuff like that. So yeah, like that part might look cool. I can't believe the stuff in the choices they made with Harley Quinn. Like I think that's inexcusable. And then the Joker stuff just got really, really kind of played out.
And for me, like I think, thinking about the aspect ratio, yes, it is a creative choice, but also do you think part of it is like, well, we don't want to shoot the whole thing in IMAX and blow our budget, so we're just going to shoot some scenes in IMAX and that'll change the aspect ratio a little bit?
Yeah, no, it wasn't like they shot it in IMAX. They didn't do a Christopher Nolan where he literally used the expensive cameras, shot in IMAX and did that. No, this is more like it was a story choice. Like they want you to know like this is his imagination, and I'll bet you there were some scenes that you might not have known were his imagination as opposed to what were reality without that switch there. And that's what I was seeing, and it was like, oh, okay, like you guys have seen the movie, but you know the part where he turns around and he looks and he's in the courtroom. It's a very subtle thing, and it seems like without the aspect change, it seems like it's all that's normal. Like that's a part of the movie, but it's not. It's like he gradually, excuse me, goes into his imagination. And there's stuff like that some of those choices that you thought about the characters you might have realized maybe that is his imagination. It's not the character. It's not this. And for me, that's what I found enjoyable with it. And and I don't get hung up on like, well, it's not true to the character, because the Joker really, like when they announced the first Joker movie, like John and I think you guys were too, were like, there's no Joker origin story. What are we doing here? You can't make this movie. But then the movie came out and you were like, oh, it's not an origin story. It was actually a decent movie that you were like, so we were pleasantly surprised then too.
Yeah, I think so. And but like I've said before too, I think one of the greatest things is like how opposite, Batman and the Joker are. Like, and I think I said this one talking about the first Joker movie, like Batman's origin story is so well defined. It never changes. It's always the same. The only thing that changes is who did it. But like, he's at the theater, both his parents are in an alley, they get murdered, right? Everyone knows that story. And then like what we talked about with like the Dark Knight with Heath Ledger talking about like, how I got these scars, and he tells a different story every single time. Like that, he has no origin story. Like there is no real, like you will never know what the real one is.
I mean, the killing joke, I think, does a pretty good job if you want an origin story, like allowing Alan Moore to sort of come up with one. It's sort of what he is and how he got that. But if you want to go in a different direction, I guess I'm okay with that. I did think it was foolish, though, because it's something that Davey and I talk about all the time, is that I like it where Gotham is a crime city and then Batman shows up trying to stop the crime, and then a bunch of criminals see Batman and it inspires them to step out and wear outfits, have names, and be crazy. So the fact that Joker in the first movie meets like a really young Bruce Wayne, so there's no Batman in the city and you already have this crazy Joker character, like I don't love that. I didn't,
but not really. But he's not the Joker.
Well, right,
exactly. We could talk. We haven't gotten into spoilers, but if you wanted to go the 2 movie arc or whatever, I could say, well, it's not really. He's not that way. But yeah, I know what you're saying, and it's just a different take, and it's like and that's why like, I was expecting not to like it, and I was pleasantly surprised that I actually really liked it. And I probably owe it to you guys because you set the bar so low.
Yeah. You're right. You should thank us.
No, because just don't go outside of here. Don't go like outside and tell anybody that. Just keep that here.
Yeah.
But I did like the one thing that someone said. I read after the fact was like they make mention in the movie once that he only had one visitor his entire time in prison. and you realize it was probably Puddles.
Yeah.
The guy like, and they don't say it was him, but you probably realize it was him.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like Puddles. Puddles was good.
He was good. That was a good scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was. You forget about him, and actually, when that came on, I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that for the first movie." And that it's pretty cool that they made that such a poignant part of this one. It's like him and the name Puddles, which he literally turned into.
He goes, "That's your real name?" Like I thought that was
Come on,
that's tough. Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's like, I mean, we can agree to disagree. I'll yell at my radio in my car all the time.
That's what makes us great.
That's also I expect nothing less from the bright side. You know, you take the worst movie of the year, you shine it up, and there you go. People will enjoy
What was it last time?
What was the worst movie of the year last time?
No, what did you say you liked last time? And it was something it was last year
Oh
we
my
were doing
God.
this, and you're like,
yes.
You were like, it's actually good in terms of like home theater. It's not a good movie, but it's actually maybe.
Is it Morbius? I liked that one. There've been a few.
Oh man, what was it? You're right. We were definitely talking about a movie from last year. Let me see.
You were like, from a home theater perspective, it's actually fantastic, but the story itself is garbage. I forget which movie it was.
Yeah.
Have you seen any movies like that this year, DJ?
Oh my God. It's like most of my life.
I know, but like, what's the one that stands out that like this sound editing and picture are fantastic, but man, is this movie terrible.
Year? I can't think of one from this year from the year I can't think of, but like I just mentioned it the other day, like Green Lantern. I like the Green Lantern movie. And Ryan's like, gotta go.
No, I do have to go. That's
I know. No, but yeah, it's like I like movies like that. Like I have fun with it.
I was looking at my list, so like some of the movies that weren't great but were probably like decent, and I saw them in the theater would be like Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, and like Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire.
Yeah.
A lot of Empire.
Sitting here, that's probably solid, but like they're not great movies.
Yeah. It's that you I actually kind of agree with you guys on that one. The not Ghostbusters, the Godzilla one. That didn't that movie, the movie itself didn't really wow me, but it is a great home theater experience.
Yep.
-1 was great.
Yes.
Yeah. All-time movie.
Yeah. I can't wait to get that on physical media. But but yeah. Oh, I know, Davey, you gotta get going. So.
Yeah, I got dorm duty tonight. I gotta make sure the kids aren't killing Lord of the Flies out there tonight.
Good luck.
All right. Well, DJ, again, thank you so much for like having me on and helping me spread the word. And thanks for listening for so long and keeping us in business. So thank you very much.
We're gonna be running this all month, and I'm sending people directly to you, to do donations, or if they're doing it through me. But we've got multiple giveaways that we're doing throughout the month. And it's like $10 for an entry. It's free. And then every $10, you get another entry for these remotes that we're doing. And we also have an SVS subwoofer, SB1000 that we're doing. So people can enter throughout the month. So hopefully we're going to raise a lot of money, and we'll add it to we'll get over, what'd you do? 5,000 last year.
5,000 last year. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully this year we'll get you way over that. But but yeah, we'll be doing it all month.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and then you guys enjoy. I gotta go.
All right, later, dude.
All right, later, buddy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Bye. All right, we're finally alone.
Finally showed up. There's 4 people. I'm like, why is it supposed to just be me?
Yeah,
everybody else. No, this is great.
There you go.
Finally, I get the stage to myself.
You got congratulations on your own show. Wah, wah. I remember that. Yeah. By the way, congratulations on getting off of your own show.
I know the new show. I know it's great to be back on during the day. I appreciate that.
Now I got nothing to listen to at night on my way to hockey or something. But I was like,
there's different podcasts, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been doing. But you and Adam during the day now, it's like I have an alarm on my watch. 10 o'clock. Gotta go to EI. Listening to I don't know if you saw my text the other day when I'm like, your show's great. It's like you were literally talking about that on the show, like when friends and people like compliment you and what were you talking about? You were saying like people
so what happened was a guy on the Patriots, he took a text conversation that he had with like a friend of his that was saying like how great he is and like how like, hey, you're going through tough times right now because he's like not playing a lot and he's like, you're sticking with it. And he screenshotted the text exchange and put it on his Instagram story. And so I was saying to Jones, I'm like, that's the equivalent of us being like, a friend of ours says like, hey, you have a good show. And then us tweeting it out and be like, see, we have a good show. Our friend said so.
Yeah,
that's
so
really
that
funny.
I grabbed my phone and I'm like, I gotta say it because I gotta figure. And like, we're not friends. I mean, we know through the show and stuff, but it's like I gotta figure. Like all these people listen to you, like you got a great show, you got a great show, you got a great show. Like blowing up your phone. Like, shut up.
Proof. There's proof right here. People are texting me. Yeah, it's great.
It's so great. But yeah, it's like listen. And I told you a while ago. I think I might have even said it here on the show, but I know I said it private. Like you and I couldn't listen to Adam Jones. He was just so negative. And when you were on with him in 98.5, the balance, I was listening for your sarcasm, your it was just so, it's so good. It's so entertaining, but Adam was just so negative. He's not that way anymore. People, and I hear it on your show, people like, who's this new Adam Jones?
I know we get a lot of texts and like interaction because the show's on Twitch and YouTube as well during the day. So we see like comments kind of flowing in, and for the most part, they've been positive, and people seem to like whether they remember us working together before or not, they seem to be enjoying it. So, like, knock on wood, it continues to grow, but we're having a good time.
Yeah, it's great. I love listening to it, and it's like it's really got me back. You going alone at night, I mean, it stunk for you, but I mean, it was good for me. It gave me something to listen to. I'd gone away from sports radio for a long time. I went to podcasts. I mean, obviously yours, but it's the negativity around here in Boston on the radio and stuff. It's so repetitive and people bashing when they were so good. It's just like, all right, I'm just tired of this.
I know.
Yeah. And I just got away from it. And now you with Adam back, it's like, I'm loving it.
Oh, good. Blast. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And even listening to you guys talk about as bad as the Patriots are, it's a blast. You guys make it so funny.
Trying to have fun with it. And then doing like, we've embraced doing a bunch of non-sport stuff too, just to sort of, because to your point, it's this, if you do listen all day long, even like either station, it's a lot of the same stuff. So it's like, all right, how can we be a little bit different so people aren't just like numb to the same 2-3 talking points? So no, I appreciate that. That's good.
Yeah, you do the not the Keith. What are you? Keith's Keys is hysterical.
Keith's Keys. Yeah. Just nonsense.
No Derek on the team. There's that one. But it's what was the other thing that you did? There was that's what I want to say. The guy from the Patriots, Christian, the first time you interviewed him and he was like,
Gonzalez. Oh my God.
He was like dead. What is that like? It's just me and you talking. What is that like in the studio? Are you guys like?
Yes. Yeah. We're like looking at each other like, come on. We're like, come on, man. Like, you got to give us something. Like, you're the interview, you're the guest on the show. We're asking you questions. And the problem with, and you know what's funny is like, as the season has gone on, some of the other guys started out that way, and now they're showing more personality. Maybe they're just more comfortable or whatever. But this one guy has been tough, and you're like, all right,
flat.
Maybe they don't want to talk about football. That's fine. So we've tried talking about like pop culture stuff or like whatever he's into, and like same, like 2-word answers, long pauses.
Yeah.
No, you're like, all right, like we're doing all we can. Like we're
you'd end up with like, I can't even do it, but you'd have this like great question, and it'd be like 3-sentence question to something, and he'd go, yeah.
Like, all right.
It's like, okay, next.
Yeah. I'm like, you want to take a run at this? Like, I got nothing. And then like you look back, those interviews are like 5 minutes long, 4 minutes long, and you're like, what was even the point? Yeah.
But you guys make it entertaining because we know how uncomfortable it is for you, and
so it is funny. Like it's one of those things where like, so you can like text into the show, and so like, you look on like that screen, and like in live, like while the interview is going on, you see people being like, what is going on? And like people like that. So at least I think people are kind of in on it now, at least, where they're not like, hey, why don't you ask them a better question? They're like, no, there's no question you could ask. Like, it's just what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You went out of video games. You're like, what teams do you like?
Like
Mine.
video games, like favorite players growing up. We asked them a bunch of like Halloween related questions, like not just
Oh, God.
crickets, nothing
Yeah.
there.
It's in the contract. He's just fulfilling his contract.
Yep.
It's like basically what it is.
Definitely.
We got a bunch of here. We got to hit these. Steve at in the chat, super sticker, $5 super sticker. Thank you,
Nice.
Steve. Yep. We got Garinder with a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much, Garinder up in Canada. Francis, $5 super sticker as well. So we're getting that
Nice.
going in the chat. Again, all money going to Ryan Davies Movember. Thanks, guys.
That's
Really
excellent.
appreciate
That is awesome.
Yep. Oh, and Joe, my IT guy. This is Joe Hotzel. My not even. I'm gonna just probably screw up his last name again. He makes fun of me. This is my IT guy. This is when I have issues with tech. He calls me. Yeah, exactly. This
one
is
step
my
up.
IT guy. Yep, exactly. Everybody's got a guy, right? This is my.
You gotta
IT
have a guy. You gotta have a guy.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Keith calls me. I call Joe.
Very good.
There you go. Like, so you're one step away. It's like, we're almost to Kevin Bacon. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, you've really built, and this is me trying to get your audience to like me. So this is what I'm gonna say.
Oh, geez.
You have built an incredible community. Like it's amazing listening to the podcast, listen to it over the years, and whether it's the people you have on, like, during the Takeover Tuesdays, or if it's just the people like the live chats and the emails that you read, like I've been listening to it for a long time. So like I can hear it growing. I can hear more people, but I think as important as more people is a lot of the same people, meaning, the people that got in on the ground floor still are enjoying it, still are listening, still are participating in it for years. And that's awesome, dude. Like that is, I loved your idea. I think it's a niche idea, but I think what you've done is I haven't seen many other podcasts sort of blend the two. Like you can probably find plenty of places that are going to go through the XYZ of the technical aspect of like all the home theater stuff. Like, hey, here's what you need. Here are all the specs. And then there's plenty of podcasts. Like me and Davey's podcast is a dime a dozen. There's like a million movie reviews, but then I love the idea of combining the two. So I was trying to explain it last week to our listeners, was like, you get here's what it looks like, here's what it sounds like, here's also how we enjoyed the movie or did not enjoy the movie. It's like that combination, I think that's the sweet spot right there.
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because we had like Jim Peterson on from Lumigen, and you want to talk about getting into the weeds. This guy's like genius level, and he's talking about numbers and stuff, and he's like, I'm sorry, am I going too deep? And I don't even understand what he's saying, but I'm fascinated by it. And I know, like, even if my listeners aren't fascinated by it, it gives you an idea of the depth of like the detail that goes in for this type of tech. And I like that. And it's like you said about like the Takeover Tuesdays, I like having people on, whether it's an expert or a listener. It's equal ground. So, but then the experts can come on, and I've had people come on here, and they're like they do these shows, they do all these other podcasts and everything, and everybody wants to know all this detail, and I'm like, so what do you do for fun other than this? And it kind of breaks it down, makes everybody real, and it's like that's what I want. It's like, because that's what I am. Not that I'm not real, but I mean, just have fun and lean into. And I literally got that from you guys, and watching you progress in your show. You started out trying to feel your way, and it's just, you do something, you find a groove, but the best thing you can do is just be you. It's like, I can't do a script. If I do a script, it comes off like this. So like, hello, this is the show. No, and I can't do that.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's not going to work. So I talk about what I love, and and it's just easy. And it's fun having.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's fun having people on when you hit them with a question and it's not in a script. You get the honest answer, right? They don't go, I don't. They just, and it flows and it works. And I think the listeners respond to that, because it's real, and it's honest, and that's what I'm trying to get. And and I appreciate all the listeners for listening.
Oh, definitely. And it's fun. And it just becomes like a growing community, and everybody's sort of like in on all the jokes and all the references. And because everybody got into home theater, whatever their home theater happened to be, for a reason. And they all have, whether they spent $10 on it or $100,000+ on it, they've all invested into their home theater, but they did it for a reason. And like you and me, probably Star Wars might have been that reason, right? Or like,
oh yeah, that's the
or
most
for other
common
people,
one.
it's, Marvel movies or Jurassic Park or whatever it was. Like, you remember that time or you remember that movie, and you want to enjoy it at home in the best way possible. And I think that's fun, like that, like not just being like, hey, what kind of stuff do you have, which is a good conversation too, but it's like, all right, what are you watching with that stuff? What do you go back? What are you rewatching on that stuff? Like, what's the next thing you're gonna watch? And yeah, that's why it's great. Like, so you guys talk about so many different shows and movies in the course of a episode, which I also really enjoy, because it's like, hey, here's a handful of things I haven't seen yet. Here's a handful of things I have. And so maybe I either agree or disagree. And then like you keep going, then like, oh, here's another one that, oh, I put that to the side. I'm going to add that to what I'm going to watch soon. But it's rather than like one or two topics, it's like, man, I mean, it's a ton. It's a ton of stuff, which is great.
Yeah, it's like I get responses for that. I get emails like, well, why don't you just do one? And it's like, well, I could, or we could, but then you're just going to concentrate on that. But, and at the same time, like, I hear it in you guys too. It's like when you did, what did you do? Venom. It and I hear it in your voices, and it's like, you have to do it. Right.
Yeah.
And now it's
we're
like, oh crap, I got to go to the movies and I got to go see this movie. And it's like, and you do a great job of doing it. And you express that, oh my God, I had to go see this movie. So that's part of the review, right? What we do, and like when Steve first came on, he's like, why don't we pick a movie that we'll all watch? I'm like, no, go with the flow, because if you do that week in, week out, it becomes a chore and then you're not going to enjoy it. Whereas let's just take what we watched this week, and the three of us, some weeks, especially now with me, I don't have a lot of time. I might watch one thing, I might watch nothing, and I'll just go off of what they're talking about. But it gives you, it's kind of what we do too in the Dragon Slayer. You'll watch something and you'll see something like, oh my God, Kevin Bacon's in this, like I said earlier. And you're like, I haven't seen this movie. Invisible Man. He was in Invisible Man. I'm going to see that one. And you jump to that. Right. It's not because it's a job. It's not because it's what inspired you during the week to watch whatever movie.
Yeah. And I think if you guys have your list of stuff that you've all watched, you don't know until you start doing it whether one of those movies is going to garner a 2-minute conversation versus a 20-minute conversation versus like an argument versus like we all agree, then like on to the next one. Like, that's what's fun about it too, because you don't plan for it. You're just like, hey, here's what I watched. Maybe there's a conversation here, maybe there isn't, and then you just kind of throw it out there, and then you're hitting so many different people. So many people listening probably watched one or two things, maybe less things than you guys, like that week, and they're like, oh, I wonder if they're going to talk about what I watched. And then like, yep, yeah, they did. They hit on that, and then gave you a few recommendations along the way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I know, like you guys could probably gauge by show title. Right? Like you put a show title, whatever you're talking about, you'll see your numbers go up and down. And it's like, and you're not stuck on that, but that's what you're doing.
I mean, we're still chasing Infinity War and Endgame. I don't think we've ever done numbers like we did with Infinity Game and Infinity War and Endgame, and that was like 5 years ago. Like that was like the height of I think our whole podcast.
Our biggest number for a movie was I told you about it. Remember, it was the
RRR.
RRR. It went insane. I was like, what happened here? And I told you about it. I was like, just talk about it. Oh my God. Because people were dying to hear something about it. And those were insane. We had like a week or two, we had like over 10,000 views on YouTube.
You're like, okay. You're like,
we don't get that. Like, why? We don't, I mean, never, ever.
That's great.
Yeah. Awesome. It was insane. But it's like, when you go by title stuff, and I used to worry about that to try and attract people, but now it's like we talk about so much. I just put in whatever I think is, maybe topical out of our group. But
I was gonna say, and people that listen know that there's so many more things, right? And it's one of those ones where I'm with you. I've heard you say this too. Like the podcast, like promoting a podcast is tough, because like once you get the people that follow you on Twitter or Instagram or whatever else you might be on, it's like, those people are probably listening. It's like, how do you go from outside of that? How are people going to randomly find your podcast. Now, I'm obviously I'm lucky enough to be on the radio, so I can throw a dork plug in here and there.
Right.
But like other than that, it's like you need people that listen to it to then recommend it to other people. Otherwise, it's just going to be, and it's fine. Like nobody, I'm not, and we have to have a million subscribers, which is the goal, which is of course the goal of the podcast.
And well, and to let everybody know, I don't want to give it away but as soon as you get there, that 1 millionth subscriber gets a visit from, Keith and Davey to their house. So
correct.
You put
we're gonna
that
do a
out
live.
there.
We're gonna do a live show from their house at a time of our choosing.
Right.
So we will
all
do
the
it.
other 999,000 subscribers, screw you. Just that
Not
millionth guy that came at last on board gets them in your house. So there you go.
Whenever we want.
Yeah,
it could be any time of the week, any time of the night. We're gonna be there doing a show.
Kick in the door.
Like we're here.
The button. What are you doing here?
We're live right now. So that's the goal. But no, I mean, I think it's one of those things where you can't get like if you like doing it, and that's the thing is you clearly like doing it. Davey and I clearly like doing it. Where I think some people get frustrated with thinking like how big it's going to be right away or whatever. And it's like that can't be why you get into it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You just got to do it because you like doing it, and like talking with friends of yours, and then growing that group of people out is fun too. But like I look forward to it every single week. We started in 2015, I think.
Yeah, you were saying that this week.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, 2015. I think we started, and every week I look forward to it. And like as soon as the one episode is done, I'm like, what's the topic for next week? In some weeks it's obvious, a big movie, big show. Other weeks it's like, oh, this is a good time to do like a top 10, or maybe we should rewatch a movie, or maybe video games, or like I haven't lost any of like the passion or excitement over it in 10 years. And it's quick story. When I first got to WEEI, I'd already done the podcast. And I get to WEEI, the radio station I work at now, and they were like, hey, we want you, in addition to the show that you're doing, we want you to do a podcast. And they originally were like, maybe like a Celtics podcast. And I was like, that's fine. I also have this like movie TV podcast that I've been doing, and I could bring it here if you guys would want it. And they're like, yeah. And apparently what I had heard is they were hesitant about it because they weren't sure I was going to be committed to do it. They were like, they're like, well, we don't know if we want to like, create his own like channel and all this stuff, because like, what if he kind of fizzles out? And I'm like, no, what? I'm like, I've been doing it already at that point for like 2 years every week. And I like never took a week off. And I'm like, that was 8 years ago. I've been doing it every week since after that. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to lose steam for this. Like, I love it. Like it's a blast. Yeah.
Your job you'll lose steam for. That no. Like you'd like to switch. Can you pay me just to do that one? I'll do that. Exactly. It's because it's what you want to do. It's and you get to talk about what you want to talk about, and that exactly like how I ended up doing what I doing this show. And it's like off of you guys, just talk about what you like. And you guys had the perfect name, #dork. You got and it, just leaned in on that, and it's a blast. And
it's fun.
And that's exactly what you want to do. So it's you said like I'm bringing I built a community. I wanted to touch on like I didn't build it. It was here. It's just you know what I mean? It's like I didn't build all this together. These are all people like, and even in your show, it's like common people that now can go, oh, okay, I can talk to more people just like this. It's like, you know what I mean? The community existed. We just needed a local place. And
they were there, but I mean, you got to take some credit in the fact that like they'll be in the chat, or they'll be on like a Twitter response, or like I know you have like the Patreon stuff. So like people are getting together. Relationships have been formed that they wouldn't have known. Like, they were out there, but they didn't know each other. They didn't know you. And like, and so now like they feel like they're sort of like a part of something every week, which is great. Like, that's awesome. Like that's what a podcast should be. It should be some sort of like escape from whatever you're doing. And maybe you're in traffic listening to it. Maybe you're mowing the lawn listening to it. Maybe like however you choose to listen to it is fine, but it should be something that, and I know I feel this way about the ones that I listen to, is like, sweet, new one's out. Here's an hour or two, whatever, however they are. Like, I got this for the week. I could like this is X number of car rides, and that's gonna be over with, and then boom, you're happy to be listening to whatever the show is for that amount of time, and then you're ready for the next one. Like it's awesome.
Yeah, and like you got like listening to it doesn't matter the topic. I just want to hear you guys talk. It's like like you're making fun of each other, doing whatever you're doing even before you get to the topic. And topic du jour, I love that. That's I have a
topic of the day.
Topic of the day is like, I'm glad you asked, and you do that. But it's that I actually have a personal story with that. My buddy owned a bar, and another buddy of mine was working it, and they had soup of the day written up there, and it was like French onion. And I'm sitting at the bar, and my buddy's like, somebody there goes, what's the soup of the day? And my buddy goes, French onion. I go, no, it's soup du jour. And he goes, no, it's not. It's French onion. I was like, oh my God, he doesn't know. So I kept it going, and he runs back to the kitchen, and my buddy that owned the place, and he's just like you, just sarcastic as hell. And he goes back there, he goes, Eddie, is the soup of the day soup du jour? And Eddie goes, yeah. And he comes back out, and he's like, F you. He still didn't get it. Still get it.
Like,
soup du jour.
He's mad about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Still didn't get it. I don't even know if he gets it to this day. No idea.
Probably
but
not.
you're like, every week, you're like, oh, soup, top of the day. Yeah. Glad you asked.
Exactly.
So great. Yeah. But, what are you doing this week? What movie?
So we've been doing the Penguin episode breakdowns. That show's been awesome. So we're down to episode 7, and then we're also going to do Agatha All Along. So Agatha just finished up. I got one more episode. Yeah, I think they released 2 this past week, so I watched one of them. So I have the finale to watch tonight. Probably I'll watch it. I've liked it. I thought it was good. Again, sort of a lower bar now. We go into these movies and TV shows with Marvel stuff. It's sort of like a side character. I don't know how many people were like dying to have this show, but I've enjoyed it. And me and Davey did a quick podcast on the first 2 episodes when those came out, like 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
And so now the whole show is out. And so we're doing double TV, Penguin and Agatha on Monday night.
Yeah, Penguin is awesome.
Great.
It's like it's the show you didn't know you needed. Whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. It almost similar to Agatha, where you're like, all right, Agatha was a great character in WandaVision. You watched WandaVision, you're like, all right, that's what that is. And then you're like, well, they're making a show with Agatha, and you're like, all right. And then same with the Penguin. Colin Farrell, great performance in the Batman, but out of all those characters and everything that happened in that movie, I'm not sure I really needed a Penguin spinoff, and it's been incredible. And this is one I've talked to a bunch of people that don't even like comic book stuff, and they're like, I love this. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's not very comic booky. I mean, it's a very famous comic book character, but like it is very street level. It is very crime mob boss type of show. And I know Matt Reeves isn't the director, but he's a producer, and it's got the exact same feel as the movie. And it's been a blast. I can't wait to see how they wrap it up.
Yeah, it feels like we were talking about it. Like you kind of know the outcome because Penguin's a huge character. So like all the other characters that are kind of like going at him, you're like, well, it's not going to go well for you.
Probably not. Oh,
yeah, I forget her name, but the woman playing like Sophia. Oh my God.
Sophia is the best character. Holy smokes.
Oh.
Yeah, she's great.
And you guys even talked about like her acting, her eyes. It's like she's just like, it scares that you're sitting at home scared. You're like, oh my God, she scares the hell out of you. She's doing such a great job.
But also kind of into it, not just scared. Also very appealing as well.
There you go. Yeah,
not like that.
Nope. Yeah, you got to steal smooch. Is that one of them?
Maybe. Maybe. That could be she might be in the running for that.
She might be in the running.
Awards coming up.
Yeah. Yeah. And I meant to ask you that when Davey was here. It's like, thank you very much for we're the reigning dorky winner for podcast of the year.
Pretty good. And, you know what? You know what put you over the top last year was this 25-hour stream. No other podcasts were doing a 25-hour stream. Yeah. So that sealed it for you.
Yeah, exactly. And it was like I told you the story before. I think you were on earlier this year too, I think. I forget.
Yeah, I was on talking Roadhouse.
That's right. That's right. Because you guys hated it. You hated it before it came out. Yeah, that was the other one.
It's true. Yeah. But so this was flipped. So I I hated Joker 2 more than Davey. Davey hated Roadhouse more than me, but we were like, our scores were close.
Yeah, you both
So, yeah.
disliked them both. And I was
Yes,
like,
correct.
come on. I was like, yeah. So of course, right? And that's why I have you. I love it when you hate something so bad. I'm like, all right, I got to get you on. And that one, Roadhouse, I tried to get both of you. Davey couldn't make it, but I'm like, because I want you guys to go at me for that because it's fun. It's like I want that, you know. But,
yeah, definitely.
But yeah. So we were talking about it then about the dorky of winning, and I my son, he listens to you guys on the way to work, which is before me, and he's like, you got to listen right now, because sometimes I'll listen like the next day or something. I told you before, it's like if you're talking the same subject I might talk, I won't listen because I don't want my opinion skewed. I'm a little different with that now. I'm not as worried about it, but so anyways, so he's like, you got to listen to it. I'm like, all right. I knew it was the Dork Awards and the Dorkies, and so I'm like, all right. Every year you do the podcast one, and every year you nominate like 5 or 6 podcasts. I'm like, all right, cool. All right, they nominated me. I'm like, that's cool. They nominated Brightside. All right, that's nice because that's why. Because every year you're the reigning champs. Was
we've won every year. Yeah, we won every year we've done it. Yeah.
So it's so great. But you know what? For you guys to do that, and then for me to win, for Brightside to win one, it meant that much more.
No, it's impressive.
I wasn't expecting it from you guys. That was so nice of you guys. All you had to do was nominate little old me. That was like, I'm like, who am I? I was showing up at your live shows like, hi, Mr. Keefe. Hi. And I'm older than you, for God's sakes.
Listen, I think you're probably going to be nominated again. I don't know if you're going to win. The committee hasn't voted yet. It's hard to win back to back in these things, but
unless you're
you'll be nominated. Unless it's Dork, But I mean, it's a whole year since Dork has won Dork of the podcast of the year. So
so they kind of deserve it. Really.
It's always competitive.
It's very competitive, very tight vote, very. But yeah, when I was listening to it, I was like, I'm driving along. I'm like, oh, okay. And I was like, all right, they got to the podcast. I was like, oh, that was nice. And you're in the nomination part. You're very nice. I'm like, oh, okay. And then they were like, what Davey is the one that started saying, I was like, oh my God. I was like, are you kidding me? And I texted Steve and John. I'm like, we want a dork. They're like, what the hell is that?
we should like make little dorkies and like send them out to, Denzel Washington and all these other people that win them, and then like also the bright side.
The bright side. Hey, look at what I won. Yeah. So that was really cool. It's like, and for everybody,
Kenny Villeneuve and and TJ from the bright side. Take it home there.
Hardware. But yeah, it's like, I mean, Ryan said it this week when talking about like, you're famous. And it's like, we're not famous. We're not. And like you're like your local, sports radio.
Call that famous, but
But it is, I get it. And I get what like Ryan's saying. When we're doing it, because I get it. But the listeners, it's like, I was a listener of your show. I have listeners to this show. I get that, that relationship. And it's like, it's crazy. And it's like, and now here I am talking to you, and I'm, it's just, and now you're giving me awards. I was like, what the hell?
How do you like that?
Yeah, I'm a donkey in the basement. That's what I keep saying. So
the what is it? The apprentice has become the Jedi. How do you call that?
Something like that. Yeah, it's like the master or something like that. Whatever it is. No, I am not, but by any stretch. But like people, and I've had people ask me this stuff. Oh God, Ryan in the chat. The original.
Oh yeah, so that's Davey's hang up. He loved the first Roadhouse, so he went in. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Although I do agree with him. It wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what Conor McGregor was going for, and it wasn't the best film. I've seen a bunch of films. Yeah, it's not the worst. It's not the worst of the year. It's not. It probably won't even. Speaking of the Dork Awards, we always give out 6 nominees to every one of the categories. One of the categories is worst movie of the year, and unless Davey puts it in there, I don't think Roadhouse will get nominated. I've seen more than 6 movies worse than Roadhouse.
Oh yeah, and you actually watch more movies than I do. Last year, did you top 100 last year? Weren't you going for that?
I think I was close. This year, I'm behind that. I'm just checking it now. I'm at 52 like new releases, or 52 like
Oh, okay.
2024. So I only keep track of like the 2024 one. So if there's like a movie that came out a year ago that I missed, like I don't put that on there. I'm just keeping track of the this year.
Current.
But yeah, I would say like Joker and Madam Web were definitely both worse than Roadhouse. So we'll see. We'll see if it gets in there.
Yeah, it's the original. I like them both, and like I said to you earlier this year, I'm like, the new one doesn't erase the old one. You could still
Thank
enjoy
God.
both.
Thank God it doesn't.
Unless it's Joker, right? It's like
Yeah,
that actually ruined the original one. So, in your opinion.
Yes, well, because it was the same actor, right? It was the same
Yeah.
actor. It was a continuation of the first one, whereas this Roadhouse is a separate Roadhouse, so it doesn't ruin the first Roadhouse for me. But the Joker did ruin Joker for me. That is true. Yeah,
that's funny.
They're different.
Hey, do you have both links? Did I send you both links?
Yeah, you did. You want me to jump in there?
Yeah, let's do the transition right now.
All right.
That way we know, because I'm going to be changing. I think who's next up? Oh, Ike. I'm not sure if Ike has the other link. So I'm going to go over, because I can do both at the same time. So I'm going to go over to the other link right now while we're talking here.
Want me to jump out and jump in?
Well, you can actually stay there, and then I don't know if you can do both at the same time. I can. Enter
maybe.
Studio. And we did this last time. So as I'm talking here, I'm going over to the next link, and there we go. I'm already in.
Technology.
Over there. So if you want, oh my God, yeah, it's crazy. And then once we're both over there, we should be able to. So if you're watching, obviously, if you're watching this on the first link, you're watching me and Keith. And when we disappeared, just pop out, go to the other link, and that's the final link for the show, the home stretch. We go to 6 a.m. tomorrow, another, little over 8 hours left to go. So there you go. I'm already over there. Let me see. Are you there? He is. There you are. All right. We're both over there now. And so what I will do for people in the chat, let me get this last one because I'll lose it over there. TSG Spartan. Actually, it'll probably show up there, but I'd lose the chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Another super chat. So. But yeah, so I'm going to close out this one here. And if you're watching us over here and we disappear, go to the other link and we will end this stream. And boom, there we go. And